Hello, universe. Happy day of the week to ya. I'm not like totally late today. I'm not nearly as late as I was yesterday, but I was a little bit later than I planned on being. But we're doing some Ultra Cube today. If I get a phone call, which I don't know if the microphone picks up the battle theme from Golden Sun when my phone rings, which yes, is quite nerdy. Thank you for noticing. But it's better than getting copywritten because I have some other song on there, I suppose. Although people generally, like nowadays, I feel like they just rock with the default iPhone ringtone. But I don't have an iPhone. So, you know, we got to make do with what we have, which in this case is the soundtrack of Golden Sun. Either way, if my phone rings, I'm going to have to go for a little bit because I'm waiting for a call about an appointment and stuff. So I doubt I'll get it today, but I could. If I don't get it today, it'll be some other day this week. But either way, we'll deal with that when the time comes. How are we looking on our base? It looks like things are looking pretty gravy so far. We did a massive overhaul towards the end of the stream to set up over here and get our raw earth smelting explosive going. Gosh, I don't know why my voice is so scrunk. Honestly, I felt a little sick this morning. I hope I'm really not sick. Factory is open early today. It is. I try to get up this early and do stuff, but like, I don't know. I'm not great at getting out of bed. It's never been my forte. Nice to see you though, Lucario Zell. Hopefully you're doing just stellar today. Now I remember setting this up. I want to verify though, if it comes down here, how does it get up here? So I see that there's logic here. Ah, okay, this is the up ramp. It goes through there, goes through the circuit, goes off there, then comes out. I'm okay. I'd be a fool to complain. Things could always be worse. That's something I've always told myself. And it's super true. So let's be grateful that they're not worse. Alright, so what I'm going to do is adjust this really quick. I want to make it so that these are just like fused lines in kind of a weird way. It's going to be sort of like a main bus, but in a different take on a main bus in a way. Because I want it to be that every other lane is effectively combined into one lane. So this will be, I mean, this should be fine here. Kind of? No, I want it like this. So I want this one to come around here and then come down here. We're kind of combining all of our lanes here by doing this, which is absolutely intentional. But perhaps we'll have to move it back a little bit. But the idea is that by combining the inner and outer lanes, actually that's like perfect where it is, we can have 4 unified outputs here instead. Which will have a lane of each of the like overcharged stuff and the default refined stuff. I hope. It made sense in my head. These lanes do look good. Did I just invent balancers as a concept? No, there's no chance. Balancers are really confusing, no jokes aside. Good, just running appointments this morning. Appointments are such a pain. Hate them. I hate having to deal with doctors and I have to do it way more than I'd like to. Alright, this should logically work. So lanes 1 and 3, 2 and 4. This should be, whoops, we can get rid of that. 5 and, okay, this is 5 and 7, which is ideal, and 6 and 8. Perfect, perfect, perfect. This is good. This way, if that ever runs up there, these will all funnel and then kind of equal out on the way down. And I don't have to change up these for now. I might fix it later, but for now it looks like it's just fine. The cube is taking its trip out to go mine some stuff, so we'll let it go do its thing over there. I think on the agenda is probably setting up the other science. I never did either of these bullet points last time I streamed. No. I'm usually quite good with them. I do want to set up some speed modules. What is limiting you? Intelligent calcium, because you don't have any basic contemplation cards. I want to make a buffer of basic contemplation cards too, I think, because clearly that's an additional problem. They come from over here, and my current condition for reading them is this box, which is not a logical read condition. I guess it's this box plus 6, but I don't like that. Let's fix it. We're gonna set up a separate combinator over here, just for the sake of sanity here. And what we're gonna do is this one is currently outputting. It's checking the rules for if it'll get refreshed over and over again. It's basically checking, where's the calcium? Oh my goodness, I didn't realize the calcium was dependent on this. Okay, so we're gonna have to change a couple things here. No, it's not that big of a deal. You don't have to panic, it's fine. I know that you feel panicked right now, and honest to goodness, I don't blame you because I'm feeling a little bit panicked. But it'll be fine, so chill. because you're stressing me out when you start panicking. Okay, maybe it's me that stresses me out when I start panicking. I think the idea will be that we move our buffer of calcium back a little bit, because currently our buffer of calcium sits at a point where it's never going to go up to the stuff for science, which is certainly a design flaw in our current setup. This also being said, we have so much of this extra refined metal that we need to make sure that we're actually schmelting it a lot more commonly. I don't remember if I set up a condition or not for it to be schmelted more commonly. What is this reading? Okay, so this is only releasing into the belt under a specific condition. I'm going to change how this is wired. Instead, I want to keep this wire though. And we'll have it move over here, and then we'll look at that condition. So it's looking at 3.4K. Now it can see 3.4K. Under 4K, we can get rid of this. Boom, it still works. Great, perfect. Now, we want to offload this up here instead. We have the same offloader like this, and then we just want a splitter over here instead. My inventory is such a mess. It's so embarrassing. Cool. I think I can move that back one, actually. Should be fine. And we'll just make this a little bit longer because there's no reason to not do so. And then one of ours goes down here and the other one goes all the way around. Also going to move this cable over. Cool. Cool. So now this should feed both of them rather than just one. But I am a little bit, more than a little bit concerned with the fact that we don't schmelt enough currently. I don't know how to get rid of this rare metal without schmelting more effectively. But this is certainly a condition why this is never running. It's because it's sensing we don't have any stuff. This should fix that issue initially, because, like, again, our condition, which I was going to set up a separate one, but I might not have to anymore. This one is basically checking, is there calcium in this specific area here? And if there's not, it doesn't try to run. But now that that's there, it'll meet the condition and it'll try to run. So I'm going to try and catch it on the way through, because clearly we need some of these cards. I think there's a new way for us to make cards too. Let me see. That's what we're running over here? Yeah, that's what we're running over here. All right, so it's certainly not that. Maybe it's just this is the new one. I thought there was another one where when the cube gets, like, turned to a ghosty thingy, we can make more. But perhaps I'm mistaken. Let me look up ghost and see if I can find it. It's altered matter unit I was looking at. Totally valid. All right, so it looks like the cube is going through here. It shouldn't ever go up to the top area unless it's, like, super duper ultra necessary. But clearly the issue, or an issue now, is that we just don't process our stuff fast enough. Looks like this condition worked just fine. Alright, so I know this is going to sound weird. I mean, I guess it's not that weird. My washer and dryer is in my closet. I need to go quickly toss some blankets in the dryer. I know that's weird. I shouldn't have started laundry before stream, but this will be the last time, or the only time I get up probably. So I'll be right back. One sec. I kind of forgot, like, conceptually that you have to dry clothes after washing them. No, jokes aside, I completely forgot it was in there. And then I heard the washer kick off and I was like, uh-oh, probably don't want that sitting in there this whole time. So just quickly tossed it over. Okay, so this is great. The cube is doing what I was hoping it would do, which is just spend a boatload of time up here getting metal set up. We have these extra buffers, which is wonderful. These are distributing about how we'd expect them to. And they're also offloading extremely quick, which was the goal here. Our splitter setup seems to have worked out just fine. The more metal it burns through here, the more calcium we can make. So this is a big ideal. You definitely don't want wet laundry sitting around. For sure, for sure. Like, I just shouldn't have started it right before stream. I could have been a little smarter about it, but I was like, I want to be productive today. I guess I don't want to be productive today per se. I mean, I always want to be productive in a way. But whenever I, like, have to do something annoying, like try to schedule an appointment or something, my brain switches into, like, I should be doing some kind of cleaning mode. I don't know why. I just really get in that mindset where like I need to be like doing something. I really wish I could move this over a little bit. I mean, I suppose I could, but it still wouldn't line up perfectly, but it would be a little bit closer. Either way, it's not important. Now, the important thing is we have ripped through our rare earth metal supply, which is good. Or at least like the ore of it. Now, this is all filling up very quickly. These won't actually naturally fill up ever, will they? So I do see a situation in which I could help these empty a little bit faster by setting it up like this. That gives us 2 more storage boxes to feasibly fill with our design. Unfortunately, I didn't set up in such a way that we can have the other lane fill, but this should help this empty in theory. Hopefully one day. Probably. Maybe not. Oh wait, no, I can cascade this all the way down. I'm being a silly goose here. Yeah, that works out nicely. Granted, this lane won't clear up as easy, but the rest of them will. I don't want it getting stuck up here is the thing. I'd rather have a solution where it naturally clears out. This isn't super indicative of if it would work or not, simply because normally it wouldn't have been stuck for so long. So this is a little bit unrepresentative of how slow it would be. I think it would be fine. I think even taking the time to make sure that we have all this extra metal with this huge belt of metal down here as well. Just looking so clean. Sweet, now it's moving on. Hopefully it'll get through the whole thing just fine. Yeah, it's gonna be fine now. And now it should say that it can't go through another loop again. Hopefully, assuming that everything's good, it should come down here instead. Great. Okay, so I'm truly shocked that you're going up here. And I'm going to prevent you from doing it. I need to know why you did that, because you shouldn't have done that. What are my conditions? I have that one wrong. Cool. Right? Wait, why would you do that? You should only have one output like that. I must have messed up the wires. It's double reading this input up here for some reason. I'm going to change that over because that number is really scrungly. Okay, so this is looking for if there's 5.5k in these storage boxes, which it totally is. And this is looking for if there's no refined ore in none of this. So this should now be reading 1. Why are you reading 2? What's the endgame of Factorio? So I'm playing a modded version of Factorio called Ultra Cube, and I have no idea what the endgame's like. Traditional Factorio, if you have the DLC, it's a little different, but base game, you just want to shoot a rocket up. If you successfully fire a rocket off of Novice, you win. But in the case of Space Age, your goal instead is to build a ship that will reach the solar system's edge. In the form of Ultra Cube, I have no gosh darn clue what to do. I'm just kind of cubing with it right now. I need to figure out why this is reading so poorly. I'm going to change their signals, and I think that'll help, to be honest. I'm going to have it so that this one outputs no entry. Now what do you read? So you were getting a positive from this, which doesn't make any sense. Ah, I have it as an ore. That's what it is. It was a simple mistake on my part there. So we can go back to the metal smelting thingy. Cool, that's better. An ore condition is enough to break us here. I really hate conditions. They're so confusing. Sweet. Space System, that's cool. It's very cool. It's very cool. I played through the base game on stream before this playthrough, which was a lot, like, it was simpler in a lot of ways, but also complex in a lot of ways because I was learning a lot. You go to a few different planets with different gimmicks. It's very, very fun. I highly recommend Factorio. I don't know if I'd recommend Ultra Cube. I think I would if you have a little bit more Factorio experience, but certainly not your first playthrough. Unless you're like really good with engineering and circuits and stuff, which point by all means, but I am most definitely not good at that kind of stuff, so it's a task. I'm going to change how much we have buffered here, I think, as well. Let's change this over to 9,000 instead. That way we can store a little bit more since we want to use some of it over here as well, and we're not going to run out. Oh, you know what? I wanted to steal that for the contemplation units. We got to figure out a better way to store these, I think. One way is we could upgrade to mausoleums over here. I think that's going to be step number 1. So let's start by moving over to a mausoleum instead of these boxes. We will need to attach some green wire to it as well. That is certainly not where the green wire goes, without a shadow of a doubt. I have no idea where this green wire needed to go. I'm going to assume it's in the back of here. It's probably because it's part of what checks for the calcium. I think I'll disconnect it for now. I think that might be a superfluous check right now, because we're mainly looking to make sure there's some over there. Actually, wait, no, this would be checking for cards, not calcium. So we do want to check that in. Cool. So now we're outputting there, and that means the cards go two different ways. I would like it to do a few more activations here, if anything. I don't think we need to check for the calcium anymore, so that's superfluous, but I'd like to make it so that this one is checking the ore. Is there no thing to resend this? Ah, it's this one. Cool, 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 cool. So we're gonna change this so it's no longer looking for... Oh, give me one moment. Okay, so that one wasn't the appointment. That was just my mom calling, because I called her this morning and she was calling me back. She's like, are you already streaming? I was like, yeah, I'm sorry, mama. So I'll give her a call back a little bit later. Oh, goodness, busy day today with the be right back menu. Cool, 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 cool. Everything is good. Everything is good. Nothing is bad. We're not wasting any more calcium because we're using a lot more calcium. We're also storing a lot more calcium in an effective way now. It seems like it can be fun to play. Watching, I just see a lot of icons and I'm confused. Very much, it's like anything, you know. As you start to learn it, everything starts to make a lot more sense. And when it makes more sense, you know, it's fun because it's very good at teaching you what you need to do from a small step up. The one thing that I see a lot of people complain about, or not complain about, but what daunts a lot of people is in traditional Factorio, there are enemies, which you can turn off. Like, certainly, plenty of people do. But the enemies can be really daunting because they kind of put like a time pressure on you in a little sense. I think they're fairly easy to deal with as long as you don't ignore them for too long. I put a big old box around my base and that was fine for my entire playthrough. In the form of walls and stuff. I think a lot of people get daunted by enemies in general. I think that's valid. But some people just turn them off. So if that's like something you're not appealed by, you can always opt out of it. Alright, so I want this to be... What did I change it to? This number doesn't meaningfully matter. I mean, 300's fine, but I should really set up higher. I'd like to have like 1,000 or so. That might be a little overzealous. Whoops. That would mean that it wouldn't have to come back here as often, and we've run out a few times, and this is what's really causing our science to have trouble down here, surprisingly. Nothing else, it's just the bottled consciousness needs those contemplation cards. Each one eats one, and then outputs 2 intelligent calcium. I guess it outputs only 1, not even 2. So it's like, every science requires one of these, so it's very important. Okay, so things I need to work on. I wanted to make speed module. Can I handcraft speed modules? I guess the question. I hadn't even looked into it. I can actually just handcraft them. It looks like they have a chance to fail. I mean, they have a 25% chance to output a speed module, 75% chance to output a modular casing. We should probably set up automation for these, so I'm going to go ahead and do that because I was meaning to do that for a while. So let's go look at modular casing, sophisticated matter unit, electric engine or electric circuit, and then advanced circuit. So it's basically the makings of a normal module. With that matter unit in its place. I think the normal default modules are just red and green, right? Something like that. I don't remember from base game, to be honest. But it looks like they all need modular casing. So we'll set up modular casings. I don't know where I want to do it. Our sophisticated matter units over here are now down over here, and they come down around here. Maybe I'll do it in this spot here since this area kind of freed up, and we don't need a crazy amount of space to do it. I also might move this though, but for now we'll set up it over here. How many do we make per second? 0.06 per second. That is effectively 0. Let's not make that here. I was thinking maybe we could set up 1 and be done, but there's no chance of that being a good idea. So where are red and green circuits that we can potentially nab? We make some up here. We should probably make it as a part of our mall, but our mall is getting real tight to the infrastructure we've been setting up. So I don't I'm not too married to the idea per se, but I'm also not super against it. So I'm surprised you're taking some. I'm gonna make that over 100. Not 100k, not 100k, not 100k. That k changes a lot. that k means this never turns on ever. All right, cool. That's a lot better. It's a lot better. So what's a good way to steal circuits? We have a bunch in boxes now, which is fine. I don't really want to take them out of boxes because they're like useful enough to have. Unfortunately, I did kind of a dumb decision here when it comes to how I'm routing this stuff. So I'm going to change it a little bit and make it slightly less dumb. Still meaningfully the same amount of dumb, so do not be scared that it's going to be less dumb. Because it's going to be the same dumb. Like, same dumb, different day, right? Cool. So I just wanted to rescue some of that because I want to put a splitter on this. This is going to be extraordinarily slow, for the record. But that's fine. It's also going to be contingent on us not needing substations, which is its own beast, but that's fine. Like I said, this is just for the mall. It's not going to be great. Oh, good. I'm glad it's still some dumb. It's got to be at least a little bit dumb. Like, if we remove all the dumb, what do we have left? Certainly nothing I'm familiar with. Good to see you, Flip. Good morning to ya. Do I have any of those units coming through here? I know we craft them here. I feel like at one point I started ripping them up here, but I don't remember how I did it. I totes did. Totes my goats. They're coming right through here, too. Oh, you know what I should use is a extremely long-handed filter inserter. That would so hit the spot right here. Actually, I think that one... that one's not good. Oh my god, I love it so much. I was thinking I could put it onto this here, but I think I won't be able to in a satisfactory way. I just really like those filtered inserters. Let us nab some of these as well, and we'll steal those. I think that's the only thing on this line, so I'm not going to bother filtering it. We'll bring it over. Whoops. Going to have to turn this over here so that it doesn't go into the cable, and there. Great. So we have red circuits, green circuits, and the whatever these are called, sophisticated matter units, I think. Wow, I'm actually just on point today with my naming. Granted, we have one red circuit maker for like everything down here, so we should certainly improve that. On the other hand, it is like the mall trademark, so it doesn't matter too much. I just wanted to passively start getting some of these casings, even if I'm handcrafting a little bit for now. I think I'll probably make a dedicated area at some point for making modules, but I really just want a few basic ones to like get going. My inventory is full of vehicle fuel, which is not a refreshing snack. I'm creeping on this build pretty hard now, so we'll just do it over here. And we'll do a few fabricators, ideally. I'll do 4 of them, which I think is like already kind of overkill. Heck, I'll do 5. Move them up 1. Start with speed for that red circuit maker. Brilliant. This is why you make the big bucks, Flip. It makes a lot of sense. Unironically, it's a very good idea. I appreciate it. I think beacons are also kind of on the horizon, which is very good news for us. For someone such as myself, with an addiction to beacons such as I have. Cool, so let's make this over to those casings, I think they're called. And we'll have those casings output. Actually, can we like feasibly make them? I know that some of these might not be makeable, but I also want to see if the ratio is. Is it 1-to-1? I assume it's not. Deep core powder. This consumes, why is that number yellow? Why is that number yellow? Oh, right, because there's like a chance for it to output something else. Right. That's probably what it is, because it's percentage chance. This consumes 0.06 per second. These consume 0.25 per second. Okay, so it's just these machines are quite quick. Crafted 10,000 resplendent plates. I do not believe you. I'm willing to bet that is a bug. Because there's no chance we've made 10,000 resplendent plates, right? Smile. No, we certainly have. It just goes very quickly. So 6, 12, 18, 24. So it's 4 of these to 1. Oh my goodness gracious me, oh my. That is a pretty tremendous amount of modular casings required. I mean, it does output modular casings too, so maybe my numbers are a little bit off. Let's put that back. I've changed my mind. I think I've maybe gotten a little bit too silly with my years of factorying. The fact that they have an output is so peculiar. It's totally fine, but it's very peculiar. I'd like to requester the outputs of these if I can, or the special things, because requesters are kind of on the horizon, just because the core powder and stuff feels like it's kind of a pain to get up here. But if nothing else, we can manually feed them for now. This is also a terrible way to do this now that I'm thinking about it. I always set up my circuits like this, and then one of them, or not my circuits, my modules, and then one of them gets like completely gunked at the end of the line. A way that I found to do it more efficiently is often splitters, but I don't know a good way to do a 3-to-1 balancer. Because this way, still, if I set up splitters like this, then this last one's still getting absolutely gunked. What if I do it like this instead? All right, 50-50 on those. I'm about to make a balancer here just to like successfully balance this stuff. Okay. Gotta run some math in my head here. All right, 50-50, and that's 25-25. So we have 4 lanes right now at 50. This is 50. This is 25, this is 25. We have 3 lanes. I could split this one into 25s as well, but then how do I turn that back into the other ones? This is where it always gets me, making the balancer. I don't know why I'm bothering with the balancer for this anyways. I can have it die out here, and this cuts this lane specifically in half. I guess it won't cut it in half, right? Unless it's doing something there. What if you have 25, 25, 25, send one back around the loop? See, that's the kind of can-do attitude I was looking for, because whatever I was just getting involved with felt like something my mom would have been, like, disappointed in me. She's like, young lady, you're hanging out with the wrong crowd. All right, 25, 25, 25. I basically had it before, actually. Let's put back what we had, because we were very close to 25, 25, 25. All right, so 50, 50, 25... 25, 25, 25. Okay, that's what we have right now is 25, 25, 25, right? Maybe this needs to be over here. Cool, 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 cool. So this is 25, 25. And this is 25, 25. Wonderful. It's super simple, not confusing at all. I totally had a grasp on what was happening there. Sweet. This was not tough in the slightest, and I totally think it's gonna work. It'll probably be fine, all jokes aside. Hopefully. I'm so bad at doing stuff like this, though. I don't know how to count. Brutal. I don't either. It makes Factorio a lot harder. We'll call it Artful Spaghetti and just call it a day. It's not spaghetti for eating. It's spaghetti for admiring. There's a difference in the type of spaghetti we make. Okay, I mean, it should work in theory. This being said, of course, we don't have roboports up here, which surprises me since we had this built, so it must be just out of range. Roboport. Ah, yeah, it's slightly out of range. Cool, plug it in and then that'll be fine. That's fine-ish. Obviously, like, part of the core issue is that we don't have just, like, stuff to make modules. Oh, I forgot. I'm actually gonna need to filter these. So peculiar. Speed module. Great, we got our first speed modules. We'll also look for the red modules, probably. Heck, I was like, surely it's the red one in the middle. It was not. Productivity, and it is efficiency in the middle, so we'll set that up. Then we'll set up a separate one on these. I think I'll do it like this. Then we'll filter that for the casing. We'll do an underground here. And an underground here. I guess technically I can put the underground there instead. And it goes back through the system again. Hopefully. Okay, the fact that it ended up down there does bode well for us, unironically. Alright, so speed modules need deep core powder, which we honestly have a huge abundance of. So I think what I'm going to do to start is just set up a passive provider, fill it full of deep core powder, and just let it run for a little bit. Now, granted, there will be a time because of how we set that up where a lot of our stuff... Wow, we have so much rare metal now. That's so nice. My fear was that it was going to get stuck there because it didn't check a condition at one point and can't run. Which is unfortunate because that does seem to be what happened. So I need to go fix that. It's trying to say so we have thousands of those available, which is a lot. I mean, I guess 1,000. But where's the deep core powder? I'm just going to grab a bunch of that really quick and then get that running. Get some speed modules at least. I really need to set up like a dedicated circuit stack up in the mall. But I also really want to move the mall because it's really starting to creep on important stuff. There's a lot of mall to move. But I guess I could just copy paste basically the whole thing. Alright, cool. So I'm going to click that box over there, put that in there, and then we'll have some speed modules in a little bit of time. I'll make a request for them as well. Speed modules. Look for 20 of them. Do they only stack to 20? They do? I could have sworn modules were 50. Alright, so why are you stuck? Simply because the steam can't output, not a problem I expected us to have. Why doth the steam not successfully output? It does look like we're pumping at a pretty slow speed, but pumping all the more, but it appears that there is just too much steam to get rid of. I just lost track of the steam pipe. There we go. I wish you could like click a pipe and then it'll like keep the pipeline lit the entire time. So this does go into the main steam lines, which is a bit of a surprise to me. Casing's belt doesn't quite reach the speed module maker. Really? How in goodness' name? Ah, right, because I moved it one. Where would I be without you? Appreciate the help. Okay, so you're running again now, presumably because enough steam was output. Very peculiar issue. This said it was able to get the 1,000, so I'm going to assume that that was just like a one-time thing because it often like does not spend that much time here. So this steam is probably not going to manifest as a problem going forward, so I'm going to operate under the expectation it won't be a problem. So cool. Everything's looking pretty good. Maybe I'll steal this stack over here and then set it up there if we have space for it. It's a lot bigger than I think it is, though. Let me just copy paste it to see what it looks like. A lot of this stuff is superfluous, but it's really like this main part here that's relevant. Yeah, it's so big for only 3 outputs of it, too. Hopefully some speed modules can just kind of fix our problems. Right, I forgot I wanted to speed some stuff down here as well. I'm glad I keep things pinned, because without it, I would certainly never keep track of stuff. So the but the thing about speed modules, obviously, is that if we put them somewhere, say in these fabricators here, then we run into the issue where the stuff we made for it, like currently we're making 0.12 per second. Each of these consume 0.6 per second, which is 0.24 per second in total. So we're making 0.24, consuming 0.24. You know, it's logical. If you speed something up and it requires more of something, you need to produce more of something. So speed modules are very much going to be a cascade them down the line type situation. I was considering putting productivity modules into here. Also, we should probably productivity our science itself. Oh, we can make some things on our own. Like, here's my logic, right? Productivity on science is basically always the plan in normal Factorio. I don't know if it applies here as well. Productivity on science is expensive. It takes a lot of things. Resources are kind of limited. So thinking about like this on its own, like an abstract interrogation card, right? Can we see the raw if I mouse over it? No, it doesn't show it. But like, look, this is 8 rare earth metals, 4 basic motor units, 2 electronic circuits, 100 elbow grease, which already breaks down to not a crazy amount of stuff in it, but you know, 36 matter units and 11 metal. So that on its own is that much. We just looked at the build for the advanced circuits. It's glass, conductive wire, electronic circuits, and unstable gas. You know, we should probably put productivity modules in our furnaces, thinking about it if they're allowed, but I got a funny feeling they're not allowed. They're not, in fact, allowed. Look, if that was allowed in the gelatinous tar recipe, that would go crazy. Looks like our metal is doing so much better, and I'm very proud of it. But currently having 6 speed modules means we basically have none, because we're going to need like probably 20 or 30 for the whole build down there, I think. So let us do what we were suggested before, which is set up this. And look at that, like just speed wise, making 0.16 per second and the default speed modules in it goes to 0.29. So almost doubles it. It's incredible. Having 4 module slots is really, really, really nice. It goes to show how important this is for us. I'm actually going to rescind my crafting of productivity modules. I wonder if you can productivity module the cube somehow. That would be crazy, and you output extra cube. I was going to say, I think the next issue that comes up is going to be that the green circuit maker is far too slow, so I want to start doing that next as well. I don't think the wire is going to be an issue. The glass could be, but we will deal with that when it happens. Heck, you haven't run it all, buddy. Extra cube would be cursed. No, extra cube would be awesome. Think about how slow we would be walking with him. I'm gonna just let the balancer keep balancing. Oh, interesting. Wait. It output both. How strange. I thought it would output one or the other, but I just watched it output a speed module and a modular casing, it looks like. Did that happen every time? That's kind of big if so. I thought it was one or the other. I feel like it logically should be. I feel like I'm losing my mind right now. The fact that it looks like 2 just came out really has me questioning myself. Currently, it's struggling to pull in rare earth metal fast enough, which is an easy enough fix. There we go. 1.79 electronic circuits per second is so nice. I think it's 2 independent chances you could just get nothing. That's so sad, actually, but also kind of great at the same time, but also very sad because historically my gacha luck has not been great. It's either very, very good or very, very bad. But it's probably fine. But getting both is kind of dopamine in itself. So if we are chasing dopamine today, I feel like it's a solid play for us. I'm not going to take them off there. I'm so tempted to just like take it off those belts. But once those belts fill up, it'll start just naturally going there. So I'm going to just let it do its thing, I guess. I've noticed that these machines could literally never run and have literally never run. How do I keep missing belts so often? If I remember right, 2.1 patch thing has it so mod authors can mark recipes always output one of these. Oh, that's nice. So it was like a limitation before more than anything. I didn't realize. It's cool that they added in a contingency for it. I've seen people kind of, I don't want to say lukewarm about 2.1 because that's certainly not accurate. But I've seen people spicy about certain aspects of it. It's interesting. I've never seen like a major Factorio patch came out. I mean, I know Space Age came out, but when Space Age came out, I wasn't really excited about it. I was like, oh, great. My friends are going to play Factorio. I don't want to do that. But it's interesting seeing people's reactions. I suppose that's just natural with everything, though, is balance patches to a fighting game, and some people love it, some people hate it. Why is this stopped crafting? You're not getting any advanced engine units because you physically just don't have a way to get any, and I was manually feeding you. Fair enough. I should have plenty to finish this project now. Yeah, I was like, I don't want to say I was dreading playing Factorio, because, you know, like, I've known these friends for a while, and whenever they try to do stuff, I try to, like, take part, because I'll be honest with you, this might be, like, an adulting kind of thing that some people relate to or some people don't. But I, like, it's just natural, right? You lose contact with people over time. That's just how life goes. And I lost contact with a lot of friends, so I'm trying to keep, like, effort to like keep hanging out with the ones I have because, you know, they're pretty okay people. They're fine usually. This being said, I wasn't excited about Factorio, but now I like Factorio a little bit more, so it's fine. All right, cool. So that'll be some of them. It won't be all of them, but hopefully we can get that yellow exclamation point, not exclamation point, gear, I guess, gone to finish off that build. I don't even think we're going to turn on the rest of that build for a very long time, though. Yeah, definitely hold on to them when you got them. All right, I'm going to talk about this, but there is like a small chance that the person I'm talking about is listening to this or will listen to this. And this is not like throwing flack at you if you know who you are. But someone I knew from very, 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 very long ago has been making plans with me to spend some time together in an upcoming weekend, and I'm so nervous about it. Like really, really, really nervous about it. I'm sure it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be a fun time. But holy cow, reconnecting with someone from like... How long has it been? 15 years ago? 16 years ago? It's scary stuff. I don't know if I had a high school reunion, but I sure as heck didn't go to it. People are freaky. I guess people aren't freaky. The person who wants to hang out with me is not freaky at all. I'm keeping it as vague as possible, but I'm still so scared. But I know it's like the right thing to do, right? Because there's no reason to just like effectively ghost someone and not hang out with them. But I am like so bad with that kind of stuff. It's super scary. I'm glad you're excited for me. It's not that I'm disinterested. I'm certainly not disinterested. I think it's super kind that anyone would reach out and want to do that in the first place. But it's so scary. I'm just like kind of a big wuss. That's my thing. I'm afraid of everything. It's kind of my charm point, actually. It's actually doing fantastic. I'm really glad we upscaled this to 1,000. It does appear the Steam gets a lot slower to output later on, but it was just fine this time. The cube checks, we don't need metal, so it doesn't come through the metal stuff. Wonderful. The warrior, it is kind of my charm point. I kind of worry about everything and overthink literally everything, and that's just like a core part of my personality, unfortunately. But I've grown to get used to it. I've coped with it, you know? Okay, so this is working. I think we want to improve our widget replication. I'm kind of just wandering at this point in chatting, which is fine. I mean, sometimes you just kind of walk around. I think something I'd like to do next, though, because we set up our second mine, which is basically not running. Oh my gosh, we finished all the drills too. Fantastic. So we have mine number 2 set up, which will only kick on effectively in a contingency. I don't think it'll ever kick on at this point, which is fine because we keep running into this issue here. I think to rectify this, I don't know what this other belt is for. Actually, let's get rid of that. To rectify this, though, I think something we need to do is to make more storage for this metal. We'll also have to change a few of our conditions. Actually, we shouldn't have to change any conditions thinking about it because it's always going to be checking that upwards box. But I think we want another storage for the rare ore because we can spend more time smelting it. That's fine. That's no big deal. The issue instead stems from the fact that we're not making calcium when this is full, which is something I was scared of when setting this up initially, which is fine. But I do want to set up some more fast loaders and stuff. We're going to need 8 more of them as well as 2 more solemn receptacles. I could technically move over to mausoleums, but with our 2 lines set up, it looks better with them, so I'm going to stick with that. So let us go over to here. Grab some more of these and we'll make some more of those. Looks like mining productivity 5 finished, which is the last one we had queued up. Let's go over. We can do 6 when we have the other science, but not right now. We're running out of science stuff. I guess we'll just start the lower tier stuff to get rid of it. Uranium text plates. I don't really know the point of text plates. I guess I could play with them a little bit. Maybe I'm not creative enough when it comes to Factorio. Oftentimes when I would be playing Minecraft years and years ago now with friends, I guess it's not that long ago, but it is quite a while. I don't remember the last time I've actually played Minecraft at this point. But people would go out, go adventure, go explore and stuff, and I would just like sit home, make a cute little house, make some pixel art out of blocks and call it a day. Pixel art's kind of generous. It was very basic stuff, but I don't really do that with Factorio. I mean, I'll try to keep things looking nice enough, but like... Now that I have access to text blocks, you think I'd be writing stupid stuff everywhere, but I haven't, so what's happened to me? Maybe that's something we need to change. How do these work? What is a large plastic text block? Give me 5 of them to play around. Actually, make it like 15, just in case I have fun with them while we're making these things. Let's goof off for like a few seconds before the factory realizes that we're goofing off. What the heck is that? Okay, well, what would be a clever sequence to type? We have 20. To cube or not to cube. I think that's too long and not that clever. How doth this work? That sounds good. I like that. Confirm. Now I just like put it down. Oh my goodness. How strange. I've never seen this before. What can I do with this? Honestly, it might be good for like visual for like viewing and stuff, right? I could just call this like the goop zone or something. That'll certainly cue everyone into what's happening here. Gonna clear out some more trees. Probably need some more storage soon. Oh, I love when the bots do this. Then they're like heck nature. Jokes aside, nature's pretty cool. As much as I say heck nature in Factorio, do not heck nature IRL on planet Earth. On Novice, heck it. Alright, so let's make a few more of those, I guess. I mean, I could just be like kind of matter-of-factly. Oh, I could have like motivational stuff everywhere, right? I could be like, you matter up here, because this is where we make matter units. Wait. This is actually kind of a vibe. I don't like that, though. Can we go back? Is it going to place the wrong one now? That's fine. I'm not mad about it. Maybe that'll be our gimmick. We'll do like motivational things that also say exactly what we want. I kind of love that, though. It's kind of like the stuff you'd see in like a factory, right? It's like factory safe stuff that's also like a pun based on what's being made in the factory. I need more text plates. The uranium ones are green too. Wait, hold on. We can get wacky with them. I wish this had rock in it. Rare earth metal. I don't know where I'd put this one anyways. Because like the lines come up here. I guess I could do it horizontally on the side here. Oh, maybe right here. That's an idea. Rare earth smelting. It takes rare earth metals. How can metal be used in a pun? We finished uranium text plates as prophesized. I want to make the next science. That's really what's on the agenda right now, but I am goofing off because of course we are. So, metal. I guess rare would work too. But I don't want to be like, you're rare, you matter, and stuff like that, right? I'm so bad at motivational stuff and it shows. Maybe I overcommitted to this. Earth is cool. No, I mean, it's true. Earth is pretty cool, but I don't know if that's exactly what we want. Maybe we stew on this one for a little bit. Rare earth metals. You deserve a medal. Metal. Because it's like metal instead of metal. Hold on. I kind of like that one. It's obviously spelled differently, but I like the vibe of it. This is going to be so big. Oh my god, it's going to fit like almost perfectly, but not fit by one. That's so unfork knife. Okay, we can just put it there. That's awesome. I love that. Then we'll just move it up one. And then we put that there. This is so cheesy. I don't know why I'm doing it. I kind of love it though. I kind of want to get rid of these parts though. Maybe not. They kind of look nice. Motivational Cube Factory goes crazy. Why do they have these split up here? Let's fix this. I imagine that was because before I set up this little balancey thing down here. I wish these were called grinders instead of crushers. That would be an easy one. Ah, right. I actually never finished setting this up before. I'm getting too wacky with it. So we'll set this up and we'll just cascade another one right here. That'll be nice. Set that up. Great. That way we can store more and get more calcium and stuff. And again, the thing is we're not like effectively throwing it in a box and then forgetting about it. That's not what we're doing. What we're instead doing is just having it prepared for when we come down, because these rules are set where like whenever there's low amounts of metal and there's a bunch of ore to smelt, it'll do it. And there's now a bunch of ore to smelt. So it's a good thing. It's really just giving us more calcium and spending it so that setting it up so the cube will spend more time down there. Now, I've noticed the conditions are a little bit weird, though. Ah, okay. This is for the smelting one. That's why it looks so strange to me. What's the condition for coming down here? I assume it's fine. Yeah, okay, it's outputting 1 wherever that one is. That's probably it, if I were to guess. Perfect. So, less than 8,000, more than 1,000. Perfect. So that'll come over here, and then it'll smelt a lot more. And it'll keep our calcium flowing, which isn't a huge concern as we were destroying it for a long time, but it does seem like we have to balance it a little bit more now. We don't really want to get completely backed up and run out of it. It looks like we've almost finished that. I'm willing to bet we ran out of those advanced engine units. I'm going to grab a few more of those out of the maker right up there. We make them surprisingly quickly. We did, in fact, run out. Hopefully we can finish that project just so it stops flashing again. I don't know when I'm going to turn the rest of those on. I don't think we make enough of this stuff to really justify it right now with how quickly we burn through it. Interesting. I guess it's not that interesting. I don't have a contingency for a 234 coming through here, so it's just 234 sitting there. If this all like turns off for a little bit, it won't matter because we have just so much built up. I think we also unlocked the ability to do Covarex now too, which we could set up. What is the Covarex rule? It's 1, 2, 3, 4 and it outputs 3, 2, 3, 4, 41, 2, 3, 5s and 2, 2, 3, 8. So it's probably a pretty good idea. It takes 60 seconds. That's not very enriching of you, to be honest. 60 seconds. It only gets rid of 3 uranium-238 per production. So I guess let's set a centrifuges doing that as our next thing, because we have plenty of stuff where we don't have to stress it anymore. Doing this will also save on how much uranium we're wasting, so it should be a win-win-win across the board. So we'll do that project, and then I think I'll work on science next. I've been putting it off for a little bit, not deliberately, but I wanted to make sure that everything was running like, you know, good before we actually moved on. We also unlocked a new type of belt, which I kind of want to set up, but for now I want to work on that Covarex stuff because it sounds the most interesting to me right now. Probably set up 10 of them. That way we can do one every 6 seconds. Maybe that's a bit overkill though, but I want to make sure that we're like ripping through. Actually, you know what? Let's use some logic here. Over 1 minute, how much uranium-238 do we make? We make 71 per minute. So I'm not actually super upset with the concept of doing 10 of them, to be honest. That's not really putting a huge dent in it, surprisingly. That's one of our highest produced things in the factory currently. I hate it. Granted, I could just scale down a little bit. So it looks like we got landfill completed as well. Didn't even realize we hadn't done that yet, but it makes sense. Personal battery Mark II is up next. Signal transmission, and then we're getting done with the 3 science ones, and we'll just queue up these for the sake of it. Maybe we'll want them at some point. We definitely want the cyclotron. Speed module 2s exist as well. Oh, beacons are over there too. All right, this is the really confusing thing. The cyclotron outputs weird stuff, which, I mean, it doesn't output weird stuff. It does. It totally does. It outputs such weird stuff. We need ectoplasm. I don't want to think about it right now. We'll figure it out. It's so confusing. Okay, so how are we doing on our circuits? We have produced literally 0 of them so far since I've last checked, so I'm going to throw some of my advanced circuits in here to hopefully jumpstart the process. And I was over here to grab stuff for... Heck, I needed those advanced circuits, but that's fine. There are more of them in a box somewhere up here. There they are. I'm gonna grab a chunk of those. Going to also trash the rare metal on me, I suppose, or at least a chunk of it, because I don't need that much on me. We have a lot of garbage on us right now. I'm going to change this request over to... No, 200's fine. I'll just do 100, actually. I think 200's actually a little over the top. So that looks good. And get rid of the power switch and the combinators on us, as well as the concrete and the cliff explosives, because the bots are basically going to be the only people using them anyways. We have a bunch of blueprints I probably don't need either. Certainly don't need that. I keep accidentally blueprinting stuff. I love this one, though. That one's going in the book for sure. Going on the fridge. Don't need that one. If it's just like a copy paste or something, I don't really care. Cool. So that saves a lot of space for us now. Now we can grab some of those engine units, which I totally remember where they are. There they are. Perfect. So grab a bunch of those, and now hopefully we can make about 10 centrifuges. Missing concrete, which we have in a box somewhere, but I have no idea where. There it is. I knew it was somewhere up here. And the centrifuge is. Now we're out of rare earth metals because I just got rid of a bunch of them. Yeah, I know how it goes. Oh, it looks like our rare earth metals are currently kind of gunked. It is on the path coming back, but it's good to see that, like, it's all up to, like, time and how much we're consuming, right? Because there's just, like, a chance that it won't return for a long time, which is not ideal design. I'm going to grab a little bit more, and then we'll just do 8 of them. How about that? Actually, how many do we have over there? Is it 6 right now? No, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wow, that is a pretty tremendous amount of those. I think I'm going to grab 2 of them for Covarex to make it 10 and 10. I don't really want to be processing more anyways, so it's fine. Right, the concrete. Let's grab the concrete. I forgot about the concrete. It's all about the concrete. No matter who you ask, they tell you concrete. Well, the cube is going through. Hello, cube. Goodbye, cube. I was briefly featured on CubeCam, which is quite exciting for me. It is my first time on the show, and I'm grateful that I got the opportunity to come on the show because, frankly, I didn't think I'd ever make it, and I've been watching it since I was very small. So, thank you for having me on CubeCam today. If I had, like, one shout out, I would probably shout out my mom, I think. I don't think she watches CubeCam, but I think, like, she'd be mad if I didn't. Not mad per se, but I think she'd be happy if she knew that I did, if that makes sense. I'd also like to shout out chat. Obviously, I wouldn't have made it to CubeCam without you. And past that, I don't have any sponsorships, but, you know, if you want to sponsor me, then I would shout you out on CubeCam. But unfortunately, you haven't opted to sponsor me yet, so you will not be shout out on CubeCam. Thank you. Have a nice day. I'm really going through it today. Have you noticed that? It's fine. I don't want to set up Covarex exactly here precisely, but it's going to be good enough for him. So we'll do Covarex. And I know that we need the 237 or whatever it is, the weird one. 234, I think. Yeah, 234 per reprocessing. So this process will output way more 235 than anything else. And it'll eat some of our 238, which is good. So I'm going to set up a few circuit conditions to actually have this run now. Let us move this back a little bit. Cool. We can just use the same wiring here. So I want logic where these are only going to... I'm going to combine all these first. I'm going to make it so these don't run unless there is a low amount available of 235. I think 235 is the useless one. No, 238. Okay, so if there's a low amount of 238 in these boxes, it'll run. If not, it won't run. That's where we're going to go for now. So we need an input of 234, 235, and 238. And then we need an output of 234, 235, and 238. So I think the most logical way is to do it like this to start. But we might not have enough space here, actually. Assuming this is the output... Maybe the input's smarter here. I could put several of them on the same belt, too. Maybe 10 of them's over the top, but I know we're going to need a lot of them later on, or at least it seems like we're going to need a lot of them. Once I set up once, it should be fine, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Alright, so I'm going to underground here to here. And then here... here and then here to here, I guess. Does that work? Is that what I want? Not exactly. This is so tight on space. Maybe this isn't it. This is going to be so much easier on the top side. I'm going to just feed on the bottom instead. Let us absolutely output up here. So... we're outputting 40 235s, 1 234, or no, sorry, 40 1 235s, 3 234s, and 2 238s. So the primary one is 235s. So I'm going to put that in the middle, which might not be a good idea, but it'll help me keep track of it because the other two are balanced out. 235, 234, and then 238. And we'll copy that over so they're all the same. 234, and then 238. Wonderful. All right, cool. So our 235s will go straight up because we need a bunch of them. It's possible as well we might want multiple outputs, but this process is so ridiculously slow that I'm going to assume that this is fine, which might be a blunder. I can accept that. Something I could actually do, ironically, is do all of this with extremely long-handed inserters, but that would be kind of expensive right now for what we're working with. We're going to do it kind of like pipes in a way, I think. Seems most logical to me. If we do undergrounds like this to get it out to start. Personal battery Mark II is done. We should probably upgrade our suit at some point, but we haven't gotten around to that yet, but we will eventually. Actually, let's do it a little bit more logical, like position-wise. Put that there, this here, right? That way, we can have all of them go like this. Now, the question becomes, which I always struggle with, how do we combine these lines? Because this works for 1. How does it work for 10? So if I copy this, what does it look like? I'm thinking it'll be simpler than I'm giving it credit for right now, to be honest. It's just that easy. All right, cool. Love it. I don't know if it's possible to be able to get enough of it. But see, with this kind of space, we can have a very luxurious time. Luxurious? That's not quite the one I'm looking for. Laid back. Why do I feel like I'm trying to sell you like a holiday getaway now? Cool. I can move this entire thing much closer as well. Which I think I'm going to do for the sake of space. Very luxurious. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I'll take it. Luxurious is good. We'll do it. It's a positive thing. So now we have relaxed space to spread your wings. It's certainly a wonderful place if you're a bird. No one can take that away from my builds. This is the one where there's very little coming through. How are we going to set this up so that it goes back through? So obviously, splitters are going to be an obvious, like, or an easy solution, I should say, not an obvious solution per se. I mean, maybe it is obvious as well. So if we have this come through here, and then this go through here, and then this go through here. We have it go down here, and then we go... This is our 235 input. I'm going to have it so that it feeds doubled on one belt. The 235 is going to have its own dedicated belt because there's so much of it required, and then we'll have a secondary belt which is fed via a long-handed inserter. Unfortunately, not an extremely long-handed inserter. Honestly, though, I would kick back in this factory. This factory does kind of go crazy in a lot of ways. Design-wise, this is a little bit unfortunate, so I'm going to do a little bit of belt foo here. Great. So now these will come together. I guess I don't technically need that one, actually. So it's always so hard for me to see how this is actually going to output, which is a pain. We don't have enough 238 right now to get the process going, unfortunately. Or 235, excuse me. We have plenty of 238. Gosh, the numbers are so hard. Okay, so I'm going to output priority left on all of these, and then we'll have the excess go somewhere else. But I want them all to actually go back into the system. Oh, I could just put something on the belt. I was like, how do I figure this out? Wait, no, I can see really easily because it goes boop, and then it goes boop, and then it goes boop. Great. They're all going to be on the close side of the belt because of how this is set up, which is very convenient because it means we can just go like that, and then we have our second line. And this should logically work, and I am out of belts, which is quite a surprise to me, and I don't think I'm in Roboport range, or perhaps we don't have any in logistics area. Guessing I'm not in Roboport range. That makes more sense for what we're rocking right now. Certainly am not in range, ever so slightly at that, so we'll quickly put this in range. I envy the people that have like the skill to make those like really fancy looking square grid bases. Like, that's really cool. But I don't know how to do it. It just seems so hard. I'm going to use a few more undergrounds here, partially for aesthetic, but also because it's going to help us. I ran out of undergrounds as well. Also because it's going to help us. Aw, look, it just says you matter when it goes across now. That's actually the cutest thing ever. Wait. That's crazy. I didn't think about using it in the sense of CubeCam. I love that. Right, so Hopefully now they'll be giving me my stuff back. They are, in fact. It looks like running a few more speed modules as well. So now when we have access to this stuff, that'll go over here. Now, I also want this to start feeding into the system as well. So this is going to be specifically 2, 3, 4 over here. Okay, so I don't want to feed the 2, 3, 4 quite yet. But I want to start getting stuff out of these boxes. So this is the spicy stuff that we're going to have excess of, which is normally outputting on the right side, which means it's on this belt, which means it comes through here and it goes on this belt. So it would normally be on the outer side of this belt, so I'm going to start with that. And we're probably going to have to set up some rule, because if not, this is going to be ultra flooded with this stuff. What's the rule going to be? How about we do a read condition over here. Whoops, and we'll hold all belts. I guess I can technically just have it so this is enable disable as well. Probably easier than having it on the inserter. It shouldn't meaningfully matter from my understanding of it. So we will enable disable. We're going to read the contents of this belt, and we're going to see that this is enabled as long as the uranium. This is probably not going to work, for the record, is equal to 0. I think that that is not a logical solution to our problem quite yet, unfortunately, but it should work for the moment. I also want to set these on a condition as well. I think for now, I'm going to just disable all of them. We don't need any more right now, and it'll help me think a little bit. Oh, right, I already set up the stuff down there. That's fine. I think I'll enable disable these ones instead, though. Great, so these will all be turned off. These will run a few more times, and they're just going to stop. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, so actually I do want them to run, but not at this exact second. But we will need more 235 to start the process for the first time. It's 41, I think, or 40? It's 40 of them, so we do need them to keep running, unfortunately. For now. I guess I'll set up a circuit condition for this. I know, we keep thinking we're done with them. They're combinators, but they just keep coming back, no matter what we do. Let's set up a few combinators, or a combinator should be fine. I hope one combinator is fine if it's not fine. But my thought's going to be, it'll only run when we don't have enough of something desirable. And I'm going to redo this setup too, which is going to be a bit of a pain because the literal 12,000 uranium-238 in the box over here. Gonna want a lot of filters here because we're dealing with different things. But here's my thought process: is I want to remove this section here. Gonna tear this down. And we're gonna remake it all because my logic is there's so much of that garbage. Holy guacamole. My logic is we can have it so that everything goes into respective boxes here. Even when done here, I want this stuff to come down, the excess stuff, into boxes here. And then if certain things aren't met, like, honestly, it should never need to really run again. I guess it's really, this is going to check if we're out of 238. If we're out of 238, then these will kick on and run. If we're not out of 238, they're basically never going to run anymore, hopefully, assuming we do it right. I might be missing out on something. Again, we might need more of them anyways, simply because I know that some of the recipes require more of them later on, or like the ecto juice or whatever it is. I don't think ecto juice is the same thing, but it's like delicious nuclear soup or something like that. It's certainly something like that. But for now, I want to start moving stuff out of these boxes. Unfortunately, my inventory is fairly full, but I'm going to try my best to help out. Should still be a lot quicker than leaving it to a single bulk inserter on each box by quite a bit. Who would have guessed that one? Probably not me. Just kidding, I would have totally guessed it. I'm actually getting really good at this. Wait a minute. Turn everything into a mini game and then everything seems more fun. Kind of unironically, I would totally do that when I was young. Turning cleaning into a mini game made everything a lot more enjoyable. God, I was such a nerd. Thank goodness I grew out of that. Alright, so grew out of being a nerd, I mean. I still make everything a minigame, clearly. So like these receptacles here, right? If I have this come down here, we can set it up with splitters, I think is our best bet. We do output priority left. No, you're running. Heck. Ultra cringe. That wasted a good chunk of our uranium-235, sadly. We finished signal transmission though, which means we can send signals with no limitation on distance between different planets and surfaces. But I don't understand the point of that. Surely there's not a cube planet. I feel like I went over this before. There's no way that there's like a separate planet in this mod. I refuse to believe. Okay, so what am I doing here? Okay, cool. So output priority, we'll set up a filter. We'll do output priority, right? We'll look for uranium. I guess we'll do it in order like this. So 238 will come here. I mean, 238 is normally on the outside here, actually, and 234 is on the inside. So we'll do it the opposite way instead. So 234 goes through here, and then 234 gets put into this box here. Then we'll have 235 come through this center one on the side over here, and then we'll have 238 go in the final one. We'll just do it by incrementing number. It makes more sense, I guess, logically in that sense. Then I'll have this one come around and then go over here because I don't want them to get stuck there. And I think it looks a little nicer that way anyways. So, cool. These will go into their boxes. And then these will be contingent on a circuit that we're going to set up based on how much is available in each box. For now, I'm going to turn them back on, regrettably. I say regrettably, it's not that big of a deal. But we do need more 235 to start the process, period. Kind of non-negotiable, unfortunately. Did I set these up wrong? Yep. Sure heckin' did. Thankfully, I fixed them in such a way that caused as much destruction and annoyance as possible. Actually, that shouldn't even be relevant with this setup. Cool. So, I'll put down a substation here. And this will be the 238 box. This box is certainly going to overflow, which is why we're going to have a backup box for it. And our circuit here is not going to be like totally reliant for now. Unfortunately, our circuit is going to be reliant on the process starting. So we're going to set it up ahead of time and then have it run later, kind of. But this gives us a lot more breathing room for our setup. So I'm happy we're doing this now. It is just unfortunate that it's going to take a lot of work. I guess it's not bad that it takes a lot of work. Sometimes you just gotta like kick back and enjoy the uranium-238, you know? People don't tell you that because it's probably not good to enjoy in the way that I feel like a lot of people use the word enjoy, of the sense of like, you know, a beverage on a beach or something. But have you tried uranium-238? I'm not trying to be judgmental if you haven't, obviously, because, you know, just do what you enjoy at the end of the day. And if you don't really think the uranium-238 is for you, then don't do it. But alternatively, what's stopping you from trying? Jokes aside, uranium-238 is probably not safe, so don't try uranium-238. Thank you. I'm going to cut and paste that. Cool. So now we have a uranium-238 set up. Our wiring is going to be a little scrungle-bunked here. We're going to have to plug the 235 box in. I can't believe we already got a 234 and we only got one 235. That's dramatically more rare. I guess not dramatically, but rare enough where it's notable, I feel. Cool. So I'm going to temporarily turn off the condition for the cube to come down here. Okay, this is very weird. This literally has no condition to avoid going here, so something must have broke, right? This just says go this way no matter what. This is a signal that says whether or not to skip this whole path, though, I assume. It is, okay. It's whether or not the cube comes down this path, but this one currently guarantees it goes around, so it doesn't even have like a proper signal setup. I don't know why that is or what happened, but regardless of it, that's fine. It appears we have a green wire going out to here too, producing this uranium signal, but it never got plugged into here. Either way, not a problem. We don't want it on right now anyway, so I'm going to just turn it off. Forget about it. Future Miko problem. Future Miko loves dealing with past Miko's stupid stuff that goes down, so it'll be fine. This is ideal. Future Miko's going to be like, Pog, I love problems. This is great. Okay, so we need to next get the 2, 3, 4 on a belt, which we've done successfully here. Next is getting the 2, 3, 5 on a belt, which should be pretty easy too. I'm just trying to think about how I want to do it. It's a little bit cursed, but I kind of like it, to be honest. All right, wonderful. So now that we have those going out there, this should, in theory, start the Covarex process on its own. We're not done. Like I said, I alluded to circuits before. Now it's going to be where we start taking advantage of them. So one circuit we want to set up is going to be on these inserters over here. The wire cannot reach, so we're going to just move it a little bit closer. So I want these inserters to be on the output side of this, actually. So I kind of put the wrong wires on them, but it's fine. They should be red, not green, just because I prefer red for my output wires. Listen to me talk like I do circuit stuff. So what do we want to check is the question. We're really looking to see that this has like very little. And again, this is not going to kick on yet, but we're really just looking at this box here. And we're going to check for our signal of uranium-238. And if that drops below 1000, we'll say that kicks on, right? Now, I'm realizing some flaws in our design already. So we're probably going to have to revisit some stuff. That's okay. So if that is less than 1000, I guess if it's greater than 1000, it outputs a stop signal. And it'll be if this is equal to 1. Not equal to 1. That's what it would look like when it works. For now, obviously, I don't really want it working, but that's what it would look like. I'm going to disconnect the red wire and just leave the logic here. It's a very simple one. Very, very simple. It doesn't even really need a combinator per se. But I might want to add more to it, and I might use this in logic for other things. So currently, we have this setup, and then these extra belts, this is going to be the 2, 3, 5 and stuff, just kind of like go down here and do nothing. So excess ones will go into the box over here. That's something else I want to kind of like potentially deal with, because I mean, we have to actually make this stuff as well, the uranium output. But regardless, I'm going to move this over a little bit because I don't love where it is right now. Great, that's better. Because I think I'm going to use the outputs at the bottom too. So we have inputs over here. Where is our... Is that the 235? That is the 235. We don't have... Wait, is that 235 going out there? It is. I'm so confused. Where does this one go out? This one splitter is over there. It looks like... That's the 238 going out? Yes, that's 238. Goes out here, comes around here, splits. So I want the 238 to feed back into that box over there. This one's going to be a little bit weird with 2 boxes, so I might need to get rid of the second box at some point. Should be fine for the moment, but it might just be remove the box later on. But regardless of that one, where's my other splitter? So this is the 234, I think it is. 234, wonderful. And that goes out there, boom. Wonderful. So now I want to figure out how to get this down here, which is more than a little bit awkward to do because of how I've set it up. but that should be fine. Now we're getting into spaghetti territory, which does worry me. So the way that this will work is that we have a priority to output things into the belt, so this process will always be running. The point of CoverX, if you're not familiar with it, is that it'll produce more of the good uranium, the 235 that you need for a lot of your recipes and whatnot. At least for the recipes for making nuclear power, which is what we're running our base off right now. So this process will eat the excess ones, the bad ones, which is 238, and output more of the good ones. It doesn't eat a bunch of them. In this specific one, it takes 60 seconds. I don't remember it taking that long normally. Maybe it does, and I just don't remember, but it's a very, very, very slow recipe. So we want to set up a lot of them. This being said, it'll output more of the good stuff, so it'll be a good thing in general. This process produces them extremely randomly. 0.01% for 234, 0.7% for 235, and 99.3% for uranium-238. Because of that, we end up with a huge imbalance of uranium-238, which is not that useful. It is kind of useful, mind you. In the recipe to make the uranium fuel cells, we need 19 of them, but we need them at a ratio of, again, 1 to 19 versus 99.3 to 0.7. You know, it's like a very dramatic ratio change. So once we produce enough uranium... Is this enable disable? It is. Cool. Once we have enough uranium-235 that have been successfully processed through here, this will kick on. The first one will get it because it's right here. Once this kicks on, once it has the 40 required, it'll run the process slowly. It'll spit out all the stuff, which will go through here. The priority will put it back through here. This should hopefully get most of them, but it might not. They might not be able to pick up 40 quick enough. And then keep running the process. Then eventually these will all be running. And then when they're all running, they'll output the extra stuff and keep running. And then the extra stuff is what we're going to use to make our uranium fuel cells. We're going to be storing them in the boxes as such here. And I think we're going to output them, I guess, from the bottom box. See, my issue here is the double box here is really annoying. I kind of want to blow one up with a car, but I'm concerned that that might be wasteful. I think getting a train to do this would be a lot harder, but I think a car would be doable. It would certainly be wasteful. I mean, we'd be wasting all 12,000 some odd things, but in the meantime, even if we're processing, we use like 0.08 per second, right? So there's no chance we're gonna get ahead on these ones. So maybe I'll destroy them. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. If the cube swings by really close, I'm gonna do it. I'm committing to it. The cube's really close right now, too. The issue, too, is I don't want to go too fast so we blow up something else as well. Blowing up both of them would not be the end of the world, though. Blowing up the nuclear power plant would certainly be... I guess problematic's a good way to put it. Do I have a car on me? I do have a car on me, too. The cube is right here. No, it's going to be a little faster than me. Come back, cube. I have become cube. Hope that 235 comes up for you soon. I hope so, too. It would be nice. Getting the process started and like seeing if my proof of concept would actually work would be very, very nice. Okay, so we're just gonna casually, we got portable fission reactor, which will be good for our suit. I really don't like see the point of it. I guess we can have exoskeletons and stuff when we build the fancier suit. Let us put down car. This is gonna be a real precise operation. We line up car here. Looks good. Put cube in fuel. Get in car. Go up. There's something really cursed about that. Like, really cursed. That was 20,000 of a material gone in an instant. Like, I know we don't actually, like, need it or anything, but there's something really cursed about that. I think it was just because it was so quick, you know, and it just kind of, like, ended like that. Oh, right. We should probably go rescue the cube, huh? That was really efficient, though. I'll be honest with you. I know that we committed to, like, training to destroy our calcium before, but that was pretty good. All right, so I'm going to just put the cube, once I finish recharging it, on this line here, and it should return home faster than I can bring it home while walking. Cool. So this is looking good. Again, we're going to keep this running for now. I did just waste... Does it actually show, like, it consumed in the chart? I never thought about that. So we have 2 killed boxes. No, it just erases them from existence, basically. There's no, like, huge spike in our stuff disappearing. There's a huge spike in bulk inserters and mausoleums being killed, admittedly, but we'll not worry about that. I think that's probably the best idea for us, just because it's going to be such a huge abundance of these. I'd rather cut down to one box, because the rest of the design is going to be to make sure that this can actually feed in the uranium 235 and 238 it requires. Interestingly enough, I realize now that the 234 we're going to have doesn't really like do anything. So gonna have to figure out what the heck's going on with that. Either way, we can now dismantle this section here. It is no longer necessary. And then we can do... going to enable disable this one for now. Oh, do you need a wire in it to enable disable? That always throws me off. I don't know why. And then straight through there and boom. There we go. We have to start recycling 234 soon. Yeah, oh, right. There's like a process part, right? It's like, it's not Covarex. Is it Covarex that gives it to us? The slugged ones. It's the sludge we want, right? Sludge. Ah, Covarex redemption process. What the heck is this? Okay, this actually just creates 235 out of nothing, which is weird. I guess that's not that weird. That's a lot of 234. So yeah, we're gonna have to look into Covarex redemption. Now, something notable is that this recipe is 4 seconds versus the 60 seconds for enrichment. So redeeming yourself only takes 4 seconds, but if to enrich yourself takes longer time. See, that really says a lot about society if you think about it, or nothing at all, perhaps. It does redemption. True that. Should I set this up ahead of time? Probably, right? I don't know what we're gonna need the sludge for, though. Also needs a furnace. All right, you know, I'm gonna let it stew for the moment. I just want the process to start, and then we'll process it. See, the thing is, I'm gonna set this up. I'm gonna walk away from it. I'm gonna be like, let's go work on science, and I'm gonna go work on science, which will be great and all. And then I'm gonna come back, and it's just gonna be completely deadlocked, which is fine. This being said, I want to also set up our logic for this, so I'm going to look at this belt instead of what we were looking at before. Beforehand, we were looking at... Where does our wire go? Oh god, it goes up there. Perfect. We were looking at a box basically to see how much was there. I'm going to have it so that it reads this belt contents, and that way I can check to make sure that there's some uranium 235 sitting on that belt, and that's when it'll come down. And we'll plug this back in so it'll automate eventually at some point. So let's plug it in really quick. And again, we're going to be looking for uranium 235 is greater than 0 on the belt. It's technically possible it could go through in a fluke situation, but it shouldn't, at least for the time being. Gosh, we really take advantage of the space they gave us. Like, our area's gotten so big now. Cool to see. As long as these are still running, though, and we only have 100 of these sitting in the box rather than 20,000, seems like a win-win to me. Cube is doing its job getting us some more core powder, which is good. If it goes back here, that means we process the core powder, which means we're using the core powder, which is a win-win for us. So everything is going great, effectively. Everything is awesome. Remember that. Even if things seem not so awesome, things are still awesome. Is this like a normal spread of sulfur? It looks kind of light. No, they look normal. All right, that's fair. I guess we just use sulfur a lot. I remember I had to fix it last time because like half of them or more than half of them were broken. I love cube trains so much. I wonder, like, I should actually time how long it takes from the cube to get, like, from that mine over to there. Perhaps I should start adopting cube transportation via that instead of just belt. Okay, so how many speed modules have I gotten? I've gotten 20 of them. All right, we're actually just cooking on the speed module front now. Which is great because I was going to use those to upgrade the speed module maker, but also this one over here, which I'm tempted to just start throwing them in there. Let me go check on the speed modules, because I think they're locked by deep core powder or something, right? I should have grabbed some while I was down there. I'm still kind of close to where it goes, so let me see if I can just yoink some. How's our inventory always full, though? It doesn't make any sense. I keep emptying it every time I have a chance to. I guess not every time I have a chance to. I could technically do it like whenever, but still. Alright, come on. We're almost there. Oh, I could have taken the belt up. That would have been smarter. Cool. So we just ran out of core powder to make it. We have 5 more in there. Cool. So everything's working out now. These have backed up as I expected before. So now any of the extra ones are going into speed modules. So we'll actually make a few of those as time goes on. Again, I could pump up the core powder, but I don't really want to make another line of stuff that goes up right now. So I'm going to just hand feed it for the moment. And now we can start spending some of these to improve this science build. So let us start adding those along the way. These currently make 0.5 per second. These consume 0.5 per second. So all the way down, these are going to need speed modules. Uh-oh, these take less than that. I mean, that's fine. We can basically chop off a few speed modules from these to balance it out. There we go. The flasks are 1 per second. These now consume more than half of a flask per second each. So we will need to speed up the flasks as well. Looks like our glass might be kind of gunked though. I'm hoping this doesn't counteract our consumption of stone too quickly, or I'm hoping we can keep up with these crushers, I guess is what I'm trying to say. I'm not optimistic with that being correct, but maybe it will be. Clearly we need more glass, so it's making 0.34 per second each. This consumes 2 per second. Its current recipe, which means we can speed module it now. 1.79, certainly more than we need. We can probably just have 1 speed module here. 1.2, these consume 0.69, so it will be 2 of them. Makes sense, I suppose. 2.79 versus 3.4. This is effectively fine. It should be fine. It's really just whether or not the sand will keep up. Hopefully it will. Fingers crossed. We do have sand destruction down here if necessary, but hopefully it won't be necessary at all. Everything will just run just fine. We are absolutely just like losing a bunch of sand per second. So it's not fine. You can technically speed module these though. What if everything was speed moduled? What if we put our speed modules in the same machine together? I like to ask the philosophical questions on stream. Our power is starting to look a little spicy. I know we're only at half, so it sounds like a little bit dramatic for me to be saying our power is looking spicy, but it is looking a little spicy. Oh good, it's running through the metal over there. It's a shame you can't put productivity modules in the module maker. But I feel like putting speed modules in there would be a bit of a waste right now. It's so sad when you don't get anything out. Very Alexa play Despacito for sure. I feel like the last ones were just like either nothing or or of the, not the modules, the casings. Modular casings, that's their name. Alright, I gotta stop looking at this. I'm gonna get mad. Not mad, but come on, give me some speed modules. Let me out. Let me out of this purgatory of waiting for speed modules. Okay, this is doing a lot better now. I think we might have perfectly balanced it. Perhaps this build was perfectly balanced before. It seems like it may be going down a little bit, but if it's going down a little bit, it's not a crazy amount. So hopefully that's good enough. It appears this glass is being double dipped as well. Just kind of a problem. Because we're about to speed this up as well. We probably need a separate crusher and glass stack. Unfortunately, we don't really have the luxury of space for that over here. Perfectly balanced Thanos.gif. No, Twitch, that's not a link. Twitch is pretty confident Thanos.gif is a absolute link and there's nothing you can do about it, unfortunately. You know what, maybe I will put productivity modules down here. I mean, hold on. The milk's packed up, but it's only because this stuff is too slow now. Ugh. Such a pain. 4 per second. These consume 1 per second. So these can be speed moduled pretty dramatically without needing more. I think it's only going to be 3 though, right? I hate that I just did that. Is it 4? How much is the speed module? I probably should have checked that before starting the app. This only feeds over here. I guess technically it feeds over to that one as well. I didn't realize this was feeding so much stuff. What is this heckin' build? I thought this build was really eloquent at the start. Now that I'm looking at it, it's really showing the issues for sure. I guess eloquent was the wrong word. Nothing will live up to my first science build. This is eloquence. This is perfection. This is what they don't want you to see. Okay, we're starting to get ahead on calcium, which is good. I'd rather see calcium come down here than not come down here at all. That's a very positive thing. Means we're consuming things in an appropriate fashion and speed. No calcium coming down that belt to be destroyed means that we're very, very, very behind, or potentially very behind. Or even, but it's impossible to be even in Factorio. Perfect ratios don't exist, unfortunately. That's a joke for the record. I see the cube is stuck over there. It shouldn't matter too much in theory. Yeah, it'll drain eventually. I'll let it do its thing. I'm trying to think about what to do about those modules. Have I got any more speed modules? I got 6 more. I'm really concerned about the crushers not being able to keep up. The crushers and the glass. The glass is like really overstrained right now. Even if the crushers do keep up with the glass now, which I think they're doing a better job of, I don't think it's enough. Nah, it's still going down. I could certainly crush more stone. Crushers just take a lot of space. We do have a whole extra crusher here. It's feeding down here. But that's where the issue stems from, is when these need a bunch. Let me think. I mean, logically, making a whole new glass stack is like the solution, and a whole new crusher stack too. Though the question remains, where the heck am I going to fit it? Could do it down here, over here in the middle of the tracks, potentially. With how tight on space these are, we can't fit another group of them over here, unfortunately. But there's no chance. I mean, maybe the glass is kind of doing fine. Could theoretically add in like productivity modules here to cut back on how much glass we're consuming. We got the cyclotron, which is kind of fun. Honestly, just getting the science running 100% of the time, I think is going to be a pretty big improvement. I don't think we've really had it running 100% of the time most of the time. This is where our SPM kind of caps out at, is that 30 that we can produce. There are times where it completely falls off. If we can just keep it running, it's more than ideal, I suppose, or as ideal as it gets. Still not great, mind you. But I think we need to strip up this whole build and remake it, unfortunately. Especially, like, consider, we could just kind of be like, yeah, it's not going to be our problem, but every science is going to need this going forward. What in goodness's name is this? I don't remember seeing this. We might want to avoid this one. What do you mean we might want to avoid this one? Wait, what do you mean we might want to avoid this one? You can't just say we might want to avoid this one. You don't even tell me what it does. You could just tell me I can make it and that it eats 4 gigawatts of power, which is kind of absurd. We might want to avoid this one. That teleporter seems crazy. Getting the cube teleporting could be very fun. I don't know. I think I need to just suck it up and set up a new science. That's fun, trust me. I trust you, Fabian. I think it'll be fun. Wait, is it going to be like the fun where it's like soul-crushingly difficult fun? Or is it going to be... I mean, that is kind of fun, unironically. I think I'd enjoy it. Let's remake the science. Ugh, I don't want to remake the science. I've been putting it off for so long. I don't want to remake the science. I know I'm whining about it. I'm sorry. The science sucks. We need more science. I hate it. I'm going to try to make it here, I think, since we already have another science rocking down here, and I wanted to make the other science in this spot if we could, which might not have enough space, but if we can, I want to try to move the science out of this area because it's way too compact right now. If we switch this over to like specifically processing, I don't want to remake the science, but I have to remake the science. This sucks. I hate it here. It's all my fault too. I don't know why I thought 4 was going to be enough. I think I set it up specifically because I was like, you know what? This takes so much stuff that 4 will have to be sufficient, but clearly I was just being lazy, and this is just me being punished for that, which is frankly valid. I should have been more... What's the word I'm looking for? On top of it. Studious. I don't want to remake the science. I don't know why I don't like this science specifically. The other science has been fun, but this one kind of irks me. I guess it's because I don't have EM plants. But let us remake science as the prophecy has foretold. We have this area here. Currently we make 0.12 per second. I'm not going to take speed modules into account. We can throw speed modules in down the line, but make 0.12 per second of each of these machines, right? Which means that 10 of them is going to put out 1.2 per second. I really struggled on math for a moment there, which is dramatically better than we were doing before. This being said, our ratio was set up for 4, so I'm going to instead do 12 of them, which will hopefully be a little bit better. For some perspective, we have a stack of 16 of these at 8.8 per second. This will be very similar to them. Were you thinking prod mods on these? I do think prod mods is a good idea. I've always been like a proponent of prod mods for science, just because it like takes so much advantage of the output. If we have more of them too, we can justify it more. I was gonna say I'll just slap prod mods on the 4 we have and call it good, but that's just such a cop out, and I don't want to do that. It's still gonna be really slow, and that really slow is gonna like stick with us through the entire build, which I don't really want to deal with. We clearly need to process much more of this stuff to keep up with it, so let's do that instead. So I'm going to go ahead and get some prod mods crafting in the meantime, because we're going to want to put those on basically all of our sciences, methinks. Grab those. I believe that this is what you want. Heck, I should have just placed this myself, but the bots are coming, so it'll be fine. Wonderful. Now we'll have some productivity modules schmelten. It is only 1 advanced engine unit per each one, so this should be a good chunk of productivity modules, which will be nice. I will put in a request for productivity modules as well. Probably better to actually not request them thinking about it. I'm going to just have the bots put in modules. I will request these things and have them on me, and then oftentimes I'll have the bots do them anyways. Sometimes it's convenient to have them on hand, but right now I don't think it's necessary. I don't want to remake the science. I know I'm whining about it still. I'm sorry. I just can't help it. This is going to be a fairly big build, so hopefully this area here will be enough to cover it, and this will be the output down here. Okay, so let us go top to bottom. It's not too simple. It's 3 items. I don't know why I'm whining so much. I guess because advanced engine circuits and advanced circuits have given me trouble. So we have a stack here. Let me go ahead and copy this, and we'll use this for perspective. Let's just grab one of those, and then we'll grab one of our engine unit makers, and we'll just figure out how much of this we need, and we'll just build it from the bottom up, right? And we'll make a request for prod mods in them so we don't forget it later on. All the items are a little stinky. They are a little stinky. They could certainly be stinkier, so I'm grateful that they're not stinkier, but they're a little bit stinky, so I'm going to complain about it. Like I said before, and I'll say it over and over again, I'm absolutely a complainer, but I'm not a quitter, so we'll make it work. So this is 0.16 per second, which means that with productivity modules, it seems basically 1-to-1, right? These take 0.12 normally. I guess I can get away with 2-to-1, or 2-to-3, excuse me, which is the design I have over here. I have 3-to-4, I think, which is the same thing conceptually. I have 3-to-4. So let us operate under that now. So 3 of these makes 0.16 per second each, meaning 0.45. Well, 4 of these is we'll say 0.6, just to keep it simple. So if we have 0.6 per second coming out of these, basically 0.3 each of them, these ones will eat 0.1 per second each. So this will feed half of our machines if we're doing 12, and this will feed the other half. Very simple. We'll just do 8 of them. It's not even that much more than before, interestingly enough. Now, this does have a few things before it. Specifically, the glass I'm more concerned about. The electronic circuits or whatever, they're not that bad. I'm being dramatic about them. It looks like the things we overlap on are electronic circuits, so we're going to want dedicated ones for each one. I don't think it's going to be enough. I'm going to continue this math here, though. So 0.12, so it makes less of them per second, so we are going to want more of these. We do 5 of them, we end up with 0.6 per second. So we're going to want 10 of these as well. So again, a pretty sizable setup. Just going to put them down here for now so we can keep the math on them. It's not that sizable. It's like, have you heard of a mega base before, Miko? Yeah, I've heard of a mega base. You think I'm new to the Factorio scene? Kinda, in a way. But I have finished Factorio Space Age, so that's something to be said for that at least. We're going to want to fix the glass tech. I think in the meantime, I want to just rip all this down because I want to set up this glass tech in this area that we're currently reclaiming. Now, the issue is we have a few things going on here that are going to be a little scrungle-bunked by this setup. It looks like this is all for science. This is also for science. However, this glass here is also for science. Everything is for science here. Wonderful. The car is made with the engine units over there, which we need to do. So I'm going to start by, I guess, breaking down the things to start loading the beginning of it, right? Prevent it from working. Let it start to funnel itself out. We're not making glass anymore. Boom. Done. Honestly, this is decaying a lot slower than I expected, but I really do want to improve it, so I'm going to do that. My concern becomes that we're not producing enough stone, because I don't think we do have a dedicated stone mine, actually. Never mind. I forgot about that. That was so long ago. Okay, so I'm going to get rid of this build crate and just need speed because I'm going to just rebuild the entire thing because I do think speed modules can be used for success here. Cool. So now that this is done, we're going to deconstruct that. We're going to deconstruct part of this line, deconstruct these, deconstruct this. Again, we're just going to slowly take apart the build rather than put all of them into boxes. Being that one's out of calcium, we can probably just get rid of these belts now and put those in boxes. And just piece by piece, we're gonna get rid of what we're doing. I want to get rid of that weight condition on that train. That inactivity is really dumb. I don't know why I have it like that. That one's on 0 seconds of inactivity. Which one is it? It's probably this one? No, that's the one waiting for the train. Okay, yeah, we want 0 seconds of inactivity. As long as the cube is on it, just go. Like, that is absolutely not necessary. I should start leaving messages along the rails, so whenever it goes on the rails... Oh, but it actually zooms out when it goes too fast, so maybe not. Alright, anyways, back to the thing we're doing at hand. I want to start by setting up our stack of crushers for glass specifically, which stems from us figuring out how much glass we need. So I'm going to call for removing the speed modules from these bottom two and from a crusher as well, just so we can get an idea of like what the base speeds of these things are. So this eats 2 sand per second. With no speed modules, this produces 4 sand per second. Explains why I made it the ratio that I did. Makes complete sense. I guess we could have figured that out as well. 0.34 versus... or 2.79 versus 5.59. Great. Makes sense. Not exactly perfect, but close enough. So, where do we go from here to make it work out? We obviously want a new thing. We're going to have to make it show that the dust comes down here because it's also being used for mineral water distillation. So, like, the sand is being, like, real overused by a lot right now. These are not used all the time, but they're used frequently enough, I think, where it's going to be a problem. So I want to overbuild the sand, probably by 50%. I think that's a fair number to go for because we have it going other places in the base. I don't think it's being used a dramatic amount in the base, but, like, you know, they're being used here for explosives. It's granted it's 0.5 per second, which is actually quite a high number thinking about it. So you know what? I do want to overbuild it by 50%, maybe even twice as much. This is far too little to supply everything. Good in theory, but in practice, obviously, we are struggling quite a bit. So let us begin to also deconstruct this part of the build. This should be the beginning and the end of where it really like starts to do anything. Do you output anywhere? I don't know where you would have output because you don't currently have an output. Perhaps I destroyed it at some point. Either way, we'll get rid of this for now. This machine is also done. Now we have to remember too, we need cerebral substrate to make it over, but this is fine. This pipe's already over here. I'm going to just leave it here and not deconstruct it. Important thing is to cut out the necessary bits here. This currently feeds a machine going up here as well, it looks like. What does that end up doing? That makes screen circuits to make engine units. The engine units are for this build, basically strictly. They don't output anywhere except for down here. They come down for this build. So yeah, this is clearly something I built without enough space to really justify the build, which is fine. We will be reclaiming this stuff as well because these engine units are strictly being used over here. We'll have to bring over another fluid, so keep that in mind. Let's check our pipes, make sure they're all still connected. It looks like pipes are still good. I'm really just nervous about deconstructing everything and destroying pipes because that really happens like every time to me. Let me trash some of the stuff on us that we clearly don't need a bunch of right now. Honk honk indeed. It looks like we've actually finished our build as well, so going to deconstruct this for now because I can't imagine we're going to need any more of these for the moment. Got 4 more heavy turbines. Maybe we will at some point, but I didn't automate it properly anyway, so we're just going to forget about it. So this is done over here. Can get rid of that one. And this one should also be done probably. Cool. That's the dedicated feed over there. I think we're basically good to cut up this part now. I just wanted to make sure we didn't catch any, not cables, any stray pipes specifically. I think stray pipes was really the boogeyman for messing up this build. So we're going to call it to deconstruct the rest of the science now. We will not be doing any science. Hopefully we have a few more to finish tuned speed module. I doubt we'll have enough in the queue to finish effect transmission, which is unfortunate because I could have potentially made it with, actually, you know what? You're not getting something anymore. You're not getting advanced engine units anymore. Which is fine, but I'm going to quickly reset that back up. I think everything is like right here. I meant to keep you, one of you in, so the car could keep being made. Although this is going to take up a lot of space. Maybe I could save a little bit of space, though. By cutting it down a little bit closer to the line. That's a little bit cursed. I don't even know if I want to build there, to be honest. Alright, great. So we're going to cut this in a different place now. We're going to just do a sweet underground right over here. We'll do the same underground right here. Those are going the wrong direction, so let us fix that really quickly. That goes that way, that goes that way. Then we can do a splitter and we can grab a little bit of that rare metal to be used right here. There we go. Just like this will be really slow. This is not going to be a good build or anything, but this is just so we have the cars to break calcium. Shouldn't need any other need for this. That way this doesn't break. Now all of this can be broken down. The rare metal does go through here, so we're going to want to drag that along the side because we're going to want more space for crushing here. But this should all just be done now. We'll remake this. It'll be bigger, stronger, faster than it ever was before. Looks like the water kind of caught a stray here as well. So let's quickly plug that back in and call it good to go. I have no idea where this pipe came from or where it went. I see. I took out a corner of it. That's okay. Let's take out the rest of this first. Okay, now we can make a fresh build. New build, new us. That's what people say, right? Now, I've noticed that I've been kind of a bad cube parent because I've looked over and somehow the cube has been left at daycare. Why did this happen? It seems like it might be almost indefinitely left at daycare as well until this starts processing, which is not going to. So I'm going to have it go pick up the cube. I clicked the wrong one. No. Pick up. Yes, perfect. I don't know how that happened. I wish I paid more attention to it. This being said, the cube should get picked up here, hopefully, and come back home. I really need to fix that. That's like a pretty genuine problem. Like, it is a little, like, funny, haha, like it's sitting around and, like, not doing anything, but it's really problematic. I should have a separate train. That's what I should really do, just have one extra train that just specifically moves the cube. Having it move with this thing is a pain, because I have to set up a condition where, like, it waits for the cube and the cube doesn't, like... We have a condition now where it gets pulled out of here, specifically if... Like, look, there you go. So it got pulled out because there's a condition met where it needs stuff. So now the cube's going to run again. And now it's just waiting for that 20 seconds of inactivity. I'm going to make it 45. That should give it enough time to successfully get out, hopefully. Alternatively, if this box is way too full, it's a problem. Like right now, it's... Oh, there we go. Because then... This is a way better idea. Kind of. On the other hand, it's going to sit there arbitrarily. We need 2 trains. That's the solution. We need 2 trains. I could potentially set up 2 separate interrupts at the same stop, too, which might make more sense. Maybe. Alright, whatever. At least the train has successfully dropped off the cube. Honk, honk. The cerebral fluid substrate thing goes here. It doesn't do anything. We need to reconnect this pipe as well. Which also didn't do anything, but it'll be good to keep track of where all the pipes are for now. I guess we'll just pull the pipes up, actually. Do you want this space back? The water kind of cuts right down here, which we might want to take, so I might move the water down a little bit, but it's fine for the moment. And this line is no longer being used. Cool. So that's better. Now, something worth noting is that because it's all the way over here, we've never actually brought metal down here before. Perhaps we'll bring it across here instead and then down from the source up here because it's available. Alternatively, we can just cut it across here, which might be another solution. We'll see. I don't know which one I want to do yet. But for now, we want to remake this build specifically. So I'm going to get rid of this glass over here. These extra power poles are not necessary. Being that this doesn't go anywhere, we'll also cut up this one. And then we're going to change where the metal comes down as well. That's crazy that this just doesn't do anything down here now. I guess it stops there, which is something. Sweet. So that's good. This way, when we have the metal come down a little bit closer to the source over here, it won't take up quite as much space. My inventory is full of so much garbage now, a truly tremendous and alarming amount of garbage. But we will get rid of, hopefully, the majority of it. Cool. Even though it's not perfect, this one is a lot closer. And will save us a lot more space. It's really like a space thing here. With this area already being kind of tight on space, it's a lot smarter to just kind of not cut our losses, but make things as tight as we can. Oh, you matter. I love that so much. Motivational posters on the wall. Energy. All right, so this is the cerebral substrate, which is not being consumed at all anymore. We're going to just dismantle that. I'd like to move the water as well if we can. Looks like it's super possible to do. So I'm going to cut that, and we're going to just move it over to here for now. I just heckin' stepped on a thing. We'll do it from this view because it's going to be a lot easier to line up. There. Because we're not going to build in this area anyways. That's a much safer space to bring the water across. We can quickly plug it back in over there and then connect it up here. Instead of going down this way, we'll have it go down the left way. Now that we've done the kind of like, I don't want to say boring part, but like the preparatory part, we can actually start getting into the metaphorical meat and potatoes of fixing this area. Why is it called meat and potatoes? Is it because that's like the standard thing that people eat? You matter. Alright, so this glass also goes literally nowhere right now, which is not, right? Where the heck did the glass go normally? There's totally somewhere else that needs glass, right? Maybe I destroyed all the things that needed glass over here. That's probably what it was. Miko. Hello. Guess it's like main course. That's fair. Some things are weird. Meat and potatoes is the bulk of the meal, the important stuff. Interesting. It makes sense. Some sayings are just strange. Why is there so much glass in there? Alright, great. So I'm gonna reclaim these. We got a good chunk through effect transmission so far. I'm surprised there was so much science available for it. Again, I don't think there's any world where we finish. This is the calcium line right now. The calcium line's gonna get completely changed, I believe. The leftward go of it is gonna be different. Looks like we need it rightward just fine, but this one currently goes down to the science build and then goes around to the calcium destroyer 9000, which is fine. I want to eat meat and potatoes. Honest to goodness, I feel like I haven't had meat and potatoes in a long time. I do have some potatoes I was considering making up. My roommate has this recipe she likes to make of like these when I say baked potatoes, I don't mean like a literal like baked potato, but she like dices them up and then like covers them and stuff, puts them in the oven for a while, and they come out so yummy. No idea what she puts on them, but she makes it sometimes and it's really nice. I often do like a good chunk of the cooking, but sometimes she'll do stuff and then it comes out really good and I'm like, why do I bother cooking when I'm surrounded by savants of the cooking nature? I realize I do it because it's kind of fun. I was going to ask, isn't it a little early to eat meat? But I do identify that people have things all time of day and I shouldn't be judgmental about people eating meat early in the day. But I was ready to. I was like, my dukes were up. I was coming out swinging. I was about to be like, how dare you? All right, so let's actually go to the part I kind of skipped over, and that's figuring out how much glass we're going to need. This is where math's going to come in for us one more time. So it's 0.25 per second. I'm consuming 2 per second, so one of these to 2 of these, we knew that before. This makes 0.25 per second, so 2 of these makes 0.5 per second, so 4 of these makes 1 per second. How much glass we're going to need in total, it's going to be a little bit tricky to figure out, actually. So these consume 0.16 per second each, right? Great. However, we're barely like under the demand with 4 of these. And we have like a whole other situation. We haven't considered the fact that we have to do like the bottling or whatever it is too. We have to make the Bethlehem flasks, which is already going to be consuming a lot. So I'm thinking I'm going to just kind of shoot in the dark really high here. So we had a stack of 8 before. I'm going to go for either 32 or 64. We're tripling our science, and 8 was kind of cutting it before. So this should be like plenty, ideally. Cooking can be so fun. Sometimes also you have to do it every day. It's true. Unironically, it's true. I've definitely like fallen into being the kind of person where I'll cook. I'll absolutely cook. When I'm cooking for someone else, I'll like pour my heart into it. I want it to be a yummy dish. I want them to really enjoy it, right? And then when it comes to me, I'm just like, you know what? We could just eat the can of cold pasta. That's so true, Miko. Why don't you just eat the can of cold pasta? Look at that piece of bread. That looks like a great meal. Why don't you just have that piece of bread right now? It's calling out to you. Enjoy that piece of bread. Works every time too. So little effort. But if I'm cooking for someone else, I'm really like putting the effort in. But man, I'm so lazy when it comes to myself. I don't know what it is. I want to say it's a real problem, but it's really not a problem. It's fine. All right, so let us set up our crushing stack now. Now, if we're doing 34 of them, I already forgot what the numbers were. I believe it's 1 crusher to 2 of them. So it'd be 16 crushers, which feels kind of crazy, but you know what? We're doing it. We said we would. Assuming we can fit it somehow. I could always move this water as well. I could do pods of 4, perhaps. Depending on space constraints. This stone can obviously move. I can also underground the calcium and stuff too. Like, this is not like the end of the world or nothing. This stone can also move. Because this stone is just like joining. Wait, actually, it's quite low. Why is that stone so low? That stone should be really high, right? Ah, no, that's not the stone I think it is. Do we have a stone loading bay here? No, our stone just comes across the map, right? It's like a belt down here or something. There it is. There's our stone belt. Cool, 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 cool. They both just combine here and then go up here. So the stone going up here, and they also come out of here because this output stone as well. Yeah, the stone going up here is not like the most necessary thing that's happened to, but it's probably good to do so. It's really just the calcium I'm stuck on right now. I think the calcium cutting through here is a bit of a pain in the butt, so we're gonna move it. I think basically everything, if it's not directly relevant at the exact moment, is going to be brought to the side and then brought around. I can do this way better than whatever the heck I'm doing here. It saves a lot more space. Hello, Mr. Bobic 3000. Hopefully you're doing well today. It is nice to see ya. Let's bring this around like I was saying before. The calcium will just output here because this is the calcium offloading anyways, but this saves us so much space for crushing. Only other thing we have to really move at this point would be the water, which is fine. So ready to go home. Hopefully the rest of the day is quick for you, Q. I'm sorry that you're having... I mean, I guess it's just like work is work, you know? It's never like super fun to be there. Some days are okay though, but not most days. At least in my personal experience. Oops, let's not do that. So we said we were gonna do 16, so I think we'll do 8 by 8 to start, and then another of that somewhere else. Again, this stone belt is extremely negotiable. It just happens to connect into where our stack of crushers are up here. So if we could fit in another set like here, which we probably could if we move everything, it would be quite nice. I would like this box to empty out first, and then I'd like to move this stone. I just want to keep everything around this area because I really think I could fit the whole crushing setup in here otherwise. And see, like, it comes right around. Oh, can I fit it through here with some undergrounds? Because it comes right over to where I had the logic set up before. To like dump a little extra stone. So like that's perfect. I mean, it's not quite perfect. I still need to like actually fix it. But if I move this over like 1 or 2 and then put a splitter there, we're like cooking. I think I have it backwards. It's got to be like that. It was actually totally fine where it was. Go back. I'm sorry. That was my bad. That was a certified oopsie moment. There we go, because this is checking the logic of something somewhere. I guess this is just reading. Ah, okay, it's checking over there. So I did have it right, which is fine. ×2. Electric Boogaloo. Great, so now this line can just kind of be destroyed. And now we have plenty of space. Okay, actually, there's no logic here at all, so we'll have to fix that, certainly. Actually, no, this is fine now. Probably. I don't know. I keep bouncing between if it's fine or not. It might not be fine. We'll fix it eventually. That's a future us problem. I'm not dealing with it right now. Let's move as much of this as we can out for now, though. So we have a little bit of inventory spot, too. I'm going to get rid of the calcium and whatnot that we have on us. This might not even be the final resting place of this stuff. I may end up moving it one more time, but for now, it will move over to here, I think, and that'll be good for the moment, at least. And we'll let this peter out on its own, but that way we'll be able to fit the 16 of them here. Now, how much do they put out per second? I believe it was like 2 per second or 4. It's 4 per second. Our belt does 60 items per second, or are we on the 30 items per second belt? 45. I think it's 45, actually. 45. So that means that these will not be able to satisfy this one belt. So we're going to want to use 2 belts. Ideally. We don't have the mod that allows us to decide where it outputs on the belt either. So we're going to have to get a little bit funky with our output. But we do have plenty of space to be able to like make it work. I could also just shift them a little bit, which might make it simple, but it'll also be potentially a little bit not good looking. So hopefully we can avoid that. There we go. So get that going down there. Whoops, I did that one too high. Just trying to avoid filling my inventory with sand, but I should have just sucked it up and done it. There we go. All right, so the sand is gone. That's where it goes. Au revoir, sand. Priority to the base, but now we're making no sand at all. But now, hopefully, we can set up our 16 crushers we wanted. I hope that's not going to be too much power. Certainly not. We might want more space between them as well, but we can certainly fit our 16 crushers now. Barely. Remember when I said this wasn't the final resting place of all this stuff? I was really just speaking from the future a few seconds. Because I am going to move it basically immediately out of the way. Honestly, this is also kind of in the way. That's fine. We'll have to fix a lot of our logic, but again, this is just like issues we had before. Once we fix this stuff and get our Science 3 going a lot better, it will be feeling much, much, much better. I'm gonna just plug this in here, so if we need any sand, we'll go through. I doubt we'll need much of it in the meantime. Looks like our bots are also full on storage space because our storage boxes are so tiny, so we'll set up a few more of those. Our storage mall is really not looking great right now. Hope we can get bigger storage boxes soon. That'd be quite nice. Sweet. So let us get the rest of these set up. So actually, let me think about the belts ahead of time here. So again, one belt is just not going to be satisfactory, unfortunately. So I think what we're going to do is 2 belts, but we'll just have it so that these are slightly offset. So one belt goes here and then one belt goes here. It's going to look a little bit bad though, so maybe I'll do it. How do I want to do it actually? I mean, I can make them like this. This will make it a lot more uniform with the output. Keep in mind too that with this design though, we're going to need to fill or feed the sand in, or the actually, it should be really easy to feed in both sides with how we have our stuff wrapping on right now. This will be fine. So my thought is once these 4 go through, it comes up like here, and then we just undergo it, and then we have 2 lines going out, and that should be able to feed the furnaces just fine. They'll make a nice looking stack, and then it'll be okay, I guess. It won't be perfect, but it'll be good enough. So let us set up our offloading on these. I'm going to just set up 2 of them, and then I'm going to copy it, and then paste it here, and then do the same thing over here so that they're symmetrical. And we can just copy it down the way to save ourselves a little bit of time. Wonderful. So those are now feeding outwards. We need them to also feed inwards. This being said, we're also going to need to feed a good chunk of stone. I'm hoping that our stone is going to be sufficient on its own. It might not be. We'll have to find that out as we go, because this is kind of an ambitious project. Traditionally, we produce a good chunk of stone, though, so I'm thinking we'll be fine. We might need to feed a second belt of stone from our stone source, though, so keep that in mind, because it's certainly a problem that could happen. Currently, our main stone line goes through the base. Where is it? Right down here. Comes through here, and then it goes up through here, and then around here, and then up through here, and then connects down here. This spot here is weird, because this spot is basically just consuming stone that comes excess from over here. I don't know why this is a splitter here exactly. Perhaps it wasn't always a splitter before, but it doesn't look like stone goes anywhere here, so it's fine. Maybe that was to cover both sides of a belt. Actually, that would make sense if that's how it was initially. But for now, we can set it up in a simple way where we know for a fact that this is a main line of stone belt that is coming from a very reliable source, being our stone mines. It's going to be a little bit awkward to plug it in the side where all that water is. I did consider that, but it should still be just fine in the end. I'm going to do a separate one over here Oh my gosh, it's almost impossible, but it's not. Great. So we'll do one line over here and then have them feed like that. And then this one will be a lot simpler. And then have them feed like this. Great. It's not perfect because that one's kind of like gunked in the corner. I guess I could fix the rest of the design. Actually, yeah, no, that's fine. So that one will feed from there. This is now symmetrical. This is now symmetrical enough. Everything's being fed. Cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Great. So going to copy that on the other side so we have it feed the same way so it'll look nice, hopefully. Going to go into map view so I don't mess it up. Cool. So now we have an interesting, I don't know if issue is the word, opportunity might be a better one, where we can feed it with this belt instead, which I think I'm going to do because this belt has the luxury of being fed from a few sources. There you go. Cool. So now we have all of our things being fed. Obviously, we need to craft more of them, but now we have them being fed. They should be able to be output as well. I guess we'll need to actually set up the power to feed them. I guess if we have to, we should probably make it so that they actually function. But there you go. It works. Trademark, kinda. This feels like a really overkill. Like, I feel like I missed a number somewhere. This feels like way too many of these to come through. Obviously, we need to craft 6 more of them, which I don't think we can do right now. We can make 2. We need basic matter unit. The bots will ferry us over some. How wonderful the bots are. Always looking out for us. And then we need some rare earth metals, which thankfully, again, we have a bunch of available. I think we needed 4 more, was it? Yeah, that looks about right. Wonderful. Thank you very much, bots. Maybe we'll ramp that up a little bit too, potentially. It could be an idea, if nothing else. Now our brand new crusher stack is now up and crushing, as they say. Did not set up this output properly, but now it should be good. Cool. So now we have 2 lines of these going out. So we can work on our stacks. Keeping in mind something notable is that we do actually need an output of sand itself down here. Why do we need an output of sand? Great question. Looks like it is used in something all the way down here in concrete. So we do want some sand returning to this box if we can. Wow, that's in such a good spot. I love whatever the heck is going on here. Such a good spot. It's a little bit of sarcasm, admittedly. I don't think an underground can fit across this. I think it's a little bit too short. But wouldn't you know it, we can just move that a little bit and then kind of make it work. Yeah, that should be fine. Actually, it's not going to be fine. That's fine. Cool. So my thought process is I'm going to just bring it in over here. That way, this will hopefully be fed again. This process over here is not going to run with the current setup, so we'll need to move it a little bit to make that work. Again, hopefully it'll be simple. This is a very tight build, but again, I wanted to take advantage of all the space we had, so I'm not like upset or anything about it. I think it's a good idea in practice. I simply put output priority left, and then we'll just set up belts that go this way, and then belt that goes that way. That'll be it. Hopefully that'll be able to keep running. This has a condition where it's only going to run when this box is particularly high, but it's not reading the box right now. Cool. So now this will get rid of excess sand, I guess. I don't love this setup altogether, but it's good enough for now. And the important thing is we just reclaim this area for a boatload of crushing. And now we can do our furnace stack wherever we want, basically. We'll bring it outwards across here. We'll do our furnace stack over here because we have so much space for it. Electric furnaces are what we're going to use. I don't think I automated electric furnaces. So I'm going to start handcrafting them. Because they're very, very inexpensive, which means I probably should have automated them. I should check really quick. Right? Surely I didn't do it. Nah, I didn't. Cutting corners all the time, Miko. You should automate everything. Especially furnaces. But in my defense, we don't use furnaces super often, which is a strange thing to say. So my initial stack was 8 furnaces. Each one of these feeds 2 furnaces. Now we have 16 of them, so we can do the 32 that we wanted to before. Now, keeping in mind that if I do 32 here, we're not going to have excess sand coming through, right? I also need to actually plug in the rest of that sand too. That can fit, right? Yeah, it can. You just get that across there. Cool. That way we can rip sand at some point after the process. Do I do 32? I could cut it down to 30, and that will leave a trickle coming through. Have a good stream. I appreciate it. Good luck with work. I appreciate you stopping in. Where is their call for prod mods? Ah, down there. I'm surprised we didn't make more prod mods. I thought I'd set up so there'd be a lot of them. Oh, we ran out of modular casings, interestingly enough. Totally valid. We're not making them super quick or nothing. Okay, so what is this demand? I guess we'll start there. These are 0.16 required each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. We'll just call it 10 or 1.0 per second, which is 4 furnaces, which is not that high of a demand. However, I believe steps earlier and it also need glass, maybe? Maybe not. Ah, right, the Erlenmeyer flask or whatever it is. It's not Erlenmeyer, it's Besselheim flask. The Besselheim flask produces 1 of these per second, the little potion thingies, which are certainly not potions, but I'm going to call them potions now because they look like potions to me. And we need a, what is it called? Chemical plant. Sweet. Because we need bottled consciousness. Bottled consciousness takes intelligent calcium, which is calcium and then those basic contemplation cards. Where do we make those cards? It's somewhere around here, right? It's up here. Cool. So now these cards are also kind of going nowhere. Thankfully, it should be easy enough. The cards just go here. We can bring the cards alongside everything else and just, they'll be good to go. So I'm not concerned about the cards. Shouldn't need to change much for it, because it should be checking the same conditions every time. But that's where the cards will come out at least, which will be good for us. It's going to give us so much more space. So nice. Great. So how much do we need of this? Specifically this, I guess. This makes 0.5 of that per second. Each of these consume 0.23 per second. So with the modules, but it's 0.25 normally, which doesn't actually matter too much in practice. Oh, it's actually... some of them just have 1 module in them. So yeah, it is 0.25. So effectively, it's 1 of these to 2 of our science makers. We are doing 12 of them, so we're going to want 6 of them currently. So at 6 of these, we're going to need to produce 3 glass per second. I can do math. I can add 0.5 together 6 times. Don't you mind me. 3 of those, which means this requires 6 glass per second on its own. So this is 6 glass per second to satisfy this build. And these are about, we'll call it 1.5, but it's not. But let's just say 7.5 glass per second to satisfy this build. That'll be more than the build needs by a decent amount. And that'll help me mentally with it. Something horrible has happened here. I've met with a terrible fate, haven't I? I wonder why there's an underground there. It must have been my own fault. Probably because of how I dragged it across, if anything. Hopefully that fixes it by cleaning out the system. Very strange. Okay, so 7.5 glass per second. If we have a smeltery, which is called a furnace, because I totally know what a furnace is called. Making glass, each one of these makes 0.25 per second. So 4 of these makes 1 per second. So we'll need 7 times 4, which is 21 of them. So our stack of 32 is totally fine. I think maybe I will keep it at 30 instead, like I was kind of alluding to before. I guess I can just delete this and then Control Z it back, right? Cool. Alternatively, we can bring it down to 28 as well. To drop off 4 of them. My only thought is we do want some dust to survive. But 24 feels low, so we'll do 28. We'll do 28 of them. This is not like proper positioning, so I'm not going to bother setting this up now. Whoops, that's really not good either. So we'll have the glass output here. We'll just do like a standard input as well. I will build it with the intent of potentially beaconing it later. I believe there's space. Assuming beacons are normal size. Can I see beacons? I guess I haven't finished the research yet. Does it say the building size? It does not seem to. That's okay. I'm going to assume they're normal beacon size or similar sized. They might not be as well, but we're going to operate under that assumption. I could also make the build with substations instead, which will give us even more freedom potentially. Maybe I'll do that. I do appreciate substations, and they give us one more space than I would normally have done the build with. Appreciate the hydrate redeem wise wolf. I'll absolutely hydrate, and it's so nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing fantastic today. I need to keep up on my water. My throat's been getting really scrungly when streaming lately. Been so bad with it. Alright, so we said we're going to do 28. One substation can cover 6 of these. Will they connect, though, is the question. The answer is a whopping no, so let's play it safe and move it down a little bit. There we go. So we can do 10 between each substation. This is 10, this is 12 more. You're looking at 28. I'm really struggling with the math front today, clearly. It's gonna be a big old stack. Maybe I should make them horizontal instead. I think I might do that. I don't want it to be that tall. I mean, we have a lot of tall space though, so we should take advantage of it. Just came back from bouldering. You'll have to explain to me. I'm a little bit not hip, as it were. What is bouldering? Is it dangerous? It sounds dangerous on paper. My assumption is it's dangerous. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to make them wide, I think. I'll do 14 and 14. So this is 20 here. I guess we'll do 16 and 16. Wait, that puts us back to where we wanted to be before. I don't want to go up to 32. I still do 12 by 12. That might make too little, though. It'll be awkward otherwise, though. Wait, do I need 12? Hold on. My brain's getting stuck. This makes 1. We need way more than I'm thinking about. No, because it's only 8.5. I'm in the right spot. 12 by 12 is fine. 13 by 13 is more ideal. 14 by 14 is the most ideal, I think. So we have 10. We have 12. We have 14. That's simple. We'll do 14 by 14 twice. We'll call it a day there. Nico, Han, so nice to see you. But you can try and rely on glass pack Amazon point if you do the full 32. I was thinking about that too. I could also just add like a few speed modules into crushers. Actually, that's a way better idea. I'll just add a few speed modules in the crushers. I'm overthinking this by a lot. I was also like really struggling with math for a little bit there, which is so embarrassing, but it's so true. This will make it a lot prettier to tile. We can do it like this. Whoops. Apparently there's a dead gray trunk in the way. There we go. That's a lot simpler. Don't have to hurt my little itty bitty brain anymore. Kind of bring this upward alongside it as well. We'll have one lane feed one side and the other one feed the other side. We'll have our glass go downwards. That seems like the most logical thing for me. And again, just a simple splitter should suffice here. I made them too close together. Did I? No, I didn't. Cool. I want them to be one space apart here, which works out perfectly for what we want. So we'll set that up really quickly. Yeah, internet is awful here. Oh, that sucks. I hate that. Sometimes the ISP here is just like really, really bad, but they're also like the most affordable in the area for what they give. It's really a catch-22. I really wish they had fiber in my area. I would totally get it, but they certainly don't, and that's so unlucky. Because it's so heckin' affordable in like the nearby towns and stuff too. It's a real slap in the face, let me tell ya. I think we can move that a little bit. Glad the cube is still cubing in the meantime. You go officially become a Factorio streamer. No, no, no. I do Factorio like... I guess I do it 3 days a week. That's no joke. But I do other stuff too. I've just been having a lot of fun with Factorio lately. I think recently someone was asking me like, why don't you stream Arknights anymore? And I was like, it's no like special reason about it. I just like, I'll do it when IS-7 comes out probably. No, fiber's very sad. It's super unfork knife for sure. I've never had fiber in my life. I've been trying to encourage my mom to get it because she's like, I don't know, I don't trust it. I'm like, Mom, you pay like $170 a month for like really bad internet. You gotta trust me. They're hosing you right now. But then when I talk like that and stuff, she'll be like confident that I know tech stuff again. And I will always try to help Mom when she asks for help, don't get me wrong, but I really don't know tech stuff. I just know that it's inexpensive and fiber is supposed to be really, really good. Not a fan of the game, but if you're happy, I'm happy. I appreciate that, hon. I try to keep things varied. If you want to check out other stuff, at least lately I've been doing Final Fantasy on Fridays, and Thursdays have been A Bat to the Heavens, but I'll do other stuff in the meantime too. What I really want to get back to is a good Pokemon fan game, but I was trying to decide exactly how I want to do that. I want to finish up Unbound stuff, so maybe I'll make some more time to do Unbound. Or I'll just wait until Pokemon... What's it called, the new one? Sun and Ocean or something? Oh, sea and wind? Wind and water? Wind and water. I'm going with wind and water for my final answer. Surely it's not water. Waves and wind. Wind and waves. Something like that. Maybe when that comes out, I'll play that, though. That's what I'm trying to allude to. Either way, our glass tech is looking pretty good over here. I don't even really know what Arknights is. I tried to play the new one because I heard it has factories. They kept being like cutscenes and characters. Yeah, so Arknights, which, you know, I started playing a long time ago. Actually, like when it came out, is just like a tower defense gacha game. At its core, you've got your little units. They're often cute little units. You put them down. The enemies try to enter your little, like, don't enter this box, your no box, and then if they enter, you're gunked. And if they don't enter, you've succeeded. And that's like the long and short of it. Has a lot of lore and stuff. They came out with a sequel game, which is 3D, and now the characters are 3D instead, versus Arknights, which has the two-dimensional characters, which is cool and stuff. The lore is disconnected, but similar. And I took a few sponsored streams of Enfield a while ago. I don't dislike Enfield, but man, I just don't like gacha games. It's tower defense, I would have guessed that. Yeah, yep. So it's tower defense for Arknights, and then Arknights Enfield is like a Xenoblade-esque action combat game with factory elements. And the factory parts are fun, but I feel like they kind of take a backseat, and once you set up your factory, it's like done. It's not bad or anything. Like, I had a fun time playing it. I just like, I don't like gacha games. I already played too many of them as is. I've been playing for years, and I don't like playing them. I do like Arknights though. I think Arknights is one of the more fair ones. I can't speak for Enfield as much, because it falls into that like more predatory system that I feel like a lot of gacha games fall into nowadays, where they just have all these like ridiculous rules where if you don't get a character on a specific banner, then like good luck getting them again, and you lose your like pity for them. It's just like it's a whole nightmare. So I don't really recommend gacha games to anyone. Arknights is a little bit more fair though. You and I like siblings. We hate gacha games, play Arknights for the fun of tower defense. I really love tower defense. I would genuinely boot up stream and just play gem tower defense on like StarCraft. I think it's on StarCraft 2 now actually, for just like hours. I love tower defense games. Playing Warcraft 3 custom games and stuff like that back in the day went crazy. Balancing a factory you can optimize probably be hell in a gacha game. Thankfully, the factory itself is disconnected from the gacha elements altogether. So that's nice. But it's still like not... It's certainly not the focus of the game. It's cool that it's there and everything, and I like it, but It's not the focus. And like I had fairly optimized my factories and stuff by the time I stopped playing. And then there was just like no more factory to really do. If you like exploration and stuff, it's really a nice time though. If you're very much into like the not quite Genshin Impact style open world, but like maybe Breath of the Wild light, I guess, because there's not like climbing and stuff, but there's puzzles and stuff, and there's like a world to surround yourself in. So if you enjoy like that stuff, it's probably a good time for you. And I don't dislike it or anything, but I do not want to dedicate a bunch of time to another gacha game. My sister was a master of Bloons Tower Defense. Oh my gosh, Bloons goes crazy. I haven't played Bloons in a minute though, but I used to play it with my friends. To be honest, I don't even play Arknights passionately anymore. I just quick play to run it. To run back to Pokemon and Pal World. I get how that goes though. I go through like spots with that with a lot of things. Especially like, I wish I didn't play gacha games. If I could like not play gacha games ever again, that would be like a huge win in my book, unironically. I know it sounds kind of silly because I play a chunk of them and I streamed them and stuff, but gacha games are just like, they expect so much of your time, which is so obnoxious because like time is already kind of a premium. And not only do they expect your time, they also really expect your money. A lot of them you can play without spending money on them, but like I don't want to waste money and time on that. Speaking of Warcraft 3, did you watch the Grubby tournament? It was really fun. Placed €200 on Umasume and stopped playing for 3 months. I don't play gacha anymore. I did not watch the Grubby tournament. I'm not familiar with it, unfortunately. At least I don't think so, unless I did like a long time ago. Yeah, I played Umasume for a bit too, but the appeal to me to Umasume was like the story parts more than like the grinding. And I found out that much of the game, and again, I could be wrong about this for the record, my opinions are how I perceived it. If you like love Umasume and you're about to be like coming up at me like, Miko, you're totally wrong, you don't get it, like it's actually really good, it's actually super fair. I just like running like the VN part of it. I like the stories and stuff. That's generally what'll bring me to a game. And once I stop caring about the story, the effort I put into it, you know, declines alongside that as well. Speaking of Pal World, I want to join a server opening probably tomorrow. Maybe. I would normally be a little more enthusiastic, but I've been really, really busy lately, and I'm not sure if my friends are going to want me to wait and play, because I played it with them forever ago. So they might be waiting on me to do it at some point. But I do appreciate it, and if I do, I'll let you know. Very much appreciate the invitation, though. I'm always happy to hear about updates, whether or not I'm playing something, though. So if you ever do something cool, like tell me on the Meat Court or whatever. Speaking of, the Meat Court is such a good name for a server. I mean, it's not that good. I'm kind of glazing myself a little bit, but I was like, I got to figure out what to name this server. I really cooked with that one. All right, so this is currently making 1 per second. We have our flasks set up from our new glass stack. I do have to plug in the glass somewhere, though, I believe. Right? Does the glass have to go somewhere else? I really should have put down display panels. Actually, we can check it here. Is this running? No, because we're out of crystals. Why are we out of crystals? Because we're out of calcium. Because calcium doesn't come down here anymore. Because the calcium simply broke. And I never fixed it. But it looks like this whole build doesn't need glass at all. This year, streamers need to play Warcraft 3, train for 3 months and then 3-day tournament. That sounds so cool. I had no idea that was a thing. I knew that there was a Street Fighter 6 thing that happened at EVO that I saw between streamers, which was kind of cool. I love fighting games. I want to dedicate more time to playing fighting games again. They're just so much fun. Okay, so our glass line is good now. I guess we'll start by trying to get the chemical plants going first. We'll start our build up here and move it downwards. I want to give you a compliment for the Discord name. It's such a good pun. Thank you. I was really proud of it. Like, unironically, I was like, Miko, you really cooked this time. You know that one like meme image of Barack Obama putting a medal on Barack Obama? Kind of what my brain was feeling at the time. Maybe that's too specific, but it really was like a pat on the back that I probably was a little too eager to give myself. All right, so this looks good over here. We just need to get our cerebral substrate in, our intelligent calcium. The intelligent calcium is our contemplation cards and calcium. This should be really easy to set up. Currently, this is 1-to-1. So simply put, we'll make 6 of them up here in this area. Ideally, I'd like to actually put them on this belt up here since we're going to already have a kind of spicy input and output here. So hopefully we can keep it kind of simple. This might be a little tight on space, so maybe I'll move all this down just a teensy bit, a little bit, so we have more space up here for the calcium. That looks much better. Because the calcium takes contemplation cards and calcium. We already know the calcium... Oh, it actually flows right through here too. But I want to take it more from the source up here. So currently our calcium goes down here and then is used in other recipes down this way. It looks like now we're automatically destroying calcium with no rhyme or reason. Why is that? Ah, we just have excess of it. That's the only reason, which is good. Clearly we're not using calcium for science now, so it makes sense that it would be destroyed. I say with no rhyme or reason, but it's a little bit dramatic because there's clearly a rhyme and or a reason happening here. Something I'd like to do is move this down a little bit if we can. And cut the stone a little bit lower so we have more space to deal with the calcium rather than being so tightly woven as such. That's a lot better. Then we can put our splitter right here and then we'll be good to go on it. Cool. Cool. Move that over one. And there we go. Wait, this is totally wrong now, I think. What is this even reading? This is reading... These don't do anything anymore. All right, we need to fix what's happening here. So this was initially set up so that... I guess I can just input priority right here to kind of mitigate it. This was set up initially. I should have just like left the belt there. So that this side would only feed extra when it's needed. So I'm going to set it up here. Just like it was before, it's going to be hold all belts, and then this is going to enable, disable, and then if the stone in this area specifically is equal to 0, then this will kick on. That's simple. So this will only feed some in when this can go. Perhaps I should do this area instead, actually. So let us change that over to here instead. So we're going to hold all belts and then remove that one. There we go, much better. Cool, so now we are making our, I keep wanting to call it dust for some reason, sand, which is looking very, very good. That comes through here, up here, and down here. And our glass is coming through here. This moved down a little bit, but now we can grab our calcium. And we already have our cards coming through here. Hello, train. Goodbye, car. And now that we have a little bit more freedom, my evil plan can now be enacted. I know, surprise, surprise, Miko's evil. No one saw it coming. The twist that everyone saw. Okay, I see what happened before. That gets a little bit funky when you set it up like that. Hello, train. Please don't hit me as I walk across. Thank you very much. So kind of you. Now our calcium comes here as well as our cards, which is everything we need to complete our next phase of our assignment, which is to set up intelligent calcium. And this should be a perfect build of calcium to match our Besselheim Plus to get our bottled consciousness going, hopefully. Miko is lovely. Oh, I appreciate it. Very kind of you. I'm going to just bring it down like that. Oh, I really like how that looks, actually. And we'll fit it right in here. It should be fine. 2 years, 2 months. That's crazy. Feels like it's been forever. And it somehow has been forever. Plus, I'm getting old, which is unlucky. I'm not getting that old, but I feel like I'm getting so old every day. Which is super unfork knife. I'm actually going to output these upwards, I think, instead of the alternative position, and then have them just snake around for the sake of space we have here. Then our intelligent calcium comes over here, comes down here, and then plugs right in there. Look at that. It's like a match made in science heaven. We're young in spirit. That's what I like to keep telling myself. You're as young as you feel. Granted, I feel not as young as I'd like to be most days, but that's fine. So cool, this should be perfect now. 0.5, these make 1 each, so this satisfies this. 0.5, 0.5. This is now a fully satisfied build of bottled consciousness required for our science. Let us bring over our substrate that is now somewhere lost in the confines of this over here, I think. There it is, that bright blue color. Wouldn't you know, we can just drag it right alongside here, so we're gonna do that, hopefully. Too far to connect. What if I do it here? Oh, that's so lucky. Fantastic. Funny, I feel better at 30 than when I was younger. Should have started bouldering earlier. But Miko couldn't hurt a fly. It's true. I actually put bugs outside. Even stupid stink bugs, and those guys are jerks. Sorry, any stink bug fans. Surely there's not stink bug fans. I mean, I guess there could be. I shouldn't be so judgmental. So this area of pipe's kind of wasteful, unfortunately. There's probably a better way I could do it, but it involves offloading with long-handed inserters. Unironically, though, the important thing is to just, like, stay healthy. Like, I know that sounds, like, ridiculous, because, like, you know, what can you do other than just, like, begin to... I guess just, like, take care of yourself. Have a nice snack every once in a while. I think that's the key to youth, is just, like... when I say nice snack, I mean, like, break out the... What's a good one? Break out the celery and peanut butter, you know? Hit yourself with the ants on a log. Have an apple. That's what I told myself when I... Once I was like 20, I was like, you know what? I want to start eating healthier. And then I had a health scare and I was like, you know what? I need to start eating healthier. That's a real way to keep you like on your toes. Have a health scare if you're ever like thinking your life is not exciting enough. Also started working on finally moving to my own house. Oh, that's exciting. Good luck. Wait, Wise Wolf, I asked what bouldering was. You probably said it and I missed it. What is bouldering? I remember asking it before. I need to know what bouldering is. I don't see it in chat. Maybe I missed it. But if you don't mind sharing, I'm really curious what it is. I would love to get a house one day. There's a lot of things I'd love to do. But for now, we'll work with what we can. Awful connection again. Thanks for stopping in, Han. It was nice to see ya. Alright, this is done. Is this just like an output for it? Cool. We finished one of our main things. The model consciousness for our science is done. Next up, I think we'll do green circuits, which I know sounds weird. I mean, we want to do dedicated builds for them too, though, maybe. How many green circuits do we need? Let's start there. So base, these are basically 2 to 3 on this build here. So let's visualize how many we're actually going to need. 2 to 3 done, 2 to 3 done, and then we'll do 2 more here as well. So we have an excess of green circuits. I want to make an excess of everything here, if we can. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Normally we should need like 5, 6 will be fine here. How many do we need over here? It's 0.25 for each one. So it is 4 to 1 instead. So 1, 2, 3. Which means actually in a fun twist of fate, we can probably reduce this because we're making 5 per second here. It's 0.66 times 8 per second, which is going to be, is that slightly over 5 or slightly below 5? My poor brain. Hello, Cubeco. Hi, T. How's it going over there on the YouTube side? I'm trying to do basic math. I'm breaking out the calculator. I know it's sad, but I'm not good at math, okay? I mean, I'm okay at math sometimes, but if I want to know something precise, it's like... And sometimes my brain just gets cube overload. All right, so it's 5.28. It is slightly higher, which I was thinking. Doing math manually? Never mind. I did break out the calculator. I think that's the first time I broke out the calculator when playing Factorio. They should really have one in-game. It's really rude of them to not have one. Is the concept of a calculator copyrighted? You have to, like, pay to put a calculator in your game. Why not sell a game that just has a bunch of convenient things like a calendar and a calculator in it? All right, so it is a little bit higher, so this is going to make a little bit of excess. Factorio does one in-game? Oh, I didn't realize. Whoops. As a certified oopsie moment. So we need 6, 9. We'll do 10 of them just for the sake of having enough. It makes 1 per second, so 10's not even going to saturate a belt on its own. We will do 10 of these, and then we'll have our stack of these to pull from. Which means we're going to need conductive wire to be able to feed these. These are 4 to 1, I believe, so we'll need 3 conductive wire makers to satisfy that specific demand. Do we need wire anywhere else down the line? We do. We need wire for this as well. So it is going to be how much? It looks like 3 of them require about 4 wires, so that's going to be 3 more wire makers. So we'll do 6 wire makers in total. These are so spread out. It's so not good. We shouldn't use a calculator in science. Why is there a scientific calculator option? That's so valid, though. Usually when I did calculators, I would just try to, like, draw pictures on the graph or, like, write words on it and stuff. Okay, so this is like good. I know it's like I just tossed all my Legos on the floor before building with them, but that helps me visualize better by a lot, actually. What else do you need? You need glass. We've sorted out the glass already, and you just need the unstable gas. So this is done now. Basic motor units is the other thing that we still need that we haven't set up yet. So basic motor units are pipes, and I believe they're 1-to-1 as well, but we're going to need a bunch of these. So I kind of want to visualize that as well really quick. Pipes are definitely in a different tab. Boom. Okay, great. These are actually 2-to-1. So these produce 0.5 per second. These each consume 0.5 per second. This part's going to be like a disgustingly large build to the point where I think we're going to put it over on the other side of the track, to be honest, because I think this is going to be crazy. Like on its own, 2 of these are... I guess it's not going to be that big, but it's going to be roughly 50% bigger than this, which is fine, I guess. Do you still Pokemon on it? No, I actually had a Game Boy Color that I brought to my classes and stuff. I didn't bring it to all my classes, but if I was like... I don't want to say I wasn't that bad of a student. Okay, I was just not driven, all right? But if there was a class where I was like, I've got this, I'm going to pass anyways, I would kind of sit in the back of the class and just play like Pokemon Silver on my Game Boy Color. Was it a good thing to do? No. Do I recommend it to other people? Probably not, but I did do it. It would have been convenient if it was on a calculator instead. I never got the Game Boy taken away either. I should have been a better student. It's like a semi-regret of mine. But it's okay. In my defense, the school was stinky and it was their fault and I did nothing wrong. An infallible defense, to be sure. So where are we going to steal our materials from is the question. Honestly, I wish that we had a more free spot here to rip from. Although we have so much coming through, it might not even matter. Did that too and then never learned how to learn. Being smart sucks when younger. It's like, it's rough because like, and this is not a flex at all, but when I was in school, there were plenty of classes where like I would kind of like weigh the value of doing homework. Because if they would be like, all right, homework's worth 35% of the grade, we'll say. And then tests are worth 65. Let's say it was like that. I would look at that and go, this is so easy, or not so easy, but I could totally pass by just focusing tests and doing a minimal amount of homework. That would be like what my logic would be, which was really dumb. Don't do that. Absolutely not. Terrible idea. I would succeed, but my grades really like looked bad because of it, which was not a good choice. So moral of the story is just do school. It's worth it, shockingly enough. I mean, school itself shouldn't be shocking, but man, the schools that I dealt with were a huge pain. Sometimes public school systems are just kind of bad. Luck of the draw of where you grow up and everything. Some teachers were amazing though. Again, I had a couple really, really good ones. But definitely stay in school, kids. That's what I'm recommending today. I'm trying to think about how we're going to get a good stack of matter units over here. Where to pull them from? There's a line that goes here. This only feeds the mall right now, but the mall might have kind of a big demand on them, so I'm a little bit concerned. But this does seem to be one of our better options to rip from, shockingly enough. I did that once because I was like, oh, only lab's only 20% of my grade. Missed the cause. If you fail the labs, you fail the course. Brutal. Honestly, a brave strategy, but I never faced that kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Replication? Reprimanding? Repercussions! That's the word, repercussions. I did actually hit a repercussion, which was really not funny, but it is kind of funny to think about now, for missing too much school. Because I didn't really love going to school. So I would just kind of not go many days. And because of that, I had to go, oh, this is like, I felt so bad. I had to go to like in front of this like council that would determine if they were going to allow me to graduate or not. When I had enough credits and stuff to graduate. I did fine, like scholarly, but they were like, yeah, you know, we need you to bring your mom in and stuff. So then my mom had to go in. I was so upset. She was super upset about it too, which made it so much worse. Because I was just like, I don't really care. I'll go to the stupid thing and they'll probably pass me, hopefully. Then my mom had to go to it too, and I felt so bad about that. And I still I don't think about it from time to time, but like, ugh, I feel so bad that I made my mom sit through that. They ended up passing me. I did graduate, but like that sucked. Dipping out of way too many classes was not a good plan. Surprise. Once more, stay in school. I feel like a school PSA right now. You know, live and learn, right? You make stupid decisions. Your parents made stupid decisions. You pass it on to the next generation who will also make stupid decisions. End of the day, everybody's just a little bit dumb. But that's kind of fun in a way, right? I'm gonna have to bring this up and around, unfortunately. That's fine. Sweet. So now I can bring down matter units. Really like to get rid of that. Double the stupid decision and give it to the next generation. That's basically it, right? My sister was in a similar, said she had to get her GED eventually. My sister also ended up going for her GED afterwards, but she didn't like... We had similar issues, but she decided that it wasn't really worth dealing with going to the whole like meeting and stuff. But I was like, I really want to graduate. I put in the work for this. You're going to tell me that you're going to try and deny me because I missed 20 days of school. How long is school anyways? What, like 180 days? That's like nothing. Okay, so now we have some of this coming down here. We also need to bring metal down here as well, which I wanted to get done in the meantime, but metal is going to be a lot easier to drag across, I feel. So we can nab it right from the source and hopefully just bring it down and around over here. I hope. It looks like there's kind of a line right here, so that's what I'm going to be relying on. It looks good to me. Much better. So now we have like the meat and potatoes, the bread and butter. We have the main ingredients of our delicious stew right now. The cube is going to be picked up, but there's nothing there, which is a surprise. Where doth the train? Ah, it's just sitting there. Now, why did you get a command to come down? Because that's a really long belt to just come down arbitrarily. Ah, you're only checking for the total amount there. Wait. What is this? I never finished this. Okay, that's what happened here. I was like, this is totally not right. Sorry, let me fix that really quick. I was kind of lost in the sauce there thinking about school stuff. Alright, so we'll have it be equal to 1. And then we switch it around, I guess. There we go. So the train needs to be stocked there, and we need to be out of that stuff, and then it should turn on. Do you major in anything? No, I didn't get the luxury to, unfortunately. I did not go to college, which is super unfortunate because I wanted to go to college, but I didn't end up doing it. I ended up going like straight to work, straight out of high school, basically. But that's life sometimes. I've considered going back and maybe getting a degree, but I haven't had time to do it. I mean, I say I haven't had time to do it, but it's a big commitment. Unfortunately, I made the decision to opt out of it, which is just like, it's fine. It's not like the end of the world or anything. It's just how it goes. How do I want to make stuff up here? We're kind of tight on space, but I'd like to take advantage of this if we can. Of course, when I got out of high school, I kind of like, it was annoying because at like the ceremony for like graduating and stuff, they were like flexing how they're adding like a robotics course and stuff like that, which really interests me at the time too. And all these like really fun things, like an archaeology course or something too. And I was like, what the heck? This is crazy. Like, why are you doing this when I'm leaving? Then again, they probably would have given me a hard time about taking it anyways. That's the downside of not like pushing yourself in school. At least the school that I was in, they were 100 million% ready to not let me take classes I wanted to take because I was missing days and stuff. Like, that's just life, right? So it goes. Sometimes you get the cool classes about like learning about things on a molecular level, and other times you sit through mathematics. I also had to retake, oh, that sucked. I had to retake, what do you call it? I guess gym would just be the word for it, but they had some other word for it, but effectively it was just gym. I had to retake it as a senior because the teacher that I had doing it, or the person covering it, I guess, when I was a freshman, was like a temporary person who never put me on the list for class. So I showed up to gym every day when I was a freshman in high school, did my time, was done with it, and never put me on the list. So when I was getting close to graduating, they're like, hey, we noticed you don't have your half credit from gym as a freshman. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, yeah, the person who did it before, like, isn't here anymore. And I was like, are you serious? That's absolutely absurd. There's no way. Regardless of that, turns out they didn't. So they told me instead, I need to retake freshman gym as a senior. And I was like, I will take it, but I didn't actually really do anything. Thankfully, I knew the gym teacher that was running that class really well. Me and her were pretty, I wouldn't say we were that close, but we were at least on like good terms. So most of the time I just sat around talking with her during classes because I didn't really want to do freshman gym. Very dumb though. Very, very dumb that they would be like, the only solution to this problem is to put someone who's 18 basically in the class with the 13-year-olds. Like what? Throw me a bone here. What am I making up here? Was I starting with this stuff first? I was probably starting with the wire. That would make sense logically. How am I going to feed all these wires is the question. I'm thinking splitters is probably the best plan and just feeding them in the middle, kind of. I believe we only need 6 of them, right? Maybe feeding them on the bottom is a smarter idea then. I guess I can fit 1 through here. How do I make it look nice, I guess is the question. Could have it feed under, but that's probably not the play. Oh, you know, I can just have it feed from the side. This is super easy. I just wasn't thinking far enough ahead. Should be super easy to make it look nice and compact and take advantage of the space. That's really what I'm trying to do here. Gym class like sports? Yeah, I like sports. And like, I don't know. It wasn't that big of a deal, but at the same time, I wasn't happy about it. I was already pretty grumpy about it, and I was like, I don't really want to do like swimming and stuff with a bunch of people that are a quarter of my age, effectively. But thankfully, the teacher was very, very chill about it. All right, cool. So now we can feed this. We've got our stuff set up. I hadn't thought about that in a long time. We'll obviously bring this down and around a little bit too, so it'll be able to feed here, but this should be our first setup with the metal. And our little mini bus comes down here and comes and does the job really easy for us. Imagine a huge Migo tackling a small child. Look, I wasn't that huge anyways. I'm not that big of a person. But they were certainly smaller than me. I mean, that's just the nature of it. You look at a 13-year-old and an 18-year-old, it's like night and day. But like, what were they going to do? I kind of get their side, but at the same time, come on, throw me a bone here. Like, you know that I should have just like been fine. I shouldn't have to take this class again. There's a lot of bots in there, I think. Whoops, that's fine. How about we move that down 1 and put that back, because that's a little dumb. It's a fond memory now, but I was super grumpy about it at the time. Is this connected anything wire-wise? Ah, it is. It's just like a perfect straight up. I couldn't see it. Cool, so let's go ahead and throw all those in there. Can throw a little extra too. I don't need all these bots, to be honest. I barely use them as is. Ah, right. These are different types of bots. I forgot how that works. Cool. So we have our conductive wire done. We have that done as well, which is one of our final products. The conductive wire is going to be used in electronic circuits, which we're going to make 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of, as well as the advanced circuits themselves. So let's start making green circuits. We have everything we need here for them, so we will make them down the line here. I think it's the most logical way to do it. I'm gonna just move this RoboPort myself one more time. I know I just picked it up, but I'm gonna do it again. And then it is in a very inconvenient spot, and I keep moving it like a few feet, and then it's still inconvenient, and I'm like, how could this happen? Really not learning from my mistakes. Really a trip down memory lane today. The person that I alluded to earlier in the stream is someone that I was fairly close to in high school. So that's what makes it even more stressful. But again, it'll be fine. Probably. Or it'll be awful, at which point I probably won't talk about it on stream other than just saying it happened. Because at the end of the day, like I like talking about stuff on stream, but I never want to like put anyone on blast or whatever. I think it'll go good though, jokes aside. But man, it's just it's not a pain. I was going to say such a pain interacting with people, because that's not what I mean. But it is like stressful when you have like interacting with someone that you haven't interacted with in a long time. I don't know. At least it is for me. Maybe not for everyone else. All right, so I set this up in kind of a dumb way, but it will be fine. But it is kind of a dumb way. So I'm going to hopefully rectify this somehow, but I have not figured out exactly how I'm going to do that yet. Cool. So I'm going to do an input of metal over here. But we also need an input of the matter unit. So let's make a new stack of it. I was going to have this connect, but we're going to just do a separate line, I think. I missed that, but I wish you all the fun. I appreciate it. I think it'll be a good time. Like I said, I'm very much the kind of person that stresses over literally everything. That's kind of my turn point. Okay, we definitely want to branch these off instead of taking them from the main line. I don't know why I'm being profoundly silly in regards to taking them from the main line, because it should be a slam dunk to just not do that. We'll grab that now. Cool. So now we have our mixed belt here of what we need. Going to do the same thing over here, where we're just going to bring it down, then bring it across, then bring it down. So down here, then up like this, and then across the middle. And then down here. And then we'll have the outputs be like this. This is already kind of tight space-wise, so I'll have to be a little bit careful. Maybe I should bring this down a little bit further to take some stress off it. The space constraints. Yeah, it's going to be a much better idea doing it like that. Cool, so we're going to have our green circuits output like such. Then we need the wire to come through one more time. We forgot to actually feed you these as well, so eat up. And now we have our green circuit build done, a much nicer one than like the one we had before. Very compact as well. I mean, it could be maybe a little bit smaller, but it's compact enough. And we can underground these one more time. Then we have our green circuits as well as our conductive wire. Unstable gas, glass, conductive wire, and electronic circuits. Time to bring the glass down as well. Really glad we moved this over here because we've already used a huge chunk of the space. Hopefully we can take advantage of this spot too, because there's still a bunch to build. But we're getting close to our finish line. I want to bring over the unstable gas, so let's see where the unstable gas is, and then we'll bring that over and proceed from there. Does it make it any further? The answer is a whopping no, but that's a surprise to me. Is this a separate unstable gas line? Surely there should be one above somewhere. There is. There it is. Okay, I found it. I lost track where we were. So I'm going to do something similar here. We're going to pipe down probably on this line here, maybe. Oh, looks like we'll need a pump as well, but I think we have some of those sitting around. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Okay, and we will plug that in over here. Apparently we need to use 2, but that's fine. Send the pipeline out. Give it a little corner junction there. And now we brought this down. We can put it wherever we want to put it. We're making our red circuits. Everything we need is right here. So I'm thinking this is probably the ideal spot to make red circuits. We are going to have to bring glass across too. I mean, alternatively, the glass is here, right? What is it? We'll do it over here. I changed my mind. So I think that's the last part we need things for is these red circuits here. So we're going to put them over there. I think we're going to try to pipe in the same spot if we can, maybe. Move these over because we're nowhere near done with this build yet. And that looks better. Cool. So now we have glass coming down. These consume very few items per second. Because the crafting time is fairly slow, right? It's 13 seconds. So it'll have plenty of time to like fill. I don't need to stress too hard about having things on dedicated belts or whatnot. However, we do need our conductive wire and our electronic circuits. And wouldn't you know that they are right over here. So I'm going to bring those around. Debating whether or not I'm going to feed it in the left side or the right side. I think I'm going to feed it in the left side. What I'm going to do is, I think this is the last place we need these wires, maybe. Yes, for sure. So I'm going to just combine them now. There's no real reason to not because, well, we have the time to and the space to. So we will combine them here. And we'll feed them up here. This looks okay. We could potentially move it if the piping is not so good. It looks fine for the moment. The important thing is I want to make sure... Actually, this has literally no way to output, so we'll have to change it a little bit up. There we go. That's better. I guess I can output on the other side too, but I think this looks nicer regardless. Let us pipe outward from here. I'm hoping that our unstable gas can keep up with this. I don't really remember how skunked it was. It looks like it's been fine for a while, but that's how fluids get you. They seem like they're fine for a while, but they're really not fine for a while. Because they're fluids, so they're just gonna be confusing by nature of being fluids. Great, sweet. So that is this side connected. That means we can plug that in basically wherever. I don't think it's smart to try to cut across here, so I'm going to just have it cut across, perhaps right down here. I mean, I can have it go on the end too, but it's just an extra pipe, and this will be a little bit more space constrained-y, I guess. This build is actually bigger than I expected. I do like the new fluid system. The old one was pure pain. I'll be honest with you, I don't think I ever experienced the old one. I've heard people say the new one is quite nice with infinite throughput and stuff like that, but I don't think I personally did the old one, so I totally believe ya. And I'm grateful I didn't have to deal with it, I guess. This should be fine. It looks like we can still feed our machines like this. Yeah, perfect. Great. So that goes in there, that goes in there. We'll just do the top side of everything. It should be just fine to feed. And that should be our stack completed of red circuits, which is the second thing. Uh-oh, that one doesn't work, actually. You know, I'll have them feed out the other side like I was alluding to before. Sounds like a better idea. It's a lot simpler to probably look more concise. You matter. Sweet. So red circuits are done. And our bottled consciousness is done. Looks good. So you can tell when a build is good because it looks more and more like a little sticky circuit board thingy. The throughput dropped like crazy. It halved over the first two pipes. That's crazy. I didn't know it was like them. Certainly more convenient now. Alright, so you need... We can put these two on the same belt, it looks like. So I'm going to do that now. That is red circuits done, as well as the consciousness done. Now, this is going to be a big chunk of what we're working on. Thankfully, this part is very flexible on where we put it. We can just move it down here for now, even. It could be so far out of the way. It does not matter. However, this is going to be a spicy build. If we can fit it in this spot, it would be ideal too. So I'm going to try to aim for fitting it in that spot over there. Alternatively, if we can't fit that, I'll move it over to this side or make a stack of it over here. But if we can fit it here, I think that would be a nice use of space in this specific area. Also, I really undervalued how much space a science build takes. This is like one science build here. They're very big in this mod pack, for sure. Is mod pack the right term? I guess that's more of like a Minecraft thing. Now that I thought about Minecraft, I'm using Minecraft terms, but again, I haven't played Minecraft in so long. So let us see what we're working with here. That can go. We're going to need, these are 1-to-1. We're going to need 10 fabricators and 5 fabricators making pipes, 10 making of the motor units. Direct insertion might be the best plan. It often becomes like a pretty solid idea for the sake of space, and I think that's something we're going to try to take advantage of here. And for bonus space, we can even make them touch. We'll do direct insertion. And then we'll have to have matter going up this area as well. So the matter will come here and then split off and then go up, then split off, then go up. This is just like a generic look of how it's going to go. Our matter is going to be coming from the left, so this should be fine in theory. And then we're going towards the left, I should say, like this, and then it goes up, and it goes up, and they feed in, and they feed in, and this should be fine. This should be like our little cube for each one. We're going to need to replicate this 5 times, which is not that much space actually. But it is going to be tight on space here, but I do think we can fit it, potentially. I'm going to move this once more. Again, I'm just moving these pieces just to keep track of the numbers more than anything. I do think we can fit this in here. We're so close, actually. Wait. Okay, so it does work. It's just really, 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 really tight on stuff, which is fine because it works, and that's the important thing. I was thinking we were done using matter, but we weren't totally done using matter units. That's fine because we can rip some off still. I have been filled with useless garbage once again. It is truly my fate. The fate of all Mikos to be filled with useless garbage. Okay, wonderful. So now that we've escaped our fate, we can plug this in, and this should be like, once we set up the electric poles, admittedly, which I hadn't done yet. Assuming we can set them up, and I imagine we shouldn't have too much trouble with it. Should be basically good to go. Where did I put that one? Down there? Great. It's possible this belt might not be able to satisfy the demand. I do accept that as a possibility. I'm hoping it will. Because it barely fits, and I really like that it barely fits. Let's quickly do that. Let's see if we can get some of the good stuff trademark. I don't think it's going to layer properly, though. If I overdo it on the poles, it'll be able to layer a lot easier, so I'll just do that. That's also wrong. There we go. You'll just be able to copy that a few times now. Hooray. Now we have that done. That was one of the scarier things to do, ironically. Okay, basic motor units are done. Electronic circuits, I was wrong about that too. We need some of them. Which is fine, because we set up a little spot here to steal some. Rare earth metals, also wasn't done with those. This time was not prepared though. Looks like the build's really coming together. I'm glad you say that because... Oh wait, I did bring out more. I prepared ahead. Let me undo that one though. It's fine. That's kind of a goofy setup I did here now, but it's okay. Phrasing, did I say something suspect? I'm sure I did. Factorio comes with a lot of terms that can absolutely be used as innuendo. Alright, so the metal is necessary, the motor units. What is the ratio you need? You need dramatically more of the metal than anything, which is great because that's kind of what I would prefer to keep on one belt. So here's where we're going to get the most spaghetti with our build right now, is basically this here. But after this, we're done. We've fixed the science we built many hours ago by putting many more hours into it. And there's something beautiful about that, right? Smile. Just make it right the first time. Yeah. We also need to bring over the elbow grease, which I'm concerned we might burn through a little bit of, but we'll see. Time will tell. It looks so nice on the map, though. If nothing else, I'll give myself credit on that one. It looks cool on the map. So if you were elbow grease, where would you be? I forgot about the other science. We haven't even thought about the other science. There's the elbow grease. Holy guacamole. It is so far away, kind of. It's not that bad, but we are going to need to pipe over a good chunk of it. Looks like we might have a lane to do it, though, which does give me a little bit of hope. Aw, nuts. This is fixable in a pretty easy way, at least. Alright, cool. That'll be good. Looks clean, I appreciate it. Is this like a separate elbow grease line? Oh no, there it is. I'm so lost in the sauce right now. Wait a minute, I don't think I want this here. I think I want to cut this down sooner. Also, it looks like we've gotten a pump alert. The cube has been sitting there for an indiscriminate amount of time because I did not look over to see when it initially arrived there. Why doth the cube stuck? It's at the start of a cycle too, which is peculiar because this side is like completely drained. I guess I can set like a balancer sort of thing. I never know how to balance these properly. Up here, maybe. Maybe that'll help it so that the upper layer drains a little bit more reliably. It also might do literally nothing because we're just not using that much metal. Guess I'll call for boss to remove it. The cube should start playing a global cry alert when stuck. I would love that, actually. That would also stress me out a tremendous amount, but I would kind of love it too. I'd feel so bad every time it got stuck, though. I'm down for it. Mod makers get to work. Right, I want to actually bring this down here as I was alluding to before. Whoops, it looks like we're going to bring it down one to the side even. That's better. Thank goodness we can make it down here. That's elbow grease brought down one way or another. Okay, and I think we can finally set up our big old stack of these. Honestly, we may as well... Oh, we can barely not fit it here, right? How many there? There's 10 of them? Yeah, there's no chance of fitting them there. Unless... No, I can totally fit them there. I just need to believe in myself, which is something I don't do enough, really. You need to go chill over here. I should have put you here in the first place. Yeah, this is totally fine. A full-on audio recording of a baby crying for emotional damage, brutal. That'll do it for sure. Heck, I don't think I can do it. Let me think for a moment. I can totally do it. I just need to move this up, I think. If I could fit this in here, I would have been so space sufficient because I was fully prepared after this entire build, like over here, basically. But if I could fit all of science in here, I'm going to be so happy. This should work, right? Just setting up that. No, it doesn't. I mean, I can sort of fix it still, right? Yeah. That's fine. The issue is I wasn't believing in myself enough. Okay, so my thought was I can... These are really slow, so I can have them pull kind of slowly. That shouldn't matter. But I can have it pipe as well from here, and it might just be like a little bit convenient, and up on the other side. This is kind of gremlin a little bit, but if it can work, it is really the coup de grace, coup de whatever the proper one would be of our build. Ah, I'm stuck. Help me, Step Factory, I become stuck. Alright, let us plug this all in like that. All the juice comes down. You still need metal as well. I forgot about that. But it's doable. We also need to set up some substations over here. And then I need to get the metal over, which is the other, like, kind of oopsie-doopsie that I made. All we need to do is get the metal to come down here, and then we win. We fit it into our semi-tight build. How the heck are we going to do that is the question. Is it so easy? There's no way. My brain's telling me that this won't work because of how easy it looks. This pipe needs to move a little bit. This stupid RoboPort has cursed my build. Unironically, just moving this RoboPort like a few feet will fix everything, so I'm gonna just do that. Yeah, you don't have to insert logistics robot, it's fine. What you could do instead, like, hear me out, is just like place the RoboPort so I don't have to sit with 10,000 logistics robots on me. Wow, there are so many in there. That doesn't actually feel possible. There are so many. How are there so many? Heck, they just took all my robots, which makes sense since I told them to take all my robots. But, like, how dare they? Okay, cool. So now we have way more freedom. I can break it off here instead. This comes down. This goes through here. Oh, this still needs an underground here because I broke that part. But that should be fine. Then we do the splitter here, then that goes through there. Bada bing, bada boom, we're good to go. Bring it down, around. Bring it here, and then we bring it straight down. And that should be the end of our build, effectively. Then it's just feed all the outputs into science. So input here, and then we will have to drag it across the bottom. This is a very concise build. I like it a lot. It's really come together. It really has personality. And it's like a science I made 20 hours ago of gameplay, which really puts it into perspective. But, like, surely it's a smart idea to do this now. Because this science has been a thorn in our side for so long. And now we have our advanced motor units coming here. We have the other two things for science right up there. So now, for our final act, this does not fit. Which is fine. And I'm a little bit upset about. We have two options here. Option A, we remove the rail. Option B, we stack it. I think we're gonna go with option B to keep it simple. So I'm gonna cut half of it and put it down here for now, and then just call for deconstructing the rest. So we have two inputs here. And two inputs here. I guess I want to flip it horizontally as well. I hate that these can't be flipped, but that's fine. And I'm a little bit upset, but I'm not that upset, and I will fix it. But I wish it could have been flipped. I don't know why they're unflippable. It's such a strange, arbitrary thing to have for this. Oh my god, the cube is still stuck up there. I thought it would have left by now. My goodness. Poor cube. I was like, surely 200 metal. We're gonna burn through that in an instant. Apparently not. I need to go rescue the poor cube. I'm so sorry, cube. We'll finish the science right afterwards. Okay, cube, actually, you're just like You're being wacky now. Something's wrong. Why were you in there? There's way too much metal to output. I guess you probably wanted to run the cycle again. Very strange. My logic would have told the cube to go back around, right? Runs through it, goes over here, or it goes out here. This is disabled. Why are you currently not working? Ah, because you're simply checking for enough ore. I think once we turn this build back on, we'll be eating metal a lot quicker, and that won't happen, hopefully. I can't believe we're so, like, not using metal, to be honest. It's quite bizarre to me. Traditionally, we have such a flow of it that it's never been a problem before. Okay, back to what we were doing now that the cube has been rescued. I guess for the sake of smartness here, we will combine it over here instead. And then we will wrap this around. This is the wrong belt to follow the design of the other one. We're going to hopefully fix that really quick. Just going to manually insert these rather than just like call them trash and get rid of them. Hopefully that'll help out a little bit more than just throwing them in a box and forgetting about them. Okay, we have a fluid ingredient shortage, which is kind of like, I don't want to say it's my nightmare, but it kind of is my nightmare in a way. That's the last thing I wanted to see. Either way, science should be running eventually. Why doth we run out of fluid is the question of the day, and hopefully one that we can solve together, you and I. Ah, it looks like Covarex has started, which is nice. Again, it's a slow process, but I'm glad to see that it's begun at last. It means I can probably plug in the circuit rules now. So let's do that too. This was already set up, right? Yeah, so all I need to do for this is to have this. I don't actually see any wires connecting to this. Clearly there's a green wire somewhere, but I don't know where it is. I'll have a red wire output to here. And then we'll have it enable disable based on the 1000. Actually, no, there is no green wire. Okay, there's no green wire. I was gonna say, how are you reading? You're not reading anything. Perfect. So now, none of these are gonna activate unless we need more stuff, because we started the process, and this outputs more 235, 234, and less 238. So these should never really need to run again, ideally. We'll see. Take some time for now. But they'll run, they'll fill up on stuff, and then they'll turn off. That's the dream for now. Either way, that's taken care of. Some science has started. Oh, right. I wanted to go check over at the other stuff. The stuff where the science wasn't working. Where doth the elbow grease be? Output is full. That is truly surprising to me. The output is full. Guessing there is a broken pipe somewhere down the way. Pipe, where are you? Where have you broken? Please save me from myself. Maybe I put the pump on backwards. You go up. You go left. At least it's something easy, right? If nothing else, we'll take an easy thing as our solution of the day. That should fix it. And that should be our science fix. Now, what we need to do is figure out where the heck our science was going through the base before, because I don't heckin' remember. It was this line here, it goes down here, around here, and stops here. So this is our science input. Getting it over there is actually going to be a little bit awkward, so you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to have a little bit of fun with it, because it looks like there might be kind of a simple path, sort of. I think I'm going to have it go the other way. And get rid of those. Whoops, not rid of that one, though. And have this come up here. along here, and then I'm going to bring it through here because I know that there's space to do so. And that should be easy enough. Okay, that was a lot more work than I expected it to be, like design-wise, but we fit it all into the space that we wanted to fit in. It looks a lot nicer on the map than it did before as well, which is quite nice, so we'll take that as a small victory. We need a better belt putting this through. If nothing else, we need to just upgrade planar the belt. Those are facing the wrong way. That is a solid whoopsie. What am I doing? Because there's plenty of stuff. It's just like getting all eaten up by the what do you call it? Not the bus, the mall. It's getting eaten up by the mall currently. Hopefully with these better belts, it won't be eaten up quite as much. This should just kind of back up now, naturally, after a little bit of time. There we go. Now we have basically the full belt coming through here, which is a lot better looking. I could get a dedicated belt to go over there. It just seemed like a pain to set up. I really just need to get rid of them all or move them all. Oh, Fabian, I appreciate the primer. Thank you so much for the sub. It means a great deal to me, and I appreciate you and your cool designs, too. I love checking them out when you post them on the MeCord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We do not have nearly enough. Ugh. I was like, this is fine. It's not fine. We need to stop pretending it's fine because this doesn't even begin to look fine. Well, we got to run another belt of stuff. I think I know a pretty okay way to do it. If we can run it along here, maybe. Or maybe we run a completely different line. We certainly need way more matter by like a pretty dramatic margin. I think one belt will be enough, but it has to be a really, really full belt, like a really good one. I'm talking a belt of like significant quality and value and... What's a good word for it? Literally the only word coming to mind is perhaps the worst word to use to describe it altogether. Which is girth, which I really don't want to use to describe the belt, but it is literally the only thing coming to mind right now. Saturated, that's a good word for it. I kind of couldn't find the word saturated. Alright, hopefully Tool will be fine here. Factorio's really got me tired today. Can we change this at all? I'm so close to being able to just fit this in the belt. We can move the water a little bit, it'll be fine. Speaking of, I appreciate the hydrate redeem, and I'll absolutely be sipping to that. You say hydrate as well, my friend. It's actually getting quite warm here, so maybe my brain is just getting baked, which would make a great deal of sense on account of doing Ultra Cube. Oh my gosh, I'm putting so much stuff on the floor everywhere. Please let me out. Okay, so this goes here, then this goes here, and then we can stretch it there, and then everything is fine and great, and everyone's happy. Probably. Kind of. I hope it looks promising. This goes here, and then this goes here. There we go. So now we have two belts kind of feeding through. That should make a pretty significant difference. Do you need to make sure that the water is set back up? And this is going over to the pipe? Where was this going? I see calcium here. Ah, okay. Calcium needs to go over here. which is fine. We just need to move the calcium down one. And also place the pipe right. This week gets colder, so I can finally draw without dying. Great news. It's probably cooler here than last week, but it doesn't feel like it. You matter. Also, I have my fan on, like always, but it really doesn't feel like it makes a difference some days. I can replace these undergrounds. I'm very much like, if it doesn't need an underground, I'd rather replace it because I think it looks a lot nicer. So if I ever see stuff like that, I always pick around. You guys probably noticed me do that before, though. Okay, so everything is looking pretty okay. This belt is looking dramatically better than before. Still not perfect, but certainly a marked improvement. Are we doing science again? Did I plug it in? I meant to plug it in. Science goes up here, goes through here, comes through here. Certainly not. Okay, that was a kind of oopsie on my part, but now, behold science. Uh-oh, I accidentally deleted that. Certified oopsie moment. I really should have just upgrade planted the whole base already. What could be the worst that happens? I don't think I belt weave literally anywhere. I guess the worst that happens is we just don't have enough and then we're like struggling on materials for a while, but like, who cares, right? Order a few materials between friends. Okay, this is looking really good. These two have started to fill up with stuff. Stuff down here is actually beginning to reach, and these weren't running basically at all before, so hopefully it'll be enough. Obviously, if science backs up, then we'll have even nicer of a buffer of it, but I'm pretty satisfied with it. We'll take a moment and just check out the build. We crush a crazy amount now. It goes through here. Does this stuff return to where it needs to go? Yes, it does. It comes down here, goes into this box, which is now fully oversaturated, which means these are actually running literally all the time. So I should probably make a rule for that, actually. I don't really want to dispose of excess crush stuff, do I? No real reason to. Does this process output any? No, I don't think so. I think I want to just turn those off, right? I mean, technically it's making water. I don't remember why these are running before. But like, if there's extra, these just don't run, which is a good thing. So I'm going to turn these off for now. I think I got lost in the sauce. I'm going to just change it to, I guess, less than for now, and then pass it along so they stop crunching them. I don't remember why I set this up. Surely there's a logical reason, just one I can't quite think of. So let's look over at the rest of the build. This looks good over here. Everything looks to be functioning. I really am just looking to make sure that, like, nothing has way more products completed than other ones. This one makes sense since it can't output because the other ones have just been running longer. We don't use that much wire. I overbuilt it deliberately, but I want to make sure there's just not like a missing inserter somewhere. These have all finished 0 products. I see. I did not properly set it up. I was like, something feels wrong here. I can't figure out what it is. Turns out I forgot to do this part. Cool. So we're only doing it half of our science, but now if we look at our production graph, probably better to wait a little bit. If we look over the entire time, wow, this build took us like 2 hours to do. That's crazy. We're rocking 30 before. Currently we're up to 42. It's going to go up a lot more than that. Simply because we're only running half the machines, and now we're running all the machines. So hopefully we'll see about 90, which will make sense because we were doing about 30 before. There we go. I keep clicking the wrong button over and over again. So again, we see that 38, but it should fix right now and look a lot better. I think it was worth it. Granted, I don't think our other sciences are really kicking out numbers this big, but this one's been a thorn in my side for so long that I really wanted to fix it and get it out of there. Our green science turned off altogether. I wonder why that is. Is it because it's just fully backed up? It's because it's fully backed up. See, that's fine. But there we go. Effect transmission has started rocking again. We're only going to be having that like 25 to 30 SPM because that's all our labs can really supply here. Perhaps it's time to get a better lab setup as well now that we have more science coming through. Fingers crossed. Oh yeah, no, the science is just rolling now. We'll certainly be backing up on science. Oh goodness, that took so long. I can't believe that build took almost 2 hours. I thought that was going to be a quick one, but it took a while. So now I think it's time for us to face the music that we've been avoiding. I guess not avoiding per se, but haven't really put in enough time to do properly. And that is the other science. So we'll be good noodles and we'll figure out how to do this. So we need synthetic premonition cards as our next science. This produces 0.08 per second, which is the same rate as this. So we may as well follow this 16 setup of science. Seems like a good idea to me. That way we can keep our ratios kind of similar for how much we're making. That involves making bottled anguish, which we've made. Now this presents a problem because whenever we make bottled anguish, which is up here, as we make bottled anguish, we output bottled joy as well. And as far as I'm aware, we don't have a way to, or I guess we put out joy and despair, which turn to anguish and euphoria. I don't know a way to dump extra of this. I don't know if we should have a separate one set up. We're rich in knowledge. It's true. Our brains are heckin' so big, RN, for sure. Spectral processors and haunted energy cells both involve cracking the cube into those 64 subcubes. So hopefully we can figure out how to do that with our cube folding engine. We are also going to need to set up tendril expulsion because each of these science recipes, as we see here, produces 0.83 tendrils per second. So it's 100 tendrils per science pack, which means every 100 that we make, we're going to need to, I guess it's 200 that we make, we're going to need to expulse them. Expel? Expel is probably the correct word, not expel. Keeping in mind that this also outputs some residual tendrils. It's kind of annoying, but it's actually not that bad in practice. This being said, we're certainly going to need 3 of these. I don't know if we have any more dimension folding engines sitting around. I don't think we do. I thought we had the setup. I think I removed it. I think it was over here. Maybe it's in a box somewhere. I'm going to just try it. You never know. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. All right, never mind. You miss all the shots when you don't have it in a box. So we're going to want to craft, wait a minute. Total of 2 recipes that require joy. That's crazy that it's so few. I feel like we established another one, but I can't remember what it was. It must have been one of the ones in regards to the science pack, so I guess we'll play backwards from there. This is Spectralite, Ghostwire, and Glass. Ghostwire is just Spectralite, so this is actually a very, very simple thing to make down the line. Probably want to make a separate glass stack, though. Which is funny. I mean, that glass stack also is really overkill, so maybe we can pull from it, but I don't want to make it so that glass stack is too stressed out. Let's go back to the card. How about the energy cell? Is it ectoplasm? Ah, right. It's seance. So we can turn bottled euphoria back into flasks when it's a dormant phantom constituent. And then we can turn bottled anguish into ectoplasm. So this is useful. This being said, it seems like the only logical way we can successfully deal with our excess euphoria is when the cube is like this. However, as a bonus downside, there's got to be another way. We can do euphoric release. Okay, cool. I was like, there's got to be one more. I was like, the issue here is that we need the cube to be in a bad state, but it looks like we can do euphoric release as well. So that should be simple. That gives us a little bit of steam output, but that means we can release euphoria on demand instead of needing it to be in the other form. Which is good. But it's good to know that we can do it this way as well to recharge the cube. What we should probably do is try to take advantage of that because we can do it in a chemical plant, which means we can skip out on the high energy cost and the time probably of the rechargers. I hope. I looked at that recipe, this one right here, before, and I was like, there's no chance I'm doing this, but now I'm actually considering it. I love Ultra Cube. Do we have one more of these sitting in a box? Not this time. All right, so we're going to need one for separating and one for reforming them. Let's start there logically. And we're also going to want one more of these dimension folding engines. It's possible we're going to need even more than, but I think this is like a good starting point. It looks like the stone here is dried up, which is to be expected after so much time. I guess there's a little bit of stone on the edges, but I'm going to just get rid of the rest of the mine for now. So let's figure out how we're going to do this first. This is step one. All this stuff, like this stuff in itself is not difficult. The haunted energy cell is not bad from what I could tell before. I actually don't remember the energy cell, but the spectral electronics are like really, really simple. Not bad at all. The energy cell is matter unit, battery, ectoplasm. Basically, all of this science is forcing us to... The other one forced us to figure out how to put the cube on a train. This one's forcing us to figure out how to have the cube split into 64 and do something. Great. We'll figure it out. Let us go rescue some red circuits from somewhere. Why doth you no run? Uh-oh. Guess who's got 2 thumbs and forgot to plug the calcium back into this science build, I think. It's me. I do have 2 thumbs. Or are we out of calcium? No, it's not possible. Okay, so it does come back down here, but it's following the rule of only dump calcium here when there's excess because this is the line where it goes to die, I suppose. The calcium does go to die here, so I understand the logic that it's taking that I have set up here, but we just want to move it somewhere else. Instead, we want this wire to come across here. Sneak over to here and then put it more at the end. It is a relic of what we did before, granted. But it should be easy enough to get it all fixed up here. Cool. And we'll just head up here and we'll call that rule over to there. So that'll be not turning on unless we need to crunch them, and then that's it. That's simple. Now, granted, we're not using enough, or we're using too much calcium maybe right now. It's tough to tell. That's a future us problem right now. Hopefully, if we run out of calcium, that would be like the craziest thing, genuinely. I would be so surprised if we ran out of calcium. Either way, we can keep running the deep core crystal now. It doesn't take many calcium for each one, but that way we'll go back to making science. I was going to grab some red circuits. And again, now it's just going to stop there, and then it'll turn on and get destroyed when necessary. So where is some red circuits we can take? Yoink. We have successfully yoinked an appropriate amount of red circuits, some batteries, and some concrete. I'm going to just make some requests and hope that it'll bring them to me. We also need a few more n-dimensional widgets. I did leave that one off. Maybe I should start concreting the base too. I usually don't do that with my bases though. But it might be good because of how big it's getting. I like when people are like clever with hazard concrete and they'll use that to like box out specific areas. Oh, it looks so good. Effect transmission completed. Got a few more sciences we can bang out. Not many of them though. Singular focus is an interesting one. The most useful at the moment might be, I like, so belt immunity is nice, but I want to like follow it sometimes. So we'll do breaking force 4. I think that's the most directly useful one at current time. Looks like we're at our infinite. Wait, what? We're already at our infinite ones? How many science packs are there? Are we almost at the end? There's no chance we're almost at the end. I refuse to believe there's 5 science packs. It's got to get way worse than this. We're nowhere near the end. That's what I've decided. Really though, how long is Ultra Cube? Jokes aside. I am super curious if anyone has like a rough idea. Although maybe we should just be surprised. It's really a tough thing to balance. I want to just handcraft some fast loaders because we're certainly going to want them. Can we make that machine yet? Right, I forgot I asked for those batteries. Apparently we don't have any batteries in boxes. Where do we make batteries? I know we make them somewhere. A little bit to the northeast of us. There they are. Probably should start putting those in boxes, because I'm sure some of the stuff in our suits are going to use them. So I'm going to filter this for batteries, and then we'll have them go into a little red box. That was rough. Missing a non-moving target. Sweet. So now we can make our other dimension folding engine. I think the third one's not directly necessary at this exact second. Ideally, we'll make most of the science in this area. From this area down here all the way around over to here. That's the dream right now. If we can't, that's okay. We'll make do. I think what I'm going to do here, though, is quickly drag this science up here and then bring it over here. I think this will be the new science delivery method. It gives us a little bit more space without that base or belt going through everything. We could also technically combine the belts really easily if our science ends there. I don't know if it will or not, but it works. We'll just deconstruct that. Call for a roboport to go down here as well, because it's a little bit of a dead zone. I'm going to just put roboport on my board, I think. It's kind of overdue, to be honest. Great, so now we have our third one of these, which is going to be to get rid of the tendrils. This will put out... We'll do this last. This is going to be like the most final thing for us to do, because clearly getting the science going is the most important thing to start. All the anguish and joy and whatnot. I think we probably want a separate build. So we have this up here, right? This produces or uses substrate to make joy and despair. I guess it's not really running. When was the last time we run the joy and despair? Has it been in the last 10 hours? So we made bottled euphoria like an hour and a half ago. How do I turn these all on? Okay, so we make them really, 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 really infrequently. But I'm still tempted to just make a dedicated build for him. The positives is like this cerebral substrate is already being used for stuff. So having a dedicated one could be a very good idea. Negatives is obviously it's just more stuff to build, but I think it's a better idea to make a dedicated build. That one's not really doing much, but I think it's better too. Should be about halfway through, however the second half isn't quite as easy. Oof. Alright, good to know. I wouldn't have considered the first half to be super easy either, admittedly. But good to know regardless. Alright, so we're going to... Whoops. There we go. I'm just putting the sciences here so I can keep track of them. It'd be super nice if we could output to this exact belt here. And then like there's half the science on one belt, half on the other. That's the dream, if we can make it work. The inputs for this one are 4 items. This is only 3. But again, it's all going to be how good we can deal with the cube. How much stuff we can do with the cube before it returns to reality is really the goal here. I'm going to need to make a few synthesizers if we are going to be making our own setups of these. Can I borrow some of these stone bricks, hypothetically? And by borrow, I mean use them to make a synthesizer and not return them. So it's not really borrowing. Can I have the stone bricks, I guess, is what I'm asking. Is the cube stuck again? Oh, no, it's not stuck. I saw it in that same machine for a moment. I was like, please don't tell me you got stuck again. I got to figure out more stuff. All right, we've got some synthesizers now. This recipe is fairly easy. It uses ethanol, which we're producing and not using too much, but we might be also not producing enough for what we want now. So let's figure out exactly what we want step by step. So assuming I'm making this on site here, we're going to have a recipe for emotional decomposition. We need a recipe for substrate because we need to make the substrate on demand here. I'll need to set up some logic for that as well. Terraria is cool. I appreciate the raiding party, my friend. Hopefully your day is going just great. Thank you very, very much. So if we bring the cube down here, right? I need to bring gel down here. Oh, this feels like way more effort than it's worth, but it's also probably worth it. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I guess we'll start bringing down ethanol. I think I should make it on site here. It would make a lot more sense if we need it for like this process as well. We'll have to start bottling the despair and joy and then using up the despair and joy. This is going to be a heck of a build.
Area is School 1234. Thanks for following.
I kind of love how the AI voice says 1234. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it.
CSX 2016.
Oh, CSX, thank you as well. Very kind of you. Appreciate it. All right, so we need to focus on getting a few storage tanks. What else did this need? Right, the ethanol. Let's bring down the ethanol first. Let's just go into map mode. Clearly, we're going to want map mode for basically like most of this build. It's kind of non-negotiable. I think we'll bring down the ethanol somewhere else. Wait, is this ethanol? What the heck is ethanol doing down here? Wait, what else is ethanol used for? Ah, okay, an explosive. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, it's pretty close to us, so that's quite nice. Because we're going to build right here, so I'll pull from it. I think we're probably going to need to grow more potatoes, though, unfortunately. But if nothing else, we have ethanol here. Very close, too. Saves us some trouble. Might request a pipe, because we're kind of stretching it, but if there's already a pipe for the ethanol, it won't matter at all. So, the cube needs to come down here. We need cerebral substrate as well, which is right here. It needs to be a dormant cube to successfully make cerebral substrate. Non-negotiable, we can't use a smaller one, right? Is there another substrate recipe? There is. Unfortunately, we can't do this until we start the science, but this seems really convenient, actually. It also uses up the euphoria. This is something I'm quite tempted to do. Because having to have the cube dormant here is a little bit annoying. This makes it dormant, yes, but to do this recipe, we need it to be dormant for the substrate. So to make the substrate altogether, it needs to be dormant. So we can look at a few things. One, we could set up a pump so that this one will pump down there for the substrate specifically. Maybe that's smarter. It's kind of a pain to bring it down that far. So maybe we'll just scale up our production of substrate up here in the space that we have, which is limited, admittedly, but it should be easy enough just to have it keep running through a few times and just put a bunch more storage tanks. I still want to do the bottled anguish and joy in a dedicated area. I think that's a good idea. Maybe we can have one of these down here as well. I mean, why don't we just connect both systems, right? Isn't there some logic in that? If we put the cerebral substrate system coming down here, then when it comes down here, we can have a separate circuit that also checks, while you're here, should I make more cerebral substrate? If yes, then run it. I think that's what I'm going to end up going with in the end. Maybe I'll use pumps to prioritize one side or the other. I don't really know yet, but for now, I think that this is a logical solution. Plus, I think the substrate already comes kind of close down. I guess not that far down. It comes over to here. But I think we will go ahead and try to bring that substrate a little bit further down if we can. Hopefully we can, fingers crossed. It shouldn't be that bad to do. Alright, maybe it's awful. It's not that bad. I'm being a little bit dramatic. Surprise, surprise. I can certainly bring it down here. So we'll disconnect these, move them over just a little bit for the sake of aesthetics, and then we can bring substrate down. Pretty easy down here. So many fluids in this mod, I swear. Maybe it's not all that different from normal stuff, but there's just so much fluid everywhere. So we'll bring this straight down now. And then we will have our substrate. Again, I think what the plan's going to be is to set up a really big storage up there. So primarily it'll be filled there, but if this will be like a contingent, right? So if there's a problem that manifests, when it's down here, it'll run through here and it'll be like, you know what? I could actually use some cerebral substrate, to be honest with you. And then it'll run this a few times. We will need to bring down one more pipe to do this, though, which is a little bit annoying. if we want to run it down here as a contingency, which is going to be the matter replication gel. So maybe if the gel doesn't make it down here, I'll just go in lieu of it altogether and go with my original plan. That's just making a bunch of it up there. I guess my secondary plan... Look, a plan is a plan. It's fine. Honestly, I'm going to do that. We're just going to make it up there, and we're going to scale up our storage of it by a pretty dramatic margin. I really don't know how much we're going to actually use, though, in practice. Probably a lot. We're going to want a big storage of joy and anguish as well. Let's move our combinator over a little bit. Can I fit one more here? Not quite. Certainly can fit a few over here. I know that this is like kind of an affront to design, but bear with me for a little bit. So currently our circuit is checking to make sure that there is at least 9,000. Holy cow, that's reading that signal so strangely. I feel like I need to fix that circuit if it's reading like that, though. Where is it? It is up here. Bear with you where? Oh, good one. Good one. That would be really troublesome if there was a bear here, to be quite honest with you. Oh, it's just because this is empty. Cool. Wait, that's fine. That can flicker then. I don't mind as much. I thought it was the signal from the circuit itself, the combinator, but it's not. Okay, so this science is backing up like a crazy amount, which is good. This science is backing up. This science is also backing up. Literally all of our sciences are backing up now. Everything is awesome. Nothing is horrible. This is great. Smile. So, let us begin down here. We now have the inputs required other than the cube for emotional decomposition. We have a lot more storage up there too, but again, it uses a really tremendous amount. So we're gonna have to make some really careful conditions here. It does output a good chunk of joy and despair. Now the question remains, how much joy goes into one recipe? Or despair. 50. So if it puts out, what is it, 1,000 of each? It's 200 recipes of each. Is that right? Are my numbers off? 2,000 of each then? If it's 50? No, it's okay. No, I have it right. It's 500 of each. No, it's 50, which means it is 200 of each per activation. That makes more sense. Those numbers line up? Yeah, it does. Probably. Either that or it's way more. But either way, we get a good chunk of them either way. It's not less than what I'm saying. Look, once I play Factorio for more than a couple hours, my math goes completely out the window. Believe you me, it is a rough time. The maths. Perfect. That's what we look for. So, Ultra Dense Utility Cube goes in. Something we're going to need to take into account for is a recharging station. Which I can totally remember the name of. Recovery Bay. Cool. So we'll put this here just for the sake of logic. We can now repair our cube and put it back in here if required. We probably also want a condition for it to go outwards. Our main goal is going to be take utility cube, turn it into 64 small cubes. You're brave, IMO, for not using a recipe calculator mod. I've never used one before. Generally, when I play things, if I play like a mod pack of a game or like whatever they put down as the recommended, that's what I'll do. It often comes back to bite me, but I try not to change it. But now I've gotten so used to like the long reach mod that I might be addicted to that one, to be honest with you. That one's really good. Okay, so we have this come down here. We feed the cube in somehow. Currently, there's a line that actually comes down here for the cube to go onto the train, so we might be able to retrofit this line to get the cube down here simpler, which is good, because otherwise getting the cube here would be a huge pain. So this is ideal. Cube comes down here, makes either joy or despair, or gets turned into a phantom constituent. What happens when it is a phantom constituent? Well, there's 64 of them, so we're going to need to output a bunch of them at once. We'll move that down for now. Set up some substations. How many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's 10. This is a 10 by 10 building. This will put out a lot of the cubes at once. Ideally, they'll be on their own belts. I mean, I guess it won't really matter. The belts are fairly quick. What do we want to do with them? What comes to mind first is spectrolite, right? Or whatever it is, ghost crystals. How do we get ghost crystals? Is that a normal recipe? I know you have to smelt them afterwards, but I don't remember how to get the ghost crystals. Let's go find that out to start. So, spectrolite is from ghost crystals. Ghost crystals come from phantom ultradense constituent in a synthesizer produces 100 ghost crystals. I can't play without bottleneck light. It shows a small circle on each machine showing the stats of it, like lacking material or input food. That sounds so nice. I love that conceptually. Alright, so recipes we need. Oh, I forgot about altered matter unit too. I kind of like that one. Let's start basic. Let's look at science. Most importantly, we're going to need ghost crystals. This recipe has a 1-second crafting time. So ideally, we'll set up at least a few of these. Probably 4, I think, since everything seems to be kind of like 64, 4, cube, square, you know. We'll focus on 4 of them. So we're probably going to need to make a few more of those, and I haven't automated them, which is a certified blunder on my part, but that's okay. I'm going to put the cube repair system over there for now. We're going to start designing this. So we'll do 1, 2, 3, and then 4. We want an output here, and then we want an input here. And we'll have our little tiny cubes go through there. Get rid of that. We can even put the tiny cubes together on a single belt if we'd like. A splitter here kind of works. Could be better, to be honest, but it kind of works. I think there's a much better way to do what I want to do here. The cubes will get stuck here with this splitter, unfortunately. I mean, it won't technically if we have like a perfect throughput of them. Which I guess is possible. Maybe the splitter's fine. I could also just put them all on one side. It really shouldn't matter, but I'm just trying to unload them as quick as possible. This moves 45 items per second. There's 64 cubes. It should be fine just on one belt, right? Alternatively, we can make those fancier ones, and then it's 60 items per second, so it's almost perfect. The less time we spend with the cube here, the better, so we want to think with that in mind. We can always move this a little bit closer as well if the design being closer helps, but we'll keep it in mind for now. So, C-Block came with Helmud, I think, and that's where I learned to use them. Got a little addicted. Honestly, I respect that, though. I really want to do C-Block. I hope it's not too bad. I don't mind the grindy aspects, though, but I remember seeing something to the effect of C-Block being like, especially early on, just like a ton of waiting no matter what you do, which is not super conducive to a stream. However, I considered that when I do C-Block, maybe I could do something else fun on the side as well. I definitely want to move this, I've decided. Because like if C-Block will take some arbitrary waiting, then, you know, can mix it up with, I don't know, some fun activity. Something I'd really like to do, which I've been toying with the idea of, is trying to get a community randomizer going some weekend. I think that could be fun. I love doing archipelagos. They're just such a nice time. I don't really know the interest. I should really gauge a question on the Discord server, but like, all right. I don't want to say I have fear of being rejected, because that's totally not it. However, I have a fear of being rejected. No, it's not quite like that. It's always weird to bring up a question when you could just be like, what if everyone just says this sucks? I mean, I guess it's better than people lying to you about it not sucking. Breaking Force 4 is finished. We'll just start clearing out sciences now. We have plenty of it. They're fairly slow anyways. Get yourself a Subway Surfer style overlay. Hold on, you might have cooked with that idea. I've never played Subway Surfers. I feel like I missed out a little bit. That would keep everyone entertained. I could just do a rando on the side though, unironically. That might be not a terrible idea. Professional hype man, thank goodness, I need those. Alright, so Scrungly Bunk cubes come through here. They get put through. We're going to put our ghost crystals on this line here. Ghost crystals go— I can't believe I'm doing this. This is so daunting. I know I was like kind of confident about it before, but this process is really like making the cube turn into 64 cubes is a problem. What is the cube doing right now exactly? Ah, I see. The cube has become stuck because of my foolish endeavors in the past, but this should hopefully fix the cube. Alright, cool. Yeah, I really love archipelagos, though. The concept of people working together to clear a randomizer is just so much fun. It's one of my favorite, like, leisurely activities. I don't do them super often. And Factorio is one of them, too. So, like, the cool thing about Factorio, too, is you can have multiple people playing in the same world for it. Because I helped my roommate out when she was doing it for one of the archipelagos I hosted before. I don't know. I think doing community stuff would be fun, though. It's something I've always thought would be really nice. But it doesn't have to be now or anytime soon. We can always just stew with the idea. I'm filtering this for the dormant phantom constituent. That's what we were trying to do. And I just cleared it because I clicked the wrong one because I am kind of profoundly silly at times to the point where it should probably be a problem, but instead it becomes not a problem. So we will put these down here. So these process, we get ghost crystals. Are we putting all 64 through here is the question. Gosh, I wish the Factoriopedia worked so much. I really don't know why they did that. Let us look at our recipe chains once more for this science, and hopefully that'll give us the answer. So ghost wire is just spectralite in a crafting machine. Spectralite is just ghost crystals in a crafting machine. Good, I have no time this weekend. I have to smoke 200 kilograms of salmon. That does seem like quite the activity to take up your weekend. Haunted energy cells. You require ectoplasm, a seance will make 200 ectoplasm. I think this is where it's going to be a little bit confusing. So this is where we need to use some of our bottled ectoplasm, or bottled anguish, excuse me. However, we also need to use bottled anguish for our science. So we have to make sure we're making a lot of that, hopefully. Peculiar, because beforehand when we set this up initially, the anguish and the joy were not being used that frequently. This being said, we're also going to certainly need to use the bottled euphoria. So, how do we set this up? It's another synthesizer setup. It only makes 200 ectoplasm, which feels really, really, really low for me. It uses our ghost crystals, though. It's only one. How much ectoplasm is needed for our stuff, I suppose? 40 ectoplasm. So every completed recipe produces 5 energy cells. Little festival from our local fishing club. Old people going to nag at each other. It's going to be fun. Oh, that sounds like a nice time. I don't know if there's stuff like that over here. I'm kind of new to the area. And also don't go outside very much. I want to go out more. What I really want, chat, listen, is I want a gym buddy. I want someone to go to the gym with. That would be so nice. I've been thinking about that for a while. I would really, really enjoy going back to the gym. I haven't been in so long. It's so annoying to go alone. This is going to be so spicy. I really have no idea what I'm doing here. So we make ghost crystals, right? This makes 100 each. Then we have 64 cubes. Let's assume that we run all 64 through here, right? This also eats ghost crystals. This eats 1 ghost crystal each. So this is dramatically less. We should have a ton of ghost crystals pouring through here. 1 activation of these 4 is 400 ghost crystals. Note that we need ghost crystals for about 40,000 other things as well, including making our loaders. Searching for a boulder buddy, I feel you. It's tough. It's tough. But like, all right, let's think about this pragmatically, okay? How many ghost crystals do we really need? Let's look at our science. A lot. This entire thing is like a bunch of ghost crystals. Cube is so correct, though. That's a brave thing to say, but it's an absolutely correct brave thing to say. This on its own is 26 spectralite, which is a pretty significant amount. That is 52 ghost crystals. So each activation of this is like 2 science packs, which is not the worst, but like a lot less than I expected. This said, obviously we're running through 4 of them. We're doing it 64 times each time, so we make like 100 science packs each go through, but that doesn't actually feel good. That feels really bad. We also need to use it here as well. So that's not taking into account potentially using the cube for loaders and stuff. I am so out of my element here. The stuff up until now is already kind of confusing, but this is really getting to me. I think this is going to be one of those things where we make it once and it's not so good, so we make it again and then it's a little bit better. my expectation, at least. Wow, we're really at the train stop already? I guess that makes sense. This does go quite far down. So let's say we do this. We get 64 cubes. 64 cubes come down here. Output 6,400 ghost crystal. This uses like no ghost crystal at all. The rest of it can go to science. Great. Perfect. Simple enough. We're going to assume we do one of these like per go through. I don't want the cube to spend too much time here. It has to go somewhere else. This is going to take some time. So how do we make it work is really where I'm at. And I don't know. I don't know. It's so confusing. I don't know. We have the cubes output. I guess we'll try to repair the cubes because the cubes have to be repaired for basically anything. Oh, you know what? This works out perfectly, shockingly enough. If we were to run ectoplasm 64 times, hypothetically speaking, we would spend 64 bottled anguish and also could spend, I should say, 64 bottled joy to repair it all. We could also spend joy here. That's the solution, isn't it, right? Because if we spend joy to repair the crystals here, these take anguish without any joy at all. So this should help mitigate how much extra joy we have. So I'm thinking the repair process when they're mini cubes is just joy all the way down. Maybe that's a little bit overzealous, but I do think it's part of the solution. So we need bottled consciousness and joy to get over here and get everything set up. So I think that's going to be the solution. Now, what does the recipe look like? Is it inside of a chemical plant? I believe that's what it is. Let me go into map mode so we can get a good idea of what it might actually look like. Not bottled euphoria. We will need a bottled euphoria as well, actually. So I should probably set these up too in the meantime. These will make 1 per second. So you can make them quite quick. You can make 60 of them per minute without much of a thought, which is a pretty good demand because these are... Ectoplasm is going to be kind of on demand, right? What do we need ectoplasm for? I think it's for one of these steps. Let's set up all these things here so I can see what we need instead of questioning it over and over again. The energy cells, I'm guessing here, like a battery. So it's probably over here. I don't think I ever realized the Joy Cube repair recipe existed. It seems really useful. What was your solution? Just putting them through a bunch of repair thingies? We need battery, sophisticated unit, and ectoplasm. Great. So this is for our science. Every single one of these will produce 5 haunted energy cells, which means 5 science packs per activation of these. Ideally, here's my ideal world, right? Maybe this is a bit overzealous. We run it through here, all 64 cubes. We repair them up. All 64 cubes come through here, run through this 64 times as well. That will put out a pretty solid chunk of ectoplasm. We repair it up with bottled euphoria. They pop out, they go back on their way. They reconvene, I should say, and then go back on their way. Maybe that's overkill, but logically for myself right now, it makes a lot more sense. Now, obviously, we're going to want to use circuits. We're going to have circuits checking to see if we need ectoplasm and stuff like that, because if we don't need it, then there's literally no reason for us to make more of it. I don't know if I'm going to need an extra bottled euphoria maker. We're certainly going to need a place to make a bottled consciousness. I would like to keep this process as close to this line as we can, because this is the belt line coming down here. So if we can keep it close, it's the ideal. Everything else is kind of like whatever. It can be super far away effectively, but for now I want to keep it close. So the cube splits here, and I also want the cube to reconvene here, so can we fit that somewhere nearby? I don't think undergrounds can quite reach there. We should probably make the better ones too. I think we can just make the better belts now, right? Yeah, they're resplendent plates, but I think the fancy schmancy ones requires spectral processors as well. Let's start wrapping up the last few sciences we have available to us, which is crazy to think about, but that science build really did fix it, huh? Look at that. Full belt of science across the board. Thank goodness. With a decent buffer of them. I'm not buffering any purple, but the belt is so long anyways that it should just be fine. Why did these turn off again? A lack of calcium, perhaps. Oh my god, we're out of calcium. I genuinely did not think that was possible. How do I fix this? Clearly we need to be able to smelt more. Wow, that's shocking. Genuinely, I'm shocked at that. I didn't think it was going to be possible for us to run out of calcium. I'm distraught right now, to be honest. That is so crazy. I mean, more storage is a pretty good solution for it. Like, we had just so much calcium for so long, though. That's crazy, town. Wait, whoops, I thought that's where those wires were. These wires don't do anything, so I'm going to just disconnect them for simplicity's sake. I think what we're going to do is take a little bit of time to set up a much bigger metal buffer, right? I feel like it has to be the most logical thing. And I'll absolutely hydrate in the meantime, because I'm going to be honest with you, that calcium being empty is really, really scaring me. That's like a genuine problem. I don't know what to do about that. To be quite honest with you, I'm hoping this solution is sufficient for it. We're going to need to use up probably the rest of our spectrolite to get such a big buffer going, but I think it's probably worth it. And in this case, we're going to make more spectrolite in the time, so it'll be fine probably. I'm actually starting to get confused on where things were in the factory. I don't remember where we made that spectrolite before. I'm going to just make a request for spectrolite from the bots, I think, because I know it's in a special box. Cool. So we'll bring those over. We'll craft some more receptacles and whatnot to put up there. Thank you, my lovely bots. You're so helpful. Gonna be a lot more of these, unfortunately. Ah, looks like we need substations. Whoops. Having a really big buffer like this is going to be good. However, I wonder if that means I should buffer more ore. No, it doesn't really matter, right? No, it kind of does matter. Oh, we need a more buffer of everything. Maybe I cut back on the metal buffer and add more ore. I mean, the bigger buffer is good because it means the cube comes here and spends a lot of time here. That's like the ideal. How many more do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 12 of them. Hopefully there's enough spectrolite. Fingers crossed. It's going to be a close one. If I can, I'd also like to request a few hundred green circuits as well. Wonderful. That'll speed up the handcrafting time pretty dramatically on these. Can we get some robot speed soon? We can. What's a significant upgrade too. Wonderful. Oh, this science is going to be a toughie. I don't know if we'll finish it today, to be honest. We'll try, but the fact that rebuilding an older science took me a few hours to do does not lead me to believe that we're going to be quite fine in the other stuff, but man, does it work now. Other than the fact that it apparently is out of something. No, it's not out of something. That's the belt that goes outwards. It's out of calcium, which is really like a shocking problem again. Granted, if we don't run science for a while, we'll probably be fine. I should make a better rule for this down here, thinking about it. So we have it so that the cube will just kind of chill in this till this fills up enough to make like the trip worth it. I think maybe what we'll do is just make a cycle here where the cube just deliberately runs like 2 or 3 times every time it comes down and then just immediately goes and returns to the system. Because weird stuff like this happens where it goes, there's not enough ore here, and then it runs again. Maybe it's fine for now, but I think I want to improve it. For now, I'm going to focus on this though, because this is a heckin'... I accidentally all over the floor here. Everywhere. Shout out to the randomizer I did for Factorio, and I was getting those inventory spill traps all the time. That was a real joy. It's really a unique experience. We're gonna want a few more of these fast loaders as well. Ideally another 8 after we're done. Thankfully, these ones should come a little bit quicker down the line. Hopefully, fingers crossed. I don't want to cancel too many of them. The bots are delivering us like engine units and stuff, so it's getting a little bit faster every time. Okay, see, now the cube got left behind again, which is like my nightmare scenario. I definitely need to fix that. Let's go ahead and fix it. Thankfully it left on its own, but I'm going to do what I was saying before. I'm going to just deliberately have it so that the cube itself will take exactly 3 trips through and then just be done. How do I do that? Great question. I don't have an answer. I also really need to upgrade these with loaders. That might kind of solve my problem, to be honest. That'll certainly solve a lot of it, because a lot of our throughput is just these grabby hands being too slow. Maybe I'll just do that instead and it'll fix everything with the logic we have now. Loaders for going on here would be nice too, but I think we have to move those boxes back from my understanding of how loaders work. Oh my god, the cube is leaving again. You definitely need to fix this cube. Please stop that. You were the chosen one. All right, how do we do this? So what's the logic? Right now it's checking, is this box basically full? Which is fine-ish, but it's causing the cube to also leave. I also want it to run a few times while it's here, though. I mean, like, the simplest way is just to have it go through a specific method. I mean, this kind of works in theory, but doesn't work in practice, because the train's gonna leave, and I don't want the train to leave. I think it's really just loaders will fix it, unfortunately. Train, do not leave. How close are you leaving? Ah, it's fine. Thank goodness. Definitely want to put loaders there, though. It looks like with the train upgrades, the trains have gotten a little bit faster, too, because they can brake a little bit better. Alright, so I think the next plan is going to be to put another set of these down on each side as well. Probably 2 or 3 of them. Honest to goodness, I think that this buffer is a little bit excess, so I'm actually going to just rip it down for now. I'm going to keep the one that we did, but I'm going to set up a separate one later on, I think. I don't think it's necessary at this exact second. I think it's more important to buffer more of these. I mean, obviously it is, because this is like a big problem. I don't know why I lost my copy paste for that. Cool. So that'll be good. My inventory is such a mess. I'm going to turn off these requests for all this stuff now. Except for the spectralite. I want to keep that on me. Probably don't need these drills and distilleries and whatnot on me either. Can always call for bots to build them. I'll remove fabricators from me as well. I think this is more important to store more ore. Because, like, even if it processes a few times in a row, like, this should be a pretty big improvement on its own. I thought that was a power pole. It is, in fact, just a tree. Which is kind of fun because, I mean, normally power poles are made of tree, if you think about it. Alright, these 6 should be enough to finish here. We'll have 5 extra, so I'm actually going to use those extra ones down here. We'll make 1 more after that one, and then those will be fine. Does Control V and mouse wheel do anything? It does. I just couldn't find this one again for some reason. I was looking for it and trying to scroll through, but I couldn't find it. It was probably just like a blunder on my part. My brain kind of gets mushed after a little bit. Which honestly, like, maybe a spicy take, but having a mushy brain is sometimes like a really pleasant thing. All right, so I want to check on our logic for when this runs now. So it's looking at the frontmost boxes, those front 2. It's specifically looking that there's 12,000 in there. That should be fine in theory. Again, we have really healthy buffers now. As long as there's 12,000 here, which should be basically pretty consistent because of how it comes out, it'll just keep going. Now, it'll be about how fast it can unload. It should be able to unload at a fine speed going through here. With this specific setup, it should be fine. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. And now it should follow the logic of running a bunch of times. So we should make more calcium now. Hopefully taking some of the weight off. Hopefully that buffer means it'll be better. I'm going to just let it run for now because we got other stuff to work on. Particularly, I would like to call for an upgrade over here to just... I forget the point of that one. Coal, steam, and refined tar equals more refined tar and essential oils. Honestly, I feel like coal is already kind of in short supply right now. All right, let's go craft these tanks as well. Because, like, coal is like... I mean, maybe we have an abundance of coal now. But we're using coal for a better recipe for making gelatinous tar, so I'm reluctant to believe. I think we should probably also improve our gelatinous tar stack, although this might have only happened because the cube was gone for so long. Hopefully by improving this specific trip, the cube will just be much better off. Fingers crossed. It's absolutely still smelting. The lines are looking fine. Obviously, these ones are getting a little bit more full. It should be okay, hopefully. Fingers crossed. The important thing is we're ripping through some of our refined rare earth metals. I think this was just a downside of the cube getting stuck. That's what I'm going to keep telling myself so that I won't stress about it. And hopefully it's a correct assumption. If not, then oops, I guess. What is this one? This is fermion reconfiguration. What the heck is it pronounced boson? Boson conduit? Wait, that takes uranium-235 and outputs uranium-238? Well, I guess I'm glad we set up uranium power. Aw, heck. I didn't realize that was going to be something we have to deal with. I remember seeing this little thing and I was like, oh, those little Tic Tacs look yummy. But now they don't look yummy anymore because they take uranium-235. How is our uranium looking? We haven't looked over in a while. Looks like we're up to 2 different things doing Covarex enrichment. Again, it's a slow process. These will very slowly all kick on. I'm glad we started it now is really the important thing. We're getting an excess of 234 as well, which is nice. Slowly but surely. This is a set it and forget it type situation. The Kova is Rexing, true. I used to know someone named Kova a long time ago. I wonder how they're doing now. Hopefully good, but it was with a C instead of a K. And it was a long time ago. Okay, so you're still running metal, which is quite surprising because I thought we'd be out by now. But that's fine. As long as it's flowing and going into the box at an appropriate speed, you're not going to get stuck there. It appears you're stuck. How could this happen to me? It doesn't look like you'll be stuck for very long, though, which is nice. I wonder if I should change the setup here and make it distribute these boxes more evenly. I really set this up with the intent of this, like, running one day, right? Honestly, I'm shocked this says products finished 1. I don't believe it, to be honest with you. I don't think it actually has successfully done anything. Metal furnaces need more offload arms. That's what I was kind of thinking, but I also think it might be an issue of this belt here, because this arm specifically will spend a lot of time just like sitting here. It might be a time to... I think honestly just upgrading these to fast loaders would probably go pretty crazy. Although more arms would certainly help as well. I'm truly shocked it's going through the system one more time. I guess I'm not that shocked because it's checking for the metal. It looks like this time it's not going to repeat the cycle, I imagine. It totally is. What's your rule for this again? It's just more than 2,000 metal. I guess that makes sense. Maybe the innermost ones are just suffering more. They make sense that they would be. My concern was making it so that the these ones end up flooding the inner ones because they're sharing a belt. Cool, that seems pretty good. That seems like a good solution. Fantastic. So now we'll run the cube is now traveling. I can't believe I built this whole thing and it just doesn't run basically. Like it doesn't need to. It's crazy. I mean, maybe it will. Maybe we'll have a demand for metal, but it kind of feels like we've hit like the peak of what they're asking for metal wise. They're more interested in way more wackier stuff now than just the metal. But regardless of that, we are back on track to do, right, we're going to put this into a storage box so that the bots can go upgrade this system down here. And we want to work more on science again, I believe. I think that's a good plan. We have some speed mods on us as well, but I don't think we're going to use them for anything. I can put these on this belt because we have some science. Okay, I think everything is like okay right now. Things are fine. We don't produce any pollution in this mod, so the water is still blue and pristine. The fish are still thriving in there. Do fish spawn in water, or do they like spawn at the start and then never respawn? I've always wondered about that. I've never picked up fish before, like past like fish replication in Space Age, I guess. Okay, hopefully this is better. It appears to be much, much, much better. Not 100% sure. I think they just spawn a map generation not after. That was my assumption as well. I want to make it my duty to remove all of the fish in Factorio one day. Another similar issue, which again I think will be rectified with better loaders, but for now it'll just have to be fine. So back to where we were. Snap back to reality. I feel like I'm forgetting something, but we were going to work on the other science. I hope. I think. The plan was, let's reconvene because I totally like lost myself for a bit there. Cube comes down here. Cube splits into 64 subcubes. Emotional decomposition makes bottled euphoria and bottled anguish. We use the euphoria as our recipe. Let me go into map mode. As our recipe for repairing cubes. This takes 1 and produces 1 per second, I guess? Is it 1 second? 1 second crafting that. Perfect. So it's pretty quick. It will occasionally output a flask, so we're going to want to route those flasks back somewhere useful. Ideally back to where they're being bottled here. Might be simple enough to have a just like check belt logic or maybe a splitter with a priority, but I don't think a priority splitter is going to be enough. Gut feeling. Could be wrong. But that'll get us back some of our stuff here. So we don't need a crazy amount of glass because we're only using about 25%. There is a whole glass stack over here. What is it being used for? Looks like it's used for one of our sciences, but it looks like it's also a bit excessive for our science. We currently make 4 glass per second over here, and these consume 0.16 per second. So there's nowhere near the 4 per second that's required. So I think we're probably going to steal glass from here. It also goes over to here and then up here, and it's being used in advanced circuits and also being used in car. The advanced circuits themselves are completely out of fuel, which I guess makes sense since it hasn't had time to make some in a while. And we are currently using quite a bit of that fluid, whatever that gets called. Where are my fluids? Here they are. This stuff. Unstable gas, red, refined tar. Yeah, makes sense. I'd like to get another storage of this that is much bigger as well. I think we're going to build it up here for the sake of space. It is nice how it fits here. Alternatively, down here could be good as well. Maybe I'll do that instead. Because I want to store way more tar every time. The name of this mod pack generally, like, I mean, I guess it's Ultra Cube, not what I'm about to say. But the concept of it is just like, don't, like, make a bunch of it when it's there, right? Don't waste your time coming back around for something. Buy in bulk. Go to Costco or Sam's Club is the name of this mod pack, right? So that's what we're gonna try and do. Think we unlock bigger storage tanks, did we? Oh, right, I forgot the Mighty Tank and the Sherman Tank. Holy moly, hold on. How big are they? Let's make one of each and go play with them a little bit. Thanks for the reminder. I completely forgot that was an option. I should have been exercising that in the first place for the sake of space, because it takes a lot of space. Let's go over to our fluids and see if we can upgrade our thing before the cube arrives. Whoa. Okay, so it's a little bit smaller than a 4x4. Stores 200k, so it is dramatically more efficient than this. So we should replace these with these. It's also kind of heckin' cool looking, to be honest. Sorry if that's a spicy take for any Sherman tank haters. This fine? This looks fine. Why do I feel like this isn't fine? Okay, everything is connected to this tank apparently, so we'll need to connect a few things. Let's put that back for a moment because I'm not actually confident in what wires are connected there. Okay, I'm confident now. It's the 3 power pole wires. Cool. Put one over here. And then one more here. And shockingly, that's like fine. So let's craft a few more of those. They're going to bring us some more sophisticated matter units because I'm requesting them. This will be dramatically more than we had before. Even with the idea of adding more, like, this is very dense. 800k storage versus, we had 10 of them before, so it's 250k, I think, for our full storage before. So this is almost 4 times our storage. Which is to say, wow, such storage, much tank. Very topical today. I'm making a lot of references that don't make me feel very old. Alright, so let us reconnect the wiring. One there, one there. I nearly forgot, and one there. So I also want to change the rules here. So this is looking for how much oil's in here. I want this to be, this is going to be so overzealous. 150,000 versus the 20,000 we were looking at before. Almost certainly overzealous, but it might be fine. And if it's fine, that would be really cool. Let's be optimistic about it, shall we? I think we're going to also change this sand setup with a mausoleum. I've been toying with the idea for a little bit every time I see it, and I'm like, I should really change that, but I've been working on so much stuff that it just hadn't come to my forefront as something I really wanted to do. Let me clear out some more stuff because our inventory is always full of garbage 100% of the time. Magically, who keeps putting all this garbage in my inventory? Spoiler, it is in fact me still. Don't believe my lies when I say someone else did it. That would be a crazy mod though. Oh, they should have Twitch integration for Factorio. Twitch can just like redeem to drop an explosion on me at any time. Like in the randomizer. Alright, so we're gonna need to use splitters here, I think. But this might not be quite enough. I don't know. I think we'll load in 2 and then out 3. Reason being is because I don't really want to fit another one. I guess we can just fit another one too. Inventory spill trap. Honest to goodness, that is the one thing I don't want to see. Inventory spill trap was so annoying. I forgot. I should check the log to see how many there were. I think it was like 30 or something. I could have sworn I put like a very small amount of all the traps on in that playthrough, but I certainly did not. That was a certified blunder. Cool, so we can start loading it now at least. This should hopefully make it so the time the cube is here is dramatically lower. It's making a surprising amount of steam. Oh, here it comes. Everybody get in your places. Get ready to say happy birthday and surprise the cube. Happy birthday. It's not the cube's birthday. I'm sorry, I fooled you. I just wanted you to be ready just in case. Alright, so it's loading very, very, very fast now, which is good. However, it appears that our crusher can't quite keep up with it. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. This is so much gelatinous tar. Am I greeting? Is this Hube? It might be Hube. Happy birthday. Sweet. Thank you for popping in. How could you do this to us? I'm sorry. I'll be honest with you, I don't really know the cube's birthday, and that's the problem. So it could be the cube's birthday and I'm just wrong. In my defense, I hope the cube's birthday isn't when I started the save, because I've been doing this for a year and I'm on science number 4, then that's rough. Even Pyanodons shouldn't be that bad, right? I mean, maybe it is. Pyanodons is quite scary to me. It's still running. We haven't run out of materials quite yet. My thought process is even if we don't make enough at the moment, oh my god, they're actually like totally filling up. Even if we don't make enough what in the moment, there should be enough every time it comes by, right? I love Ultra Cube. What a fun mod. Every time I do something in this game, I feel so smart. Except for like all the times I feel really dumb. Yesterday was Moon Day, by the way. First moon landing was July 20th, 1969. That's so cool. I didn't realize that. I wish I knew. I would have done something to celebrate. I want to go to the moon. That'd be so cool. I don't really know what I'd do on the moon. I've heard about this phenomenon that astronauts have where like they'll go on the moon and they'll look at like Earth and suddenly like they just care dramatically more about like the world, which I guess makes sense, but it's still an interesting phenomenon. I wonder if most people would experience that. Oh, this is so much nicer. It's still loading a little bit slow on the wood, but not meaningfully. You start learning Python if you have nothing to do for the next 2 years. My roommate, for some of her like PhD stuff, was like learning Python, and I was like, this is a lot. Like, I very much have enjoyed spending some time learning how to use Blender and stuff. I don't know any coding. Probably don't want to think of any. I should have gone even higher. 150 was like a chump number. I should have gone 180k. But like, that stuff scares me. It would probably be a really cool skill to have, though. I could do fun stuff with it, but it's very scary. Alright, wonderful. So that looks good. We've actually used up a good chunk of our wood in the meantime as well, but now our tar should be fine for a while. Python's a pretty decent language. I just don't think I'm smart enough for it. I'd be willing to try it, but I don't know. Like I said, my charm point isn't my intelligence. It's the fact that I worry all the time, I think. Wait. I gotta get a better charm point, I think. There's 10,000 ultra-dense utility cubes, which is truly shocking because we don't really do it that often at 40 hours, 8 minutes, 44 seconds. You didn't go up there because there's no need for metal. How is our metal storage doing? Oh, goodness, it's filling so fast. Oh, interesting. The metal was almost drained here, actually. I think we're gonna have to up our power soon, too, as well. It's greater than 2,000. But it's also checking how much metal is down here. Maybe we should change that rule. Because the metal down here is really like leading us astray. It's like over here, isn't it? We're looking for less than 8k. Which makes sense in the context of this, because these are like, these two are 12k. I think it might make more sense up here, potentially. But maybe not, I don't know. Farmer was Replaced could be a good game. I remember seeing that game where like people use coding or whatever for automation. Very interesting. Hard part of programming is figuring out the rules about what you want, or sometimes figuring out what the customer, client / boss wants. It sounds interesting. Again, I don't think I'm that smart. But it does sound interesting. Ah, nuts, we're out of science. Not a bad thing on paper, but we're going to be using a lot less resources, so we should probably step up our game to get everything working now. Let us look over to here to where I keep walking away from. I'm praying for another distraction. Don't make me do this. I'm begging you. I don't want to deal with the ghost crystals. It's so confusing. I just hate it. Streamer breaks down over ghost crystals. We are going to have to separately make... Wait, let's go up over here. The bottled consciousness. How do you make that? That's calcium, right? Right, so we actually know how to make this fairly easily because we have made it over here for science. The question remains, how many of these should we make? And it's a tough question to answer. This is where it gets kind of strange because, like, I want to have a good flow of stuff, but we don't need a crazy flow of it because it's going to be whenever the cube swings by. You only need so much. I don't know. It's so confusing. It's made really easy to follow, and the in-game help is incredible. Even I can make it to pumpkins before getting distracted. Oh, that's cool. I saw that there was some other incremental game. I forget what it's called, where the concept is all coding. Smart people are so cool. I say smart people. I guess people who know coding are so cool. I think it's a really cool talent, at least. Skill? I don't know. I feel like the word talent is often associated kind of negatively. Maybe that's like a wrong assessment. But I feel like whenever someone says, oh, you have talent or whatever, it's like, oh, cool, I was born with the ability. But oftentimes people put a lot of time into their respective skills to actually produce what they need to produce. So this produces half per second. So to satisfy these two, we would want 4 of these produced, but that's almost certainly overkill. Potentially, maybe, maybe not. I think it boils down to what kind of buffer we have. I think I'll try to do the 4 as expected. Now, that does mean we're going to need to bring down Besselheim flasks and intelligent calcium. We just did an intelligent calcium build over there, but I don't think there's a lot of excess of it in our build. Ah, good. This is fully like saturated now. Fantastic. The calcium and basic contemplation cards. I could make the cards on site as well. It might just be a good idea now. I think we're reaching the point where basically everything we want to make on site naturally. Which is strange to think about, admittedly. This only makes sense, so obviously we want to do this one. Oh, interesting. Wait. We can make contemplation cards here. Very short crafting time. Is that worth it? No, there's no way. It produces n-dimensional widgets. Maybe that's the more appealing part. Ah, so interesting, so interesting. I really like this stuff. Pushing yourself to try and do stuff like you're not super comfortable with knowledge-wise is like what makes Factorio so fun. Okay, so logically speaking, I don't think this would be worth our time unless... I mean, it does spit out the widget. So the nice thing about this is it kind of combines widget replication and contemplative replication, right? But I don't think we need widgets for this process over here. I could, in theory, replace the widgets over up there as well. What's the ratio of widgets normally? It's 200 rare metals to 50, 100 to 10. So this is technically worse on the widgets as well, but I just don't think we need them down here is the thing. And maybe I'm undervaluing this recipe, but it's the same ratio as calcium consumption and the same time as this. So I think we'll do contemplative reclamation. Maybe that's a bad take. We'll need to output the steam, obviously, but I think that's what we'll do down here. And we'll have our own dedicated setup for these cards because we will need these cards for making our own bottled consciousness. And then we just need calcium. So obviously calcium needs to come here. I really hope our calcium has begun to build up again. That would be really nice. It really hasn't. Our calcium demand is so high now. What a whiplash from previous issues, huh? Oops, I didn't mean to click that. From having way too much calcium to the point where I set up a specific design to blow it up in a car to... There's no calcium anywhere. The issue becomes... if I continue to rely on this to make calcium, there's got to be another way to make calcium. There's no way there's not. If this is our only way to get calcium, it just doesn't make any sense. There has to be another calcium somewhere. There has to be. I don't know what it is, but there has to be. I guess technically there doesn't have to be, but there sort of has to be, right? I feel like I'm missing something, because if this is our one calcium thing, which is crushing and outputs calcium, we're forced to make rare metal all the time, which is not that bad. But the calcium demand is really high, actually. Like, this on its own is 4 calcium per second. This stack right here produces 12.5 per second. And then this calcium area here demands none per second, actually. This on its own demands 7 per second. Human resource machine and 7 billion humans are also great programming games. I love that that's a thing. Those are really interesting. Now, give it to me straight. As someone that is like very inexperienced, basically no programming skills at all. I think I took like a very short, like 2-hour-long HTML course like 10 years ago. If you have zero experience, do you think that a person would be able to flourish and do one of those games and enjoy it? Or would it be a little bit too difficult? There's gotta be some other calcium solution. It can't just be from crushing. There has to be another recipe. I refuse to believe it. Or something that outputs it as a byproduct that I skipped. What is this? Oh, right, this is the energy lab. I forgot about this. Very peculiar. Okay, we can turn mineral water into a small amount of calcium. I opted to not do that, but it's a very small amount, right? Oh, I don't know. I mean, I can set up a whole nother crush stack, but the issue is that we need to do something with the metal. Like, if I could just skip crushing the extra metal, I would be so much happier. These two games get pretty simple, so yes, even with zero experience, can have fun here. Oh, that's really cool. I love that. I've been interested in trying one of them because I particularly like incremental games, and I've seen stuff like that, and I don't know. Seems a bit highbrow for me, but it could be very fun. The calcium is looking better, but it's just because we've fallen behind in other stuff. I don't know. Maybe we need to like take a break. I'm kind of feeling a little bit sick to my stomach anyways, so maybe this is a sign. I'm gonna accept the universe telling me that I need to mentally refresh and figure out this solution. So we are gonna save here, I think, and take a break. Maybe go eat something. I did, in fact, not eat lunch, so maybe that's part of it. Either way, stream's wrapping up here. Today is Tuesday, right? Yeah, so tomorrow we'll do more Ultra Cube. Thursday, Bat to the Heavens. Friday, Final Fantasy II Friday. So please be there. Pop on the Discord, post your bells and stuff at me anytime. I always love to see it, believe you me. So thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you next time. Bye for now.